Chapter 1166. Ba. Seeing Xueqi Nun fly away without saying goodbye, Master Tiangang sighed.
I'm afraid Nun misunderstood.
Master Yuandao disagreed. Master, don't think too much. Our Dalan temple is the same as her incense sect. We both lost one person. What's there to misunderstand? We just didn't tell them about the plan to ambush Sakura. This is also to keep it a secret. We can't let the Tenryu sect know about it beforehand.
Forget it. Master Tiangang waved his hand.
Let's not talk about incense sect. It's a pity that we didn't manage to kill Sakura even after sacrificing 2 lives. We only managed to injure him severely. However, we took the lives of 3 heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect and cut off one of Garuda's arms. Yes, this is all thanks to Master Tiangong's calculation ability. Master Yuandao said respectfully. Master Tiangang looked at Yao Mountain and shook his head. Origin returning tribulation. Ah, origin returning tribulation. Only by killing as many people as possible can you save your own life. If you show any mercy, you can only let others take your life. It's midnight. The immortal mansion hasn't appeared yet? Grandmaster Tiangang looked at the gradually dimming bloody light above Yao Mountain and murmured. We haven't even seen a corner of the immortal mansion, yet so many people have already lost their lives. If the immortal mansion is born, who knows how many more people will die? Excellent, excellent. Master Tiangang flew towards the west. Master Yuandao and Master Yuanming carried Master Yuanwu's corpse and left as well.
Hao Yun and the other 2 perfected masters stood in the air for a long time.
They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then they flew down and entered the tent. On the southern side of Yao Mountain, the martial artists who had lost their minds under the blood-red brilliance had long been shocked by the earth-shattering sounds and the unimaginable supernatural powers when they were fighting with the immortals in midair. They all looked up and watched with envy. As they stopped fighting, and the blood-red sky above Yao Mountain began to dim, the fighting around Yao Mountain gradually came to a stop. At this point, everyone gradually came to their senses. Perhaps it was because they were tired, or perhaps they felt that it was still too early to make a move. They had already stopped attacking and were only vigilantly guarding their surroundings, no longer rashly attacking. But the battle just now was so cruel. Every blade cut into flesh and every sword took a life. It was not an exaggeration to say that blood flowed like a river and corpses floated for miles. In just a short while, 4 out of the tens of thousands of Jianghu people had died in the chaos. Countless amounts of blood flowed out from these people's bodies and seeped into the ground, without a trace. Looking at the current Yao Mountain, the basket-sized ball of light in the air had already expanded to a radius of 30 feet. The blood-red color of the ball of light had gradually dimmed and was replaced by a faint rainbow color.
It was the same color as the one that had appeared in the air above Yao Mountain.
Everyone, including Nun Jingyi, was shocked to see Xu Jie's body. She was one of the top masters in Jianghu. How could she die so easily? However, when they heard about the thrilling battle just now and the battle of wits between the Dalan Temple and the Tenryu sect, everyone was speechless. The Dalan Temple's plan to ambush the Tenryu sect was something that Master Chongshang had discussed with Nun Jingyi. Previously, during the Wulin assembly of the incense cult, Nun Jingyi already had a deep fear of Sakura's cultivation. If there was a chance to join forces with the Dalan Temple to get rid of Sakura, Nun Jingyi would definitely not let go of it. However, she did not expect that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Nun Jingyi did not expect that Sakura had long planned this and took advantage of the situation to injure both the Dalan Temple and the incense cult. This was not all. What Nun Jingyi did not expect was that Master Tiangang of the Dalan Temple was actually still alive in this world. He actually participated in this and actually became the shepherd boy who hunted the oriole. However, since Master Tiangang could become the shepherd boy, then he would definitely be able to mess up the entire situation before the oriole pecks at the mantis. This way, Master Tiangang would not be able to injure Sakura and kill the 3 heavenly kings of the Tenryu sect, but Master Yuanwu of the Dalan Temple and Xu Jie of the incense cult would not die. Thinking about it this way, Master Tiangong's goal was really thought-provoking. Nun Jingyi immediately became alert. While arranging for the outer disciples to go to the nearest town to buy coffins, she also pulled Nun Xueqi, Nun Xuezhen, Peacock and the rest to discuss through the night. Not only were the disciples of the incense cult discussing countermeasures, the campsites of the Dalan Temple, between the clouds and the water and the alliance of the righteous sects were also brightly lit. Not a single person was resting. It was as if the changes in the strength of the various sects and the response to the appearance of the immortal mansion were all in full swing. The only thing that did not change was that the ball of light in the sky above Yao Mountain was gradually expanding. By the time the stars had faded and the moon had set, the east was already showing the color of a fish's belly. The ball of light had already expanded to the size of 1 li. At this moment, the people of the Jianghu who were waiting at the foot of Yao Mountain had already seen it clearly. This was not some passage to the immortal realm, nor was it some legendary magical treasure of the immortal path. It was indeed a towering, simple and unadorned ancient hall that was surrounded by immortal clouds. As for the expanding ball of light, it was the outline of the hall that was gradually revealed when it appeared from the void. At this moment, it was as if an invisible hand was slowly lifting the veil that covered the face of the hall. Bit by bit, the proud face of the hall was revealed in the sky above Yao Mountain. Speaking of which, it was strange. Earlier at night, the blood-red brilliance shone and the hall was revealed extremely slowly. But when dawn came and the brilliance changed to 7 colors, the speed at which the hall appeared seemed to be much faster than at night. By the time the rising sun shone on the hall in the sky, more than half of the hall had already been revealed from the void. In the distant sky to the south of Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua concealed her body and flew forward rapidly. She used her naked eyes to look at the 7-colored brilliance of the hall that reflected the sunlight. She could not help but feel jealous. The immortal mansion that even Wan Wuxin covets is really a treasure. It's a pity that it appeared at the wrong time. My Beidou school has not yet been established and there are only 7 disciples who have not achieved anything. If it had appeared hundreds or thousands of years later, even if I'm not here, my disciples would have the strength to fight for the immortal mansion. But now, sigh, I can only go to the side and watch the show. Zhang Xiaohua, who was trying to steal while she was at it, had already landed far away. After changing her appearance, she held a jujube wooden stick in her hand and rode a fine horse that she had gotten from God knows where. She followed the official road and headed towards Yao Mountain. Earlier, when she was flying in the sky, Zhang Xiaohua did not notice the situation on the ground. But now, she was surprised to find that there were not many people on the official road. Occasionally, there would be a few brave people who heard the sound of a horse's hooves. Before they could even turn around to see who it was, they would immediately jump off the official road and run away in a hurry, as if they were afraid of being seen by Zhang Xiaohua. This, Zhang Xiaohua did not understand at first, but then she slowly figured it out. Most of the people in Jianghu were arrogant and unruly. They were not people who followed the rules. Now that they were all gathered near Yao Mountain, how could there not be a tragedy of the weak being eaten by the strong? Presumably, this kind of thing had become a common occurrence on the official road. Although this place was still very far from Yaoshan, and there were no Jianghu people on the official road, but, once bitten by a snake, 10 years shy of ropes. This was unavoidable. Say, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and could not help but feel emotional. When people in Jianghu saw the strong bullying the weak, most people would sympathize with the weak. But, when these weak people in Jianghu saw the poor people, could they still maintain a humble attitude and conduct? The answer was extremely uncertain. Even Zhang Xiaohua himself could not give a clear answer. Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. After riding for more than 4 hours, they finally arrived at the foot of Yao Mountain. There was still some distance to Yao Mountain, but there were already many Jianghu people. There were even many Jianghu sects who had spontaneously formed teams and set up checkpoints on the official road and by the side of the mountain to prevent idle people from entering. It was not clear whether they were trying to prevent the innocent villagers from dying or to prevent the disciples of other sects from entering. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to waste time with them. She hit the people who were blocking her with her cudgel and flew into the air. In a flash, she fell into the crowd and disappeared without a trace. At this time, it was already past noon. The early winter sun shone warmly on everyone's bodies. If it was any other day, they would definitely have crossed their arms. Perhaps they would even squat down and talk with smiles. However, at this time, everyone was holding weapons in their hands. Their eyes were fiery as they stared at the sky. Occasionally, they would even turn their eyes as they carefully observed their surroundings. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground. In a flash, she disappeared into the crowd. Then, like the others, she found a big tree and jumped up half a branch. Then, Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and looked at the main hall in the sky above Yao Mountain. She released her divine sense slightly. Then, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought to herself,
as expected of an immortal mansion.
This Yao Mountain, the vital energy of heaven and earth, is very rich. If any disciple wants to absorb vital energy into their body and set foot on the path of immortality, it will be a good opportunity. However, when he sniffed the air, he was stunned. Apart from the freshness of the vital chi of heaven and earth, there was also a thick stench of blood. Oh my God, I'm scared. Have many people died? Zhang Xiaohua was still some distance away from the foot of Yao Mountain. Moreover, the corpses that had been killed by the crowd last night had already been taken care of. That blood had seeped into the ground. Apart from the smell of blood in the air, it was really impossible to see the terrible scene last night. However, about 20 feet away, beside a protruding slope, the conversation between two people attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention. Little Seven, can you still walk? A woman's voice asked. Sigh, I'll just have to. Qilian, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have come to join in the fun. Little Seven's voice was weak. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1167. It's okay, Xueqi. As long as we are still alive, we can still live in the future. Our Huanfeng Mountain Villa will have a chance to make a comeback. The woman called Qilian said softly. You are the best, Qilian. Xueqi was touched and said softly, actually, last night, I don't know what happened. I didn't plan to go forward, but it felt strange. Yes, it's not just you. I felt the same.
It was as if all the blood in my body was stirred up and rushed to my head.
I didn't think about the consequences at all and didn't think about whether I had the strength or not. I just rushed forward. And there were a lot of people rushing forward from behind. We had no choice but to go. Xueqi said with lingering fear. The key was later. I don't know what happened. I wanted to squeeze through the crowd and saw someone blocking me. I wanted to stab that person to death with my sword. Don't say any more. Qilian seemed to be very scared. Her voice was trembling as she said, talking about last night. I'm scared. I seem to have killed 2 people too. I killed even more. Xueqi hesitated, but it was very chaotic at that time. Who knows who they were? Maybe at this time, Master and Senior Brother haven't come back yet. Maybe. Qilian said sadly. How about Xueqi? We should go first. It wasn't easy for us to run to the outermost area. Let's take advantage of the fact that there are fewer people to save our lives first. But, Qilian, it wasn't easy for us to get here. And that Immortals Mansion is about to come out. If we have the fate of immortals, wouldn't we be able to reach the heavens in one step? Xueqi said hesitantly. But there was no hesitation in her voice. Xueqi, your legs are already like this. You still think about that illusory Immortals Mansion? Qilian said angrily. Can you fight against the Dalan Temple, Fragrance Cult, and Between the Clouds and the Water? You saw it yourself last night. The people flying in the sky were all disciples of these 3 sections. They are all immortals. Even Dragon God Sect's #1 person, Di Shirtian, died in their hands. You, Little Seven, do you think you can compare to Di Shirtian? Sakura is dead? How is that possible? Zhang Xiaohua, who was eavesdropping on their conversation, was stunned. Meng, is she here too? Qilian, if it was before, you could say that the Immortal Mansion was illusory, but look at the sky above Yao Mountain. It's an immortal mansion right in front of us. Furthermore, the Immortal Mansion should only be occupied by the virtuous. Why did the Dragon God Sect return in defeat? That means they have no morals. I know that I don't have much innocent blood on my hands. This Immortal Mansion, I might still have a chance. But Qilian still wanted to persuade him. Xueqi scolded. Qilian, don't say but anymore. You and I were able to survive last night, which is the most powerful evidence that we have the opportunity to seize the Immortal Mansion. If I don't stay, wouldn't I be letting down last night's battle? Qilian didn't say anything. After a long while, she faintly said, Little Seven, this concubine has given you everything in hopes that we can grow old together. If you insist on staying, this concubine will accompany you. Sister Lien, don't worry. I have confidence. I am definitely the master of the Immortal Mansion. I will definitely lead you into the Immortal Mansion and announce to the world that you are the mistress of the Immortal Mansion. My Huanfeng Villa will be in this Immortal Mansion from now on, little 7. As long as you are willing. Even if it's a broken cave. I will follow you. Qi Lian sighed. Behind them, Zhang Xiaohua was standing. Her gaze was extremely complicated as she looked at this pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks. Her heart was filled with endless emotions. She really couldn't think of what confidence little 7 had to say that she was the master of the Immortal Mansion. Even Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be so arrogant. She only wanted to play the side drum and see what benefits there were. The ignorant are fearless. Zhang Xiaohua looked around. Around her, there were people with determined faces. Presumably, everyone had the same thought in their hearts. Only they were the destined person. Everything was arranged for them. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xueqi, whose leg was injured, and the beautiful young woman beside him, whose eyes were filled with love. He sighed and waved his hand, sealing their major pressure points. He thought to himself, with your martial art skills, you won't be able to defeat me. You can't even compare to the elite disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa. You still dare to come to Yao Mountain to seize the Immortal Mansion? Seeing that Qi Lian is so infatuated, you two should sleep here for 2 days. If, after 2 days, this Immortal Mansion still doesn't belong to someone, then you may really have some immortal fate. After dealing with this pair of unfortunate mandarin ducks in the Huanfeng Villa, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the heart to care about anything else. She looked up at the sky and above Yao Mountain in the distance. A huge palace surrounded by immortal clouds had already appeared in the void. The style of the palace was extremely simple. It looked like an inexplicable aura was directly reflected in one's heart through the naked eye. And a sense of danger arose spontaneously from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly. She thought to herself, Immortal Mansion should be a place where immortals live. Even if there are some restrictions in the cave, it shouldn't be so dangerous. My intuition has always been sensitive. I'm afraid that this Immortal Mansion has something strange. Oh right, according to what little 7 and Qi Lian said, last night, there was a flash of red light that confused everyone's minds. My goodness, what kind of Immortal Mansion is this? Just as he was thinking, a series of crackling sounds rang out. The immortal residence that looked like it had pierced through the sky above Yao Mountain was now flashing with endless lightning from the parts that had already been exposed. There was also a lot of lightning lingering around the lightning, like a bunch of exploding fireworks. It was quite dazzling. In just a moment, a hurricane blew past. An incomparably ancient aura was emitted from the air and directly penetrated into everyone's hearts. Zhang Xiaohua was even more so. She raised her head in astonishment. The Immortal Mansion in the sky was now different from before. Although most of its outline had been revealed, they could only see the vague outline and the style of the palace. If they looked closely, they couldn't see it. It was as if there was an egg-white membrane between the palace and Yao Mountain. It couldn't be seen through. At this moment, the lightning was like a pair of scissors that cut through the membrane. Or perhaps it was the sharp corner of the palace that pierced through the membrane between the void and the mortal world. More than half of the palace was finally clear. At the same time as the palace, the qi of heaven and earth came out like a flood. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to release his divine sense. When he felt a fresh gust of wind blow in from the sky, his divine sense already saw the surging qi of heaven and earth like waves crashing against the shore, drowning his entire body. Bliss. Incomparable bliss. Zhang Xiaohua never thought that there would be a day when he would be drowned by qi of heaven and earth. Very naturally, Zhang Xiaohua greedily breathed in through his nose and mouth. The Carefree Heart Sutra instantly activated, and the fresh qi of heaven and earth was like a rush of enlightenment, entering Zhang Xiaohua's pores. However, after a while, the qi of heaven and earth gradually thinned out, like a stream flowing into the sea, very quickly being diluted. Sigh, when will I be able to enjoy the immortal Tao to my heart's content? Zhang Xiaohua thought as he looked at the palace that had already been revealed. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was burning even more fervently. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at the sky. He saw that the palace was made of an unknown material. It was light red all over, and the style of the palace was something Zhang Xiaohua had never seen before. The round roof was like a semicircular eggshell. However, on this eggshell, there were all sorts of strange decorations. These decorations were very strange. Some looked like earthworms, some looked like turtles, and some looked like little birds. In short, they covered the eggshell.
Under the flowing light, it felt as if these decorations were about to move, almost as if they were alive.
What? In ancient times, immortals lived in bird nests like this? Looking at this shape, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the bird nests he dug out from the trees outside the Guozhuang house when he was young. It was an inverted bird's nest. The buzzing sound in the sky had stopped since dawn, but at this moment, it seemed to have started again. Not knowing whether it was in the ears or in the heart, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if her entire heart was about to jump out of her stomach. Suddenly, there was a loud wang. It was like the sound of a millstone being moved in the countryside magnified 10,000 times. The sound was so loud that it seemed like it was going to crush Zhang Xiaohua's organs into powder. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to cover her ears, the sound suddenly stopped. In an instant, the entire world was silent. Not even a trace of sound could be heard. The entire Yao Mountain also froze. Everyone was stunned on the spot. After a moment, someone moved, and the entire Yao Mountain seemed to come to life. Everyone seemed to have come to life, and was about to move. The sound reverberated through the world, piercing through the sky. Around Yao Mountain, the clouds that had been leisurely just a moment ago were instantly shattered. At this moment, the palace that looked like a bird's nest suddenly emitted a blood-red brilliance, as if a lively heart was beating. The blood-red brilliance seemed to swell as if it was breathing. That brilliance was like a spreading ray of light, spreading in all directions wave by wave. Ah! He did not know how the others were feeling, but at that moment, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt as if he had fallen into a blood-red vat. Even his breathing became difficult.
Just as he was about to circulate his heart technique, a divine sense that was as sturdy as a rock, as vast as the primordial, as majestic as a mountain, as vast as the sea, and as irresistible as the heavens and earth spread out from within the palace. It was as if a god was looking down on all living beings from within the palace. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1168. The divine sense swept past the crowd rapidly, not pausing on them at all, and continued to travel into the distance. When the divine sense swept past Zhang Xiaohua, it did not stop at all, as if Zhang Xiaohua was a weak little ant. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt a completely different feeling. He only felt his heart palpitate, just like when he saw that huge eye in the underground magma of the deserted island. Yes, the palpitating feeling now was 10,000 times more intense than that. Zhang Xiaohua was aghast. Could it be that there are immortals in this palace? Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to shift his shocked gaze away from the palace, an incomparably majestic aura emanated from within the palace. Instantly, a feeling of insignificance rose in Zhang Xiaohua's heart, an incomparable feeling of insignificance, as if he was facing a god that he should be worshipping. An irresistible pressure pressed down on his mind from all directions, and in the face of this pressure, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knelt down. However, just as his knees were about to touch the ground, the dragon-tiger talisman in his Naiwen palace, which had been motionless all this while, suddenly emitted an extremely resplendent golden light, and a faint majestic aura emanated from Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. Although the majestic aura was extremely weak, but it had a supreme irresistible aura, and this irresistible aura was able to withstand the pressure. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua frowned, and a resistance came from the bottom of his heart. His entire body froze in place, and he did not kneel down again. Looking to the side, everyone was kneeling on the ground, and some were even prostrating themselves on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be able to hear a voice coming from afar. It was as if an ethereal voice had entered his heart, and the pressure around him suddenly increased by a lot. A loud sound was heard, and another golden light flashed from the core of Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace. A phoenix captive appeared from the core, and that phoenix captive flew one round in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace, flapping its golden wings. Those slender and curved phoenix eyes gave off a feeling of looking down at the world, as if it could see through everything and look outside. At the same time, the dragon and tiger captives were also flipping around. One was swimming beside the phoenix, while the other was roaring below the phoenix. The three captives seemed to have formed a mysterious balance, and in an instant, the pressure on Zhang Xiaohua's mind was greatly reduced. Then, the true energy in Zhang Xiaohua's body suddenly surged, and his entire meridian seemed to be about to leave his body. A majestic aura that Zhang Xiaohua himself was also charging towards the source of the pressure. A sound of surprise was heard. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see it, he heard it clearly in his heart. Just as the sound of surprise was heard, a feeling of fear came from the aura. Instantly, the unparalleled pressure suddenly disappeared, and in the naked eye, the blood-red color of the palace suddenly disappeared as well. What replaced it was the colorful brilliance coming from the various decorations above the circular palace. Zhang Xiaohua's head was covered in cold sweat, and he felt as if he was about to collapse. He forced himself to stand up, but his legs gave way, and he simply sat cross-legged on the ground. Looking around, everyone was in a sorry state. They were either lying on the ground, prostrating themselves in worship, or lying on the ground. In short, no one was able to stand in one piece. Wang wang wang. The sound of the grinding stones suddenly sounded again. Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to look up, and to his surprise, he found that the circular palace was slowly rotating. At the same time as the palace rotated, more parts of it were revealed in the air. In the next 2 hours, the palace no longer emitted the blood-red brilliance, and the circular palace also rotated to the other side. A square palace, similar to the one they usually saw, rotated in front of Zhang Xiaohua and the others. At this time the sky was already dark, but under the colorful brilliance of the palace, the entire Yao Mountain was as bright as day, and every detail of Yao Mountain could be seen clearly. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to walk forward, and still stayed at the protrusion, sizing up the palace from afar. This palace was somewhat similar to the incense cult's Emotian Palace, with carved beams and painted pillars, and a majestic palace gate. It really had a great style. However, from afar, it seemed a lot smaller than Emotian Palace. However, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this was only because she was standing far away, and the palace was in the air above Yao Mountain, so it looked small. If it really was compared to Emotian Palace, it would be countless times bigger. When the palace gate faced the south side of Yao Mountain, it stopped rotating. There was a plaque above the gate, but Zhang Xiaohua was too far away, so she couldn't see it clearly. After thinking about it for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth and formed a hand seal. His figure flashed to the ground, heading straight for the foot of Yao Mountain. When the palace stopped rotating, a black area the size of the palace appeared in the night sky. This black area was even darker than the night sky, and it could be seen with the naked eye. In this red area, there was a flash of lightning, followed by a series of thunderclaps. After the thunderclaps, the black area slowly shrank. At the same time, the palace that was still floating in the air a moment ago emitted a buzzing sound and gradually descended towards Yao Mountain. After last night's battle, all the disciples of the 4 sects left Yao Mountain. There was not a single person left on Yao Mountain. However, just as the palace was descending, on the south side of Yao Mountain, near the waist of the mountain, there was a sudden distortion of light. The trees gradually disappeared, revealing a large open space. On the open space, there were dozens of disciples dressed in Aqua Cloud's uniform. Among these disciples, there were 2 people holding a half-foot-long brocade cloth. The brocade cloth's brilliance had dimmed, as though it was suppressed by the pressure of the palace. When the group of disciples saw the brocade cloth in their hands shrink, they looked at the palace above their heads and cried out in alarm. They no longer dared to stay on Yao Mountain. Each of them used their qinggong to rush down Yao Mountain and ran toward the camp between the clouds and the water. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't see Bai Yanqiu's expression, she could imagine the embarrassment on Bai Yanqiu's face. Less than an hour later, the heavens and earth began to shake, and the ground began to tremble. Only then did the floating palace truly land on Yao Mountain. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already arrived near the camp between the clouds and the water. When she emerged from the ground, everyone was staring at the dazzling palace in a daze. No one noticed that a middle-aged man of average height had appeared in front of the camp between the clouds and the water. As soon as the loud rumbling sound was heard, a dozen or so figures flew over from the east and west sides of Yao Mountain. Even more people used their qinggong to gather around Aqua Cloud's camp from the ground. For a moment, the entire south side of Yao Mountain was in an uproar. "Look! There's a flight of stairs in front of the palace!" Someone shouted, and everyone was pleasantly surprised. They all stopped and looked at the magnificent and gorgeous palace again. Sure enough, at the majestic palace gate, there was a flight of stairs that was only big enough for one person to pass through. It slowly extended down Yao Mountain to the foot of the mountain. For a moment, no one dared to act rashly. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't the only one who knew about the aura that came from the palace. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Everyone thought that when the flight of stairs extended from the palace gate to the foot of the mountain, the palace gate would definitely open, and the immortal who had released the terrifying aura would definitely push the door open. However, when the flight of stairs extended to the foot of the mountain, the palace gate still hadn't been pushed open. Instead, the signboard that had been covered by the 7-colored brilliance was gradually revealed. There were 2 incomparably huge words that appeared in front of everyone's eyes. These 2 words weren't ancient words, so no one knew what they meant. They only felt a sense of insignificance in their eyes. On the south side of Yao Mountain, around the palace's flight of stairs, tens of thousands of martial artists stood with their heads held high, silently waiting for something. However, after another hour, there was no change in the palace. At this moment, an old man who was closest to the flight of stairs suddenly stood up. His body straightened, and like a wisp of smoke, he rushed up the stairs. "Li Su, how dare you!" Behind him, Bai Yanqiu and Bai Zhongmen between the clouds and the water were incomparably embarrassed and angry. Li Su didn't turn around. He channeled all the internal energy in his body to his feet and focused on using his qinggong. With a whoosh, everyone came to their senses. They all mobilized the internal energy in their meridians and prepared to use their qinggong to rush up the stairs. At this moment, a brilliance brighter than the full moon rose from the west side of the stairs. It flew at an extremely fast speed towards Li Su, who was about to step onto the stairs. It was the Molu Pearl of the Dalan Temple's master Yuan Ming. Seeing this, Li Su was shocked. However, his feet didn't stop moving. His right hand pulled out a dagger from his waist, wanting to block it. Who knew that when his dagger stabbed into the Molu Pearl, he only felt his hand lighten. He stabbed into empty air. Before he could turn around to look for the Molu Pearl, he saw a bright light. The Molu Pearl suddenly appeared in front of him. Before Li Su could react, the Molu Pearl hit Li Su's forehead. With a piu sound, the Molu Pearl easily broke Li Su's head. Li Su didn't even make a sound. His corpse fell to the side of the stairs, and his feet were only half a step away from the stairs. Ah! Seeing Li Su's tragic death, those who hadn't moved yet all stopped. However, their internal energy was circulating rapidly in their meridians. They wanted to find a more suitable opportunity. "Bai Zhongmen, please ask your disciples to retreat 10 feet. A voice sounded from the west side of Yao Mountain. It was the Dalan Temple's abbot, Master Chong Sheng. "Ridiculous!" Bai Yanqiu sneered. "Master Chong Sheng, don't forget that the south side of Yao Mountain is where I'm stationed between the clouds and the water. What right do you have to ask us to retreat 10 feet? Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip." Chapter 1169. As soon as Bai Yanqiu finished speaking, a small awl flew up from the ground. It was Taoist Hao Feng's lightning awl. The lightning awl flickered with electricity as it flew towards the Molu Pearl, forming a stalemate with it. Whoosh! The demon-subduing pestle in Taoist Yuandao's hand also expanded, emitting a faint Buddhist light as it flew to the side of the Molu Pearl. "Hee, the Dalan Temple only knows how to bully others." A voice rang out from the crowd between the clouds and the water. Taoist Hao Yu's lightning hammer also transformed into a huge hammer and flew into the air to boost their morale. "Amitabha Buddha! Excellent, excellent!" A deafening Buddhist chant resounded throughout the entire place. A 7-colored circle slowly rose from the side of the Dalan Temple. In the middle of the circle was a cross-shaped intersection. The intersection formed a corner outside the circle. The 5-colored brilliance was emitted from the surroundings of the circle, while the black and white colors were emitted from the intersection. "Wheel of Evolution?" A cry of surprise came from Xueqi. Just as the words left his mouth, a series of rapid thunder came from the place where the voice came from. It was also a round object with a faint red glow that suddenly rose up. That object also grew bigger and bigger. When it reached midair, everyone could clearly see that it was a huge drum. Although there was no drumstick, faint drumming could be heard from the big drum. And that drumming was actually the sound of thunder. "Sky-shaking drum?" The deafening voice laughed. "This set of ancient artifacts has indeed been obtained by the Shendao sect. But,
Even if you have the sky-shaking drum, what can you do? Sure enough, although the sky-shaking drum was very intimidating and had a slightly stronger power when combined with the lightning hammer and the thunderall, it still seemed a little weak under the seven-colored brilliance of the Wheel of Mortal Evolution and the Buddha's light of the demon-subduing pestle and the Molu Pearl. What if we add the plain cloud white flag? An old female voice rang out from the incense sect. Then, a small flag flew into the air and unfolded slightly. Countless tiny white lotuses surrounded the sky-shaking drum, lightning hammer and lightning all, blocking the Buddhist light outside of the white lotuses. Master Xueqi, you? An old monk wearing an ordinary kasaya flew into the air. It was Master Tiangang who had just chanted the Buddhist chant. What about me? Master Tiangang? Nun Xueqi also flew into the air and said coldly, "This immortal mansion has no owner. Anyone can snatch it. Could it be that your Dalan temple wants to bully my incense sect because we have fewer people?" Master Tiangang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Nun Xueqi sneered. Dalan temple's plan. You set a trap to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. You can kill Sakura and Tenryu sect's vitality. And injure 10 sex people. You can't the sex people, and 10 sex ants and Tenryu sect. S sect has. And you can sex. You can. S sect sex and use. What a perfect plan. This old woman is full of admiration. Xueqi, what kind of person is this old monk? How can I do such a despicable thing? Xu Jie's matter was just this old monk's negligence. Last night, this old monk also felt guilty and chanted the Sutra of Rebirth 100 times in front of Buddha. Shut up, Master Tiangang. It's useless to say anything. My junior Xu Jie is no longer here. Even if you chanted the Sutra of Rebirth 10,000 times, will she be able to come back to life? Moreover, you Dalan temple made the Shun Dao sect retreat the moment you came. Yet you rushed forward. Isn't this clearly showing that you're trying to hide 300 taels of silver here? If it wasn't for your Dalan temple having thoughts of meddling with the immortal mansion, would you have done this? Since you've done this, then the fall of my junior Xu Jie. Wouldn't there be a very good explanation? Nun Xueqi didn't listen to Master Tiangong's words. Amit ba. Xueqi, you are determined to help the Shindao sect? Master Tiangang asked. Yes. Nun Xueqi answered without hesitation. So it's like this. Master Tiangang looked at the steps of the immortal mansion not far away and nodded. Although these steps can only allow one person to go up, it can't be said that only one person can go up. We can all go in, but who can go in first? Won't that person have a better chance? Master Tiangang? Nun Xueqi mocked. If the Dalan temple is merciful, seeing that my junior Xu Jie has already fallen, would they let my incense cult be the first to go up? If my Dalan temple martial nephew Yuan Wu hadn't fallen, this old monk would agree. But martial nephew Yuan Wu also fell with Xu Jie last night. Tell me, can this old monk let you go first? Master Tiangang said faintly. Although this old monk is merciful, but, after all, I'm still a monk of the Dalan temple. I have to think of the Dalan temple. Yes, you're right. This disciple also has to think of my incense cult. Nun Xueqi replied. How about this? We'll all retreat 10 feet away for the time being and discuss in detail to see if there's any way to solve this problem. Master Tiangang said again. If we fight until we're not even in the immortal mansion, won't we become a joke? Nun Xueqi looked at the 2 magic weapons that formed a triangular formation in mid-air and nodded. This disciple has the same intention. Master Tiangang heard this and waved his sleeves, retreating backward. Nun Xueqi saw this and also retreated. Bai Yanqiu had already understood. He waved his hand and everyone between the clouds and the water retreated 10 feet, leaving the 10 feet at the end of the steps empty. But, in the air above the steps those 7 magic weapons, none of them took them back. Master Tiangang and Nun Xueqi didn't hide their conversation. Nun Xueqi even sent her voice out. The people of the Jianghu who had already gathered far away from the steps all heard it clearly. They naturally understood that whoever could enter the immortal mansion first would have a better chance of obtaining it. Last night, because of the appearance of the immortal mansion, there was already a huge massacre. Now, the steps to the immortal mansion were close at hand. Who could still calm down? If it weren't for the experts of the immortal Tao and the amazing magic weapons floating in the air, wouldn't everyone have rushed up? For a moment,
The tens of thousands of people on the south side of Yao Mountain were like a brewing flood. On the surface, they were silent, but the undercurrent was already surging in the dark. Not everyone coveted the steps. At least, Zhang Xiaohua didn't think so at this moment. Zhang Xiaohua was standing in the middle of the crowd. His face was filled with surprise and joy. He was staring at the two words on the signboard above the palace gate. From the moment the steps appeared and the plaque above the palace gate could be seen clearly, he had been staring at it. The two big words were ancient characters. No one could understand them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know either. But he had seen it before. It was when he refined the Hao Tian mirror that he knew the two words that appeared on the Hao Tian mirror. The words on the palace gate were Hao Tian. Could it be that the Hao Tian mirror is related to this palace? Zhang Xiaohua instantly thought and said, if not, why are the two words Hao Tian and Shendao sect and incense cult both have a part of the Hao Tian mirror? The more he thought about it, the more Zhang Xiaohua felt that there must be a reason behind it. The idea of seizing the immortal mansion that he had thrown away earlier came back to his mind. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to use it. The Hao Tian mirror didn't record it and Wan Wuxin didn't explain it either. Wan Wuxin wanted to leave the immortal mansion to the Shendao sect and only asked Zhang Xiaohua to bring the news of the immortal mansion to the Shendao sect. He didn't even mention the location of the immortal mansion. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his chin and thought for a while. Then, he looked at Master Tiangang and the others who were gathered in the camp between the clouds and the water. He thought to himself, I didn't expect the old monk sweeping the floor of the sutra depository to be Master Tiangang. The incense cult's Nun Xuqing's cultivation is even higher than Nun Jingyi's. She should be Nun Jingyi's teacher. Since Nun Xuqing claimed to be Master Tiangong's disciple, her seniority is one generation lower. There's no need to talk about Master Tiangong's age and cultivation. Even if I can defeat Nun Jingyi, I'm still far from being their opponent. However, if I wait for them to kill each other, with Master Tiangang around, this situation won't happen. The biggest possibility is that they will find a way to compromise and restrain each other so that they can enter the immortal mansion together. If that's the case, I can only blend in with the ordinary men of the pugilistic world and enter the immortal mansion. But in front of the ordinary men of the pugilistic world, aren't there incense cult, Dalan temple, and between the clouds and the water? Even the righteous Tao alliance is in front of them. When I enter the immortal mansion, I won't even be able to pick up trash. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, she subconsciously looked at the people from the righteous Tao alliance who were using their lightness techniques. She saw Alliance Master Zhang San standing far away. He looked at the stairs in the distance and then at Master Tiangang who was gathered for a discussion. Finally, he turned back to look at the various weapons on the stairs. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Forget it. Even the righteous Tao alliance is in front of I. How can that be? Zhang Xiaohua clenched her teeth and secretly reached into her clothes. She secretly took out the Hao Tian mirror from her money pouch. Unexpectedly, just as she took out the Hao Tian mirror, before Zhang Xiaohua could hold it firmly, the Hao Tian mirror seemed to be pulled by a huge force and immediately flew out of Zhang Xiaohua's hands. Oh no! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. This place was not far from Master Tiangang and the others. Zhang Xiaohua hid her divine sense and cultivation level so that she could take advantage of the situation. Once the Hao Tian mirror appeared, how could it not attract their attention? However, when Zhang Xiaohua reached out to grab the Hao Tian mirror, she saw the Hao Tian mirror somersaulting in mid-air. The front of the mirror rushed towards the palace gate on Yao Mountain. In an instant, the clear sky mirror emitted a faint white, misty brilliance and shone directly at the palace gate. With a buzzing sound, layers of rippling seven-colored brilliance appeared on the palace gate and passed through the brilliance emitted by the clear sky mirror. The brilliance was extremely swift. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react, it had already enveloped him. An incomparably powerful suction force pulled him straight towards the palace gates. Ren Xiaoyao? The strange movement of the Hao Tian mirror attracted Master Tiangong's attention from the beginning. However, that brilliance was so fast that it did not give anyone a chance to react. When Zhang Xiaohua was enveloped by the seven-colored brilliance, her transfiguration technique immediately lost its effect. She revealed her original appearance of a tall, thin figure with small eyes and a flat nose. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please collect me. Please tip me. Chapter 1170. Originally, Master Tiangang wanted to mediate between the Dalan Temple, fragrant religion, and between the clouds and the water to reach a tacit understanding so that everyone would be happy. However, when he saw the seven-colored brilliance in the immortal mansion and saw the protector of the incense cult flying towards the palace gate, how could he not know the reason behind it? Master Tiangang shouted, "Fragrant religion! You've gone too far!" He flew into the air and waved his hand. The wheel of divination spun rapidly and was about to catch up with Zhang Xiaohua, who was flying towards the palace gate. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's body was as light as a feather. Coupled with the unparalleled power of the seven-colored light, when the wheel of evolution started to rotate, Zhang Xiaohua's body had already entered the seven-colored ripples above the palace gate. Not even a bit of splendor splashed out, he had already disappeared. Master Tiangang was not the only one who was surprised. Bai Yanqiu, Liang Congxiu, and the others from Xueqi Club were also shocked when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure. However, the clear sky mirror was in Bai Yanqiu's palace in Xueqi Club, and the two words clear sky did not appear. She also did not associate the two words on the palace door with the clear sky mirror that she had lost. Bai Yanqiu looked at the fragrance cult with a pensive look. The monks of the Dalan Temple, Master Chongshang, Great Master Chonggang, Master Chongxing, and the Protector's disciples, Kongchan and Kongju, did not go up. They landed on the ground not far from the Righteous Alliance. When they saw the first person they knew enter the immortal abode, they were all stunned. Master Chongshang sighed, "Amitba, Abbess Jing-yi. She really racked her brains. She actually still had this trick up her sleeve. Isn't that so? We've already agreed that only the masters of the immortal Tao can fight for it. We're all just spectators. How could she let a protector get it first?" Great Master Chonggang was extremely indignant. Master Chongxing murmured, "But, even if Abbess Jingyi wanted to do something, why didn't she go in herself?" "Senior brother, don't be silly. Our Dalan Temple and Fragrant Religion had an agreement. If she went in herself, wouldn't she be openly violating the agreement? Provoking a war between the Dalan Temple and Fragrant Religion? This is disadvantageous to both sections. It's definitely not what Abbess Jingyi wanted. Priestess Jing-yi is the leader of Fragrant Religion. Naturally, she would prioritize the inheritance of our sect. It's normal for Abbess Xueqi to fight for Immortal Mansion. Ren Xiaoyao's move. This old monk doesn't understand." Master Chongshang shook his head. Yes, of course, Master Chongshang didn't understand. Even Abbess Jing-yi herself didn't understand. She saw Ren Xiaoyao's figure rising in the brilliance and almost groaned. "Ren Xiaoyao? Ah, Ren Xiaoyao?" Chen Chen had already cried out in surprise and almost jumped up. "Ren Xiaoyao, how could it be him?" Peacock's heart skipped a beat and her heart was about to burst out. She lost her composure and covered her mouth with her hand. Abbess Jingyi cried out and couldn't help rubbing her eyes with her hand. She saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure entering the palace gate and said hatefully, "Tenria's sect. It's really pervasive." Immediately, Abbess Jingyi thought of Master Tiangong's exclamation and immediately woke up as if from a dream. She said loudly, "Oh no, Master Tiang. He's going to misunderstand." Without waiting for her voice to fall, the rapidly rotating wheel of Yen Fan above the steps whizzed towards the white lotus laid out by Master Xueqi using the white cloud flag. Abbess Xueqi naturally didn't know Zhang Xiaohua. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua rush into the palace gate, she was stunned. But when she heard Master Tiangang call out that person's name and say, "Fragrant religion has gone too far," she thought it must be Abbess Jingyi's trick. Since that person was a disciple of Fragrant Religion, of course she had to protect her. Seeing the wheel of Yen Fan flying over, Abbess Xueqi sneered. "Since someone has rushed in first, there's no need for discussion. Let's rely on our own abilities." As she spoke, she waved the plain cloud white flag and countless white lotuses rushed out to block in front of the wheel of Yen Fan. However, the wheel of Yen Fan was only blocked by the white lotuses for a moment. Then, countless sword-like rainbow-colored lights pierced out from the white lotuses and smashed the countless white lotuses into pieces, turning them into ordinary chi of heaven and earth. The wheel of Yen Fan, which had broken through the white lotuses, whistled and rushed toward the plain cloud white flag in Abbess Xueqing's hand. Dong dong dong. A burst of deafening, thunder-like drum beats resounded. Circle after circle of formless ripples resounded from the air not far away, and rapidly rushed towards the mortal evolution wheel. It was none other than Taoist Master Hao Yun of the Water Cloud sect. He leaped into the air, and with a wave of his hand, he picked up the heaven-shaking drum and attacked Grandmaster Tiangang.
Hee, you still say, what?
This old monk thought you were going against the Dalan Temple because of Junior Sister.
Turns out,
you already had a plan.
Master Tiangang laughed.
Since Master Tiangang, Abbess Xueqi and Master Hao Yun had already made their move, how could Master Yuan Dao and Master Yuan Ming be idle? The Buddha's light on the Maomu pearl expanded and smashed toward the lightning hammer like a meteor. The lightning all did not show any signs of weakness. Master Hao Feng pinched a spell and countless lightning bolts appeared from the surroundings, making chi-chi-la-la sounds as they flew toward the demon-subduing pestle that had been slowly growing in the air. For a moment, above the stairs and in the air, there was a burst of light and sound. The immortal Dao experts were using their supernatural powers to fight. Looking at the ground, the Jianghu people had long been waiting for an opportunity to rush up the stairs of the immortal mansion. Zhang Xiaohua being led into the immortal mansion by the light was the fuse that caused everyone's emotions to explode. Now everyone had the same thought. Oh no, someone has already entered first. This immortal mansion is probably going to be taken by this person. If I can't follow closely behind and that person takes control of the immortal mansion, won't I have no chance at all? Now that the immortal Dao experts are fighting, they don't have the time to care about me. Shouldn't I take this opportunity to rush into the immortal mansion? Once this thought appeared, no one could control their footsteps and rushed up. Even if there was no blood-red light last night, once the human nature was revealed, who could compete with it? Disciples, listen to my order. Surround the immortal mansion and use the talismans as barriers to block the people rushing up. Bai Yanqiu saw the situation and immediately ordered. Then he looked at the elders of the Dalan Temple, Nanjing Yi of the Incense Cult, and Alliance Master Zhang San of the Alliance of the Righteous Sects and shouted, "Sect leaders, quickly come and help. If our sect's defense is broken, the ownership of the immortal mansion will be unknown." The sect leaders of the three sects naturally knew the severity of the situation. To be honest, they also wanted to rush up the stairs. However, wherever their divine senses went, there were restrictions on the stairs and they could not fly. They estimated that they could only walk up the stairs step by step. Among the four sects, who went first? Well, no one dared to go first. If one of the sects went first, the other three sects might join forces. It was also possible that they would exterminate their descendants on the spot. Containment. This was containment. Looking at the stairs that were close at hand, no one dared to go first. Hearing Bai Yanqiu's call, the sect leaders of the three sects did not dare to be negligent. They turned around and ordered, "Quickly, send orders to the disciples. All of you, go to the south side of Yao Mountain and assist the disciples between the clouds and the water. You must block the other sect's disciples." Yes. The disciples obeyed and left. Not long after, many disciples of the three sects came as reinforcements. With weapons in their hands, they rushed towards the disciples of the other sects like a tide. Immediately, flesh and blood splattered everywhere and blood flowed like a river. At this time, Yao Mountain was completely covered by the Palace of Seven-Colored Brilliance. However, there were no passageways to the east, west, and north. There was only a dazzling brilliance. Only the south side of Between the Clouds and the Water Station had a flight of stairs that led to the Immortal's Mansion. Everyone who wanted to enter the Immortal's Mansion had to first kill their way through the defenses of the three sects of the Immortal's Path and the Alliance of the Righteous Path. Only then would they have a chance to set foot on the stairs. Near Between the Clouds and the Water, there was a defensive light barrier last night. However, after being attacked by the crowd last night, it had long since dimmed. In addition, these defensive jade talismans were rarely seen between the clouds and the water. Bai Yanqiu did not have so many talismans between the clouds and the water. Now, the only thing he could do was to send his disciples to the front. Although the disciples of the various sects were highly skilled in martial arts, when faced with the flood of disciples from the various sects, they clearly did not have the advantage in terms of martial arts. A disciple from the Righteous Alliance held a long sword in his hand and stabbed a disciple in front of him to death. A disciple from another sect stabbed a long spear in his hand. The disciple from the Righteous Alliance dodged and grabbed the long spear in his hand. His body leaped forward and the sword flashed, piercing the disciple's throat. However, at this moment, A disciple from the Righteous Alliance who was better at lightness skill had already moved past him and rushed to the back of the disciple from the Righteous Alliance. The disciple from the Righteous Alliance quickly turned around, wanting to chase after the disciple from the Righteous Alliance before he could get too far away. However, just as he knocked away the disciple's weapon and pierced his back, two long swords came from the left and right to his ribs. The disciple from the Righteous Alliance was also very skilled. He quickly leaped and dodged the two long swords. Suddenly, a long rod shot out from between the swords and struck the disciple's dantian. The person who used the long rod was obviously very skilled in martial arts. This rod strike caused the disciple from the Righteous Alliance to spit out blood. Before the blood could fall to the ground, two more long swords came stabbing at the disciple from the Righteous Alliance. The disciple from the Righteous Alliance had just dodged one long sword when the other pierced his chest. Blood flowed out from the long sword and the disciple from the Righteous Alliance fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. Beside him, the two outer sect disciples of the incense cult, seeing that there was an opening, immediately raised their swords to block, and once again fought with the two long swords. The blood of the Righteous Alliance's disciples slowly flowed out, seeping into the ground. The blood of the pugilistic world's disciples that he killed also flowed out, but in a short while, it disappeared without a trace. At this time, although there was no bloody brilliance, but in the bloodthirsty crowd, who would care about such details? The battle on the ground, although it was not as exciting as the battle in the air, but compared to the cruelty, it was 100 times better. In just the time it took to eat a meal, more than 2,000 people had died on the spot. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1171. Although the disciples of the three sects of the Immortal Path and the Righteous Alliance were stronger than the disciples of the Jianghu sects, there were still casualties. Moreover, the casualties were beyond their expectations, especially the Righteous Alliance, which could not be compared to the three sects of the Immortal Path. In the time it took to eat a meal, 2,000 people had died. Among them, 1,200 were disciples of the various sects of the Jianghu, 300 were disciples of the three sects of the Immortal Path, and 500 were disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Alliance Master Zhang Sen stood not far away, his face still gloomy as he watched, biting his lips tightly. Beside him, Vice Alliance Master Chai also saw that the situation was not good. He bit Alliance Master Zhang Sen's ear and whispered a few words. Alliance Master Zhang Sen nodded slightly, looking up at the sky where Master Tian Gang and the others were fighting fiercely. He then looked at the incense cult, Dalan Temple, and between the clouds and the water, who were watching their disciples kill each other. He circulated his energy and shouted, Master Chang Shang, the martial arts of our Righteous Alliance's ordinary disciples are weak. We have already lost a lot of them. If we don't act now, I'm afraid our Righteous Alliance's disciples won't be able to hold on. Master Chang Sheng also released his divine sense. He had already seen the reason. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, Alliance Master Zhang San is right. Abbess Jing Yi by Zhang Men. What do you think? Hee. This old one has been wanting to say this for a long time. Our incense cult's outer sect disciples have also lost a lot. This old one's hands are itching to fight. Why don't we also exercise our muscles? Let the younger generation know how strong we are so that they can learn a lesson and not do things that don't know when to stop. Abbess Jing Yi looked at Bai Yanqiu and smiled. This old one has the same idea. Abbess Jing Yi, you go first? Bai Yanqiu replied. Okay. This old one will go first. Abbess Jing Yi stretched out her hand and took out a small peach wood sword. She said self-deprecatingly, This old one does not have any immortal sword techniques, so I can only control the peach wood sword. This old one has made a joke of myself. With that, he let go of his hand and formed a seal with his left hand. His index finger and middle finger came together, and the peach wood sword that was thrown into the air trembled slightly. At first, it was a little shaky, but then it quickly pierced towards a disciple of the various sects in the distance. That disciple was holding a machete in his hand, chopping towards a disciple of the incense cult who had fallen to the ground. How could he let go of the flying sword? All he saw was a black shadow flashing by. His throat felt cold, and all the strength in his body was sucked out. The machete fell to the ground, and he fell on his back. Seeing that their sect leader had made his move, Abbess Xuezhen, Peacock, Chen Chen, and the others did not hesitate. They took out their weapons and charged into the crowd. The martial arts skills of this group of inner disciples were much higher than the rest. They were like wolves in a flock of sheep, slaughtering the disciples who were charging at the front. But after all, there were too many people, and there were still many disciples behind who didn't know what was going on. They rejoiced that they were able to charge to the front, but who would have thought that they had entered the Azura field? For a moment, blood splattered all over the incense cult side. Ba. Grandmaster Longevity sighed. He looked at the disciples around him and said, "Go and face the tribulation. The origin returning tribulation is here. No disciple can escape." Yes, disciple obeys. Great Master Chonggung, Grandmaster Chongxing, and many other disciples who were guarding the Dharma all charged into the crowd with weapons in hand. Between the clouds and the water and the Righteous Alliance did the same. They sent out the last of their elites. Like fierce tigers coming down from the mountains, they charged into the crowd and killed without restraint. In the time it took to eat a meal, there were countless casualties. Corpses were everywhere. Perhaps, in the past year, the number of people who died in the entire Jianghu was not as many as the number of people who died in these 2 hours. However, the killing did not stop. Those who were still alive and wanted to rush up the stairs kept coming up. The disciples of the 4 sects were gradually becoming impatient. At this time, the battle in the air gradually came to an end. It was somewhat similar to the situation last night. Although Grandmaster Tiangang and the others were immortal-like existences in the entire Jianghu, their true cultivation was only at the late stage of the qi refining realm. They were not even in the foundation establishment realm. However, the magic tools they used were the so-called primordial divine tools, which were incomparably powerful. But behind this incomparably powerful magic tool was also a huge amount of true qi. They had held back a little in their fight last night, but today, when they saw the stairs and thought of the benefits of the immortal mansion, they spared no effort. They used all the true qi in their meridians, and the magic tools in their hands shone with a myriad of lights. Their auras were extraordinary. The consequences were obvious. After the time it took to eat 2 meals, the true qi in their meridians was completely empty. The primordial qi they absorbed from the heaven and earth was far from enough to satisfy the consumption of their magic tools. Grandmaster Tiangong's face was slightly flushed. His eyes revealed a stern look, and his fingers that were forming a seal were slightly trembling. He glanced at senior nun Xueqi, who was holding the plain cloud white flag, and clenched his teeth. He waved his hand, and the mortal wheel, which had already dimmed, turned into a flash of lightning and flew in front of him. Grandmaster Tiangang hesitated for a moment, then opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of essence blood on the mortal wheel. The essence blood seeped into the mortal wheel, and it immediately shone brightly. Grandmaster Tiangang pointed his finger, and the mortal wheel whizzed towards Taoist Master Hao Yun. Seeing this, senior nun Xueqi sneered. She unfolded the plain cloud white flag in her hand, and also spat a mouthful of essence blood on it. The same brilliance flashed, and countless snow-white lotus flowers with red threads appeared around her and Taoist Master Hao Yun, blocking Grandmaster Tiangong's mortal wheel. Taoist Master Hao Yun also didn't hesitate. He poured the rest of his Fa Li into the heaven-shaking drum, and that invisible wave attacked the mortal wheel. The mortal wheel seemed to have fallen into an invisible quagmire. It slightly swayed, and couldn't move even half an inch. At this moment, the mortal wheel suddenly spun faster, and with a crisp pop sound, the cross in the middle of the circle suddenly shot out from the mortal wheel. It was even faster than senior nun Jingyi's peachwood sword, and it shot straight towards Taoist Master Hao Yun's chest. Ouch! Taoist Master Hao Yun shouted. He changed the seal in his hand, and the heaven-shaking drum immediately expanded. Thunder rumbled on the drum's surface, and it blocked in front of him. Puff 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 puff, a series of light, almost inaudible sounds rang out. That cross broke through the wave of the heaven-shaking drum, and attacked the drum's surface. With a huge dong sound, like the sound of heavenly thunder, that cross hit the heaven-shaking drum surface, and it actually pierced through the heaven-shaking drum. The speed of the cross slowed down a bit, but it still pierced towards Taoist Master Hao Yun's chest. Taoist Master Hao Yun obviously didn't expect the mortal wheel to be so powerful. Only when the cross pierced in front of his body did he come to his senses, and immediately flew backwards. At the same time, he crushed the jade talismans in his hand, and one after another, light barriers rose from his body. Unfortunately, that mortal wheel was so powerful. It pierced through a defensive light barrier, and even after piercing through a dozen of them, the speed of the mortal wheel only decreased slightly. With another pop sound, this was the sound of the mortal wheel finally hitting Taoist Master Hao Yun's body. Taoist Master Hao Yun felt pain. He opened his mouth and with a pu sound, he spat out a mouthful of blood into the air, and his body fell from the air. Senior brother. Taoist Master Hao Yu was startled. Just as he called out, the Molu pearl that was smashing towards the thunder all made a slight turn, and attacked Taoist Master Hao Yu's back. With a pung sound, a weak light red brilliance flashed from Taoist Master Hao Yu's back. Obviously, it was Taoist Master Hao Yu's defense. However, even though that defense blocked most of the force of the Molu pearl, there was still an extremely strong force that attacked Taoist Master Hao Yu's back, and he also spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Taoist Master Hao Yu was barely able to stabilize his body. He flew to the side, and caught Taoist Master Hao Yun, who had already fainted. Ouch! You dare to sneak attack me? It was Master Tiangang's angry roar. Under Master Tiangang's feet, the peach blossom whip of Chuanxiang cult rapidly flew back to Senior Nun Xueqi's hand. Master Tiangang's feet staggered, and he couldn't stand steadily. He also fell from the sky. Master Yuan Ming, who controlled the Molu pearl to hit Taoist Master Hao Yu, didn't have time to use the Molu pearl again. He immediately flew over and caught Master Tiangang's body. At this time, only Master Yuan Dao, who was holding the demon-subduing pestle, and Taoist Master Hao Feng, who was holding the lightning hammer, were left in the air. Seeing this, the two of them also had the intention to retreat. Just as they were about to turn back, they heard a mournful cry from the immortal mansion on Mount Yao. It was the same cry as last night, and it resounded through the entire world. Then, the entire immortal mansion on Mount Yao suddenly turned red, like a burning flame. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi also converged from all directions at the same time, converging around Mount Yao. The red light of the immortal mansion became even brighter. A faint sound of beating drums was heard again, and the red light turned into the color of blood, just like last night. Accompanied by the beating of the drums, the eyes of everyone around Mount Yao faintly lit up. Their eyes were filled with an unyielding gaze, and their faces were also filled with pain and despair. In the air, Master Yuan Dao, who already had the intention to retreat, immediately stopped. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. The demon-subduing pestle left his hand and smashed towards Taoist Master Hao Feng like a mountain. Taoist Master Hao Feng did the same, and his lightning hammer transformed into a large hammer to meet the demon-subduing pestle. With a loud bang, the demon-subduing pestle collided with the demon-subduing pestle and smashed towards Taoist Master Hao Feng. At this time, Taoist Master Hao Feng's eyes were also filled with despair. He waved his hand, and the lightning hammer didn't return to save him. Instead, it smashed towards Master Yuan Dao. In a flash, the lightning hammer hit Master Yuan Dao's back, and the demon-subduing pestle hit Taoist Master Hao Feng's chest. Both of their bodies flashed with brilliance, and their defenses were broken. With two poo-poo sounds, both of them spat out blood at the same time and fell from the air. This wasn't strange. The strangest thing was that Master Yuan Ming, who caught Master Tiangang in his arms, also pointed his finger, and the Mao pearl in the air smashed towards Hao Yu. Hao Yu didn't dodge, and the lightning all rotated to counterattack Yuan Ming. Almost at the same time, both of them were hit by each other. Their bodies slanted, and their hands loosened. All four of them fell from the air. Strangely, the falling Master Tiangang pointed his finger, and the wheel of divination that was floating in the air suddenly became smaller and faster. Before Xueqi Nun could wave the plain cloud white flag, the wheel of divination hit Xueqi Nun's back from behind. Xueqi Nun also fell from the air. At the same time, the red light in the immortal mansion suddenly shone brightly, and a huge suction force came from the immortal mansion. In an instant, it sucked away all the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth that had just gathered around Yao Mountain. Chapter 1172. A huge suction force suddenly appeared from within the immortal mansion, sucking away all the energy of heaven and earth around Yao Mountain. In an instant, not even a trace of energy remained around Yao Mountain. Because the energy of heaven and earth was sucked away, the sky was originally clear and boundless. At this time, countless black clouds floated over from afar. Waves of inexplicable hurricanes were born from the 9 heavens, whistling as they blew down. Then, countless floating snowflakes also fell. The hurricanes mixed with the snowflakes, wreaking havoc in the midnight darkness. Only far away, behind the black clouds, the starry sky flickered brightly, as if countless eyes were staring at the astronomical changes on Yao Mountain. The sudden change of wind and clouds, the flying sand and stones were the portrayal of this moment. Countless Jianghu sect disciples were unable to stand firm, almost falling down, unable to even hold the weapons in their hands. The most miserable, of course, was Master Tiangang and the others who were fighting in the air. These people's actions were really puzzling. Not to mention Master Tiangang and Taoist Master Hao Yun. Taoist Master Hao Yun was hit by Master Tiangong's wheel of expansion, knocking him unconscious and falling into the air. Taoist Master Hao Yu caught Taoist Master Hao Yun. Master Tiangang was attacking Taoist Master Hao Yun successfully, but was ambushed by Abbess Xueqi with her peach blossom whip. He was also seriously injured, falling down, and was caught by Master Yuan Ming. It was perfectly reasonable for the two of them to be severely injured. It was the result of a normal battle. The other 5 people fell from the air at this time. That was extremely strange. Master Yuan Dao and Taoist Master Hao Feng originally had the intention to retreat, but after hearing the faint sound of the drum and the blood-red light, they boldly attacked again. Moreover, it was a method of mutual destruction. It was really inconceivable. There was also Master Yuan Ming, Taoist Master Hao Yu, Taoist Master Hao Feng, and even Abbess Xueqi, who was knocked into the air by Master Tiangang. It was against common sense, beyond human instinct. Master Longevity and the others were also the same. Under the light of the blood-red light and the faint sound of the drum, they activated the magic tools in their hands, injuring many people. The hurricane that followed suddenly woke them up. When they narrowed their eyes and looked at the sky, they were all shocked. Although there wasn't a trace of heaven and earth Yuan Qi, they had long been used to using the levitation technique without heaven and earth Yuan Qi. At this time, they didn't dare to consider the consumption of qi in their meridians. Master Longevity and the others immediately floated up and reached out to catch the falling Master Tiangang and the others. The Dalan Temple's Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, and Master Yuan Ming were caught by Master Chongshang, Master Chongxing, and Great Master Chonggung respectively. The Aroma Cult's Master Shu Qing was caught by Nun Jingyi. As for the 3 reverends between the clouds and the water, they were out of luck. It wasn't that Bai Yanqiu didn't have sharp eyes and quick hands, and it wasn't that he didn't pay attention to the battle in the sky. The foundation of between the clouds and the water was the shallowest among the 3 immortal sections. The battle in the sky was of course the key to whether or not between the clouds and the water could enter the immortal mansion first. Therefore, Bai Yanqiu's mentality was still different from that of Nun Jingyi and Master Longevity. Even when he commanded his disciples to resist the attacks of the various sects in Jianghu, he still put most of his attention in the sky. Seeing the 3 reverends that he relied on as a shield falling from the sky, Bai Yanqiu turned pale with fright. He hurriedly disregarded everything and activated the little qi in his meridians, using the levitation technique that wasn't very profound, to meet them head-on. Fortunately, Reverend Hao Yu and Reverend Hao Yun were originally together, and Reverend Hao Feng wasn't too far away. Bai Yanqiu first flew below Reverend Hao Yu, stretched out his hand, and used a move similar to the stellar transposition. Reverend Hao Yu and Reverend Hao Yun, who was in his hands, stopped their rapid descent and changed to a slanted horizontal flight. Liang Zhongshu, you and the others, quickly catch them. Bai Yanqiu shouted. Liang Zhongshu and the other disciples who were in the middle of killing didn't dare to be negligent. They all used their lightness skills and chased after Reverend Hao Yu's shadow. While they were busy, a gap appeared in the defense in front of them. Like a tide, there were already a few disciples from the various sects of Jianghu who had rushed out from that gap. After Bai Yanqiu saved Reverend Hao Yu and Reverend Hao Yun, he turned around and went to save Reverend Hao Feng. With just this delay, Reverend Hao Feng was already very close to the ground. Bai Yanqiu didn't dare to imagine that the emaciated Reverend Hao Feng, who had fainted, would immediately fall into several pieces. In a moment of desperation, he kicked Reverend Hao Feng's armpit, and Reverend Hao Feng's body immediately flew horizontally. However, as luck would have it, that direction was precisely the steps of the immortal mansion. Bai Yanqiu! What are you doing? Nun Jingyi was the most relaxed. She held Nun Xuqing in her arms and roared angrily. How could Bai Yanqiu think so much? She was just trying to save Taoist Hao Feng in a hurry. Now that she heard Nun Jingyi's reprimand, she rolled her eyes and said loudly, since the masters of the 3 immortal sects are evenly matched and can't decide the winner on the path of immortality, then the previous plan can't work.
Moreover, Ran Xiaoyao of the Heavenly Dragon Sect has already entered the Immortal Mansion for a long time. If we don't go in now, I'm afraid there will be an unforeseen event. Plus, there are many disciples of each sect behind us. Although the disciples of our 4 sects can resist for a while, I'm afraid it will be broken through by others in a while. Instead of that, why don't the 3 immortal sects go in now, followed by Alliance leader Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance? What do you think? Bai Yanqiu also listened to Nun Jingyi's explanation. Although he said Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect, Grandmaster Chongshang and Nun Jingyi probably knew what he was thinking in his heart. When Nun Jingyi heard this, she knew that Bai Yanqiu had pointed out Ren Xiaoyao and thought that Ren Xiaoyao was her arrangement. If she didn't agree with her suggestion, then she had a guilty conscience. Thus, she nodded and said, "That's what I think too. Let the disciples of our sect hold them back for a while. Give us enough time." Moreover, Ran Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect has already been in the Immortal Mansion for a long time. There hasn't been any change in the Immortal Mansion. I'm afraid he hasn't discovered anything. It's not too late for us to go in now. The elders of the Dalan Temple were also secretly angry. They only listened to Nun Jingyi's explanation. Although they were half convinced, they still nodded and said, "But the order in which we go in," Bai Yanqiu had already thought about it. He turned to look at the disciples who were already beginning to falter and said, "Then let's look at our light body technique cultivation. My cultivation isn't high. I'm afraid I'll fall behind the Grandmaster and the others." "Good." Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "It seems like we'll have to rely on our own cultivation. Peacock, you count. When you count to 3, we'll use our cultivation to rush up the stairs." "Yes, I'll follow your orders." Peacock put away her soft sword and leaped to Nun Jingyi's side. "Those of you who have cultivation of the path of immortality, no matter how deep it is, wait for us to go up the stairs. Maybe we'll have some immortal fate," Grandmaster Chongshang said. Bai Yanqiu was displeased. He thought for a moment and said to Liang Congshu, who had just returned with Taoist Hao Yun, "Liang Congshu, wait for us to go up the stairs. Help Taoist Hao Feng up from the stairs. If they want to go up after they wake up, then accompany them into the Immortal Mansion." "All right, your humble disciple will start counting." Peacock received Nun Jingyi's gaze and started counting. As soon as she said 3 words, Grandmaster Chongshang, Nun Jingyi, and Bai Yanqiu all moved quickly. They turned into shadows and rushed up the stairs of the Immortal Mansion. As soon as the 3 of them left, Alliance Master Zhang San was just about to lift his leg when he saw Dalan Temple Great Master Chonggang and Grandmaster Chongxing also float up. They completely ignored Alliance Master Zhang San and flew straight to the stairs. Alliance Master Zhang San was stunned. His face turned extremely gloomy. However, all he could do was stomp his feet and follow the 2 great masters up the stairs. Where was the Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect that Nun Jingyi, Grandmaster Chongshang, and Bai Yanqiu spoke of? A place that Yu Mingxin, Yang Haoya, and Wan Wuxin couldn't figure out even if they racked their brains. At that time, Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror and a rainbow-colored brilliance was projected from the palace door. It enveloped Zhang Xiaohua, and a powerful suction force pulled Zhang Xiaohua into the palace door. Zhang Xiaohua's body was like a stone that fell into the water. Only a layer of ripples was left behind and he disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua fell into the Immortal Mansion. Just as he raised his head, he was shocked by everything in front of him. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. After a long while, he slowly regained his senses. He had seen Misty School's Ethereal Palace, Incense Cult's Emotian Palace and Huayu Palace, but those so-called palaces, compared to the Immortal Mansion in front of him, were really too simple. Too small. Zhang Xiaohua also saw the exterior of the Immortal Mansion at the foot of Yao Mountain. He didn't think it was that big, but when he stood in the Immortal Mansion himself, he realized how majestic this Immortal Mansion was. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was an extremely wide passage made of purple jade. The jade in the passage looked like a piece of land without any gaps. The jade passage was about 1,000 feet long. At the end of the passage was a huge palace that was 1,000 feet tall. This palace was like the top of a pagoda. From Zhang Xiaohua's angle, he could only see a little of the decoration at the top of the palace. When Zhang Xiaohua looked back, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Behind him was the palace door that he had just entered. He saw that the palace door was also 1,000 feet tall.
Wasn't it also 1,000 feet wide on both sides? He didn't know what material it was made of, but the entire palace door emitted a faint golden light. Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the somewhat blurry archway at the top of the palace door and felt dizzy. Standing in front of this palace door, he was not much bigger than an ant. Casting a spell, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to soar into the air, but after flying 3 feet, he fell to the ground with a thud. He couldn't fly in the immortal mansion. Oh no, Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself and immediately released his divine sense. Sure enough, his divine sense could only extend 3 feet, and couldn't go any further. Why? Is there a restriction in the immortal abode? As Zhang Xiaohua thought about this, he took out the chasing dream sword and stepped into the jade passageway. Bang! A huge force was emitted from the passage, and Zhang Xiaohua's figure was sent flying into the air. Chapter 1173. This. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground with a gloomy face. It won't let me in. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. Sure enough, there was an extremely mysterious fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth above the jade stone passage. The fluctuation was different from the fluctuation that Zhang Xiaohua usually saw. It was completely beyond Zhang Xiaohua's knowledge. He tried a few more places, but was bounced back by the jade stone passage every time. Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously felt a little anxious. He knew clearly that he was just relying on the Hao Tian mirror and was drawn in by the fairies' mansion of vast heaven. Outside Yao Mountain, once the Dalan Temple, the Cult of Fragrance, and the seniors of the Way of Immortals who were fighting between the clouds and the water reached a consensus, any one of them could easily kill him. If he couldn't find the treasure and escape in advance, he was afraid that his end would be extremely tragic. What made Zhang Xiaohua most afraid was that he had exposed his true identity in the light emitted by the Hao Tian mirror in front of Nun Jingyi and the others. In the future, the identity of Ren Xiaoyao would bring him more trouble. Touching his chin with his hand, Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. By the way, this jade stone passage can't be used. What about the open space beside the passage? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He ran to the right without hesitation and then tried the ethereal steps. Lightness skill of martial arts could be used here. Sure enough, the purple jade stone passageway disappeared after 100 zhang. However, the jade stone passageway wasn't empty space above. Instead, there was a flowing river. The river was dark green and abnormally clear. However, although it was clear, the bottom couldn't be seen. There weren't any fish in the water, nor was there anything else. Zhang Xiaohua tried to release his divine sense. A burning and indescribable feeling came from his divine sense, which made him quickly withdraw his divine sense. As soon as his divine sense left the water, the strange feeling disappeared immediately. It seemed that there was also a prohibition on the water. The water was also very wide, about 100 feet. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't fly, so naturally, he couldn't cross it. Fortunately, when he looked to the right, there seemed to be another passageway. Zhang Xiaohua immediately used ethereal steps to run another 100 feet or so. Indeed, across the water, there was a blue jade passageway that was narrower than the purple jade passageway he had seen previously. This time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to step on the passage rashly. He only put the tip of his foot on it. As Zhang Xiaohua expected, a force pushed his foot to the side and did not let him step on it. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt that this force was a little weaker than before. Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Thinking about it, he did the same thing as when he was in the purple jade passage. He stepped on it and was immediately sent tumbling in the air by the force. Ha ha ha, it's really like that. Zhang Xiaohua thought and didn't stay any longer as he ran to the right. Beside the blue jade stone passage, there was also a quiet flow of water. It wasn't any different from what he saw just now. Zhang Xiaohua didn't look anymore and directly came to another green jade stone passage. Just like the test just now, Zhang Xiaohua once again discovered that the force of this green jade stone passage was weaker than the blue jade stone passage. Don't tell me. There are other colors at the back? Also, with the difference in color, the force will become weaker? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and concluded. Then, he looked at the majestic palace door that was very far away. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay and kept running down. Next, there were green, yellow, orange, and red jade stone passages. Unfortunately, even when he reached the red jade stone passage, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't put his foot on the passage. Although the force of this red jade stone passage was very weak, but there was a needle hidden in silk. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't stand steadily on that passage. Strange, don't tell me this jade stone passage is taken by different people? Is there a difference in cultivation level? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought, but in front seems to be 100 feet tall blood-red barrier. I can't pass through it either. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua channeled his true energy to his foot and stepped on the red passage. As expected, this time, the force of the passage was much weaker. Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the passage with one foot. As expected. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua silently channeled the true energy in his meridians and put his other foot on the passage. That foot was steady, but Zhang Xiaohua felt that the force of the second foot was stronger. Just like that, Zhang Xiaohua staggered forward for about 10 steps. The force of the passage became stronger and stronger. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't take it anymore. He was pushed back to his original spot by a force that he couldn't resist. Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. Logically speaking, his hands had the strength of tens of thousands of kilograms, so his feet should have the same amount of strength. But on the 7-colored jade passageway, he was defeated, and the thing that was defeated was the strength that he was so proud of. If I can't pass through this passage, Nanjing Yi and the rest may not be able to pass through. Zhang Xiaohua began to compare himself. Then, he looked at the blood-red light screen in the distance and rushed over again. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had already walked from the center of the palace gate to the right. Was it not more than 2,000 feet? His position had deviated from the front of the palace. But when Zhang Xiaohua walked another 5,000 feet and came to the side of the blood-red light screen, he saw that the palace in the distance was still facing him. Luckily, there was a black and white jade stone passage near the blood-red light screen. This passage was only about 10 feet long and was much narrower than the previous one. The black and white jade squares were pieced together to form a passage. If it doesn't work, I really have to think of another way. Zhang Xiaohua thought and stepped on the passage. Out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations, this black and white jade stone passage didn't have much force. After walking so far, I can finally enter the palace. Zhang Xiaohua was delighted and was about to execute the ethereal steps. But just as he increased his speed, he immediately felt the fluctuation of energy under his feet. It seemed that the strange force was about to appear again. Do I have to walk step by step? Zhang Xiaohua could only stop the ethereal steps and walked forward slowly. Indeed, as long as he walked slowly, the force would only increase slightly. I didn't do anything wrong, right? When Zhang Xiaohua had walked halfway, he already felt that from the black and white jade stone under his feet, there was an obvious force that was obstructing his footwork. There's really no other choice. I only wanted to go in and take a look to see if I could pick up 1 or 2 treasures. Why is it like this? Since you don't allow people to pass through the passage, why did you send this immortal mansion out from the void? Zhang Xiaohua grumbled inwardly. Suddenly, he thought of the terrifying aura that had spread out from the immortal abode. He broke out in a cold sweat. I came all the way here to look for treasures, not to throw my life away. This passageway is full of mysteries. If I go in, won't I be courting death? Zhang Xiaohua stopped and raised his head to look at the palace in the distance. It was really mysterious. When Zhang Xiaohua walked to the blood-red light screen, he felt that he was facing the front of the palace. Now that he had walked halfway through the passage, he realized that he had deviated from the center of the palace by a lot. Why don't I just take a look at the palace and return immediately? Zhang Xiaohua comforted himself. Since I've come so far, the aura has not appeared. Moreover, I was brought in by the Hao Tian mirror. I didn't really want to come in. Zhang Xiaohua was obsessed with money and found a lot of excuses for himself. In a while, the people from the Aroma cult, the Dalan temple, and between the clouds and the water will all come. I'm afraid that the aura won't be able to handle it. Maybe it won't be dangerous if I sneak in? It was not Zhang Xiaohua's fault. At the foot of Yao Mountain, countless people risked their lives to come to the immortal mansion to try their luck. They had already forgotten about the horror of the blood-red light screen. Now that Zhang Xiaohua had entered the immortal mansion, how could he return empty-handed? After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua continued to move forward. The second half of the passage was not as easy as the first half. The closer he got to the palace, Zhang Xiaohua felt that the force under his feet was increasing. He could only move forward by using his heart sutra to continuously send vital energy to his feet. Otherwise, he might be bounced into the flowing water on the side. The flowing water was also strange. When he stepped into the passage, he only saw that the water was about 10 feet long. But after walking for a long time, the flowing water was still at the side of the passage. It looked like it was still about 10 feet long. Zhang Xiaohua could not see through the flowing water. However, he strongly believed that if he fell into the flowing water, he would not have a good ending. Therefore, he took out a small primordial stone and absorbed the vital energy of heaven and earth from it as he continued to move forward. Before long, he was only about 10 feet away from the palace. Zhang Xiaohua realized that he was already far away from the center of the palace. He was almost at the leftmost side of the palace. Moreover, there was no obvious door to the palace. There was only a huge purple light screen in the center, and then there were blue, cyan, green, yellow, orange, and red light screens. These light screens were of different sizes. As the colors changed, they became smaller and smaller. To the right of Zhang Xiaohua, next to the red light screen, there was a pale white light screen that was a head taller than Zhang Xiaohua. Maybe that white light screen is the black and white passage. The door to the palace? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. At this moment, on the black and white passage, there was another strange change. The force that was going up suddenly reversed and suddenly went down. A huge force pressed down on Zhang Xiaohua from above. Zhang Xiaohua was thinking about how to get in and out of the palace. This change was completely unexpected. He staggered and almost fell into the flowing water. "Are you kidding me?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted angrily. He quickly stabilized his body and used a little strength to stabilize himself. When Zhang Xiaohua stood properly, the force did not decrease. It was as if there was 1,000 pounds of mountain pressing down on him. Chapter 1174. The pressure on Zhang Xiaohua's body was extremely heavy, probably more than 1,000 jin. When Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked to the end of the passage, the pressure had increased to more than 10,000 jin. Luckily, this weight was still considered light for Zhang Xiaohua. When he stepped out of the black and white passage, the pressure suddenly disappeared without a trace. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was the pale white light curtain. His left hand clenched tightly on Chasing Dream. Zhang Xiaohua did not move to the side. He knew that since he could not walk through the red passage, then he could forget about the red light curtain that was opposite the red passage. When Zhang Xiaohua easily passed through the white light curtain, an extremely strange feeling rose from the bottom of his heart. It was as if there was a divine sense that he could not detect scanning his entire body. A feeling of nowhere to escape also arose spontaneously. But before he could think carefully, he was shocked by what he saw in front of him. This was an incomparably huge space. At the top, there were the sun, moon and stars. Thousands of stars were shining brightly and these stars were moving and shining. It was no different from the usual starry sky. The orbit of the sun, moon and stars faintly matched with Zhang Xiaohua's sky Dao starry sky. Looking at the bottom, there was a passage paved with 7 colored clouds. That passage was like the clouds. Below the passage was mountains, rivers, grasslands, deserts, etc. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be standing on top of the 9 heavens, standing on top of a white cloud, looking down at the earth. After standing in a daze for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua finally regained his senses. It was not that he had not flown in midair before, but his flying technique was limited. The heaven and earth elemental chi was also limited. It was impossible for him to fly to an extremely high altitude. Although he had long enjoyed looking down from above, but that height could not be compared to this. Of course, when Zhang Xiaohua was comprehending the sky Dao and the union of heaven and man, he also had this feeling. But that was because his consciousness was constantly increasing. The deepest impression was of the sky Dao. He was afraid that he would not be able to remember such details. That's 5 Claws Peak in Yaoshan? In the middle of the faraway sky, there was a huge throne. It was shining with 7 colored brilliance. Just below the throne, there was a small hill. At this moment, under the hill, there were countless thin things that looked like ants. They were wriggling non-stop. Beside the hill, there was a peak that looked like 5 fingers. Zhang Xiaohua wiped his eyes and cried out in disbelief. Just as he was about to take a step forward to take a look, The white cloud under his feet moved and slowly flew forward. The closer he got to the seven-colored throne, the bigger it got. Yao Shan could finally see it clearly. However, when he reached a certain distance, the white cloud could no longer get any closer. No matter how much he tried to move forward, the white cloud would slip to the side and move in another direction. Near the left side of the throne, there were many clouds of various colors floating leisurely. So that's how it is. After looking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua could see some clues. Although there were many clouds of different colors, they all followed a certain pattern. The purple clouds were at the front, very close to the huge throne. Beyond that, there were blue, green, yellow, orange, and red clouds. On Zhang Xiaohua's side, there were only some faint white clouds. On the other side of the throne, there were some dark clouds. The clouds are also divided into levels. Just like the passageway outside the palace, the higher the level, the closer to the center. In this palace, the closest to the throne in the center. Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, he suddenly realized that 4 ancient words had appeared out of thin air above the throne. The words were actually formed from dragons and phoenixes. When Zhang Xiaohua looked at them, he really felt that the 4 ancient words were like dragons flying and phoenixes dancing in the air. It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua did not recognize any of those 4 characters. They were different from Haotian. Seeing that there was nothing to gain in this palace, Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously looked around. In front of him, behind the throne in the center, there was a white light screen. Zhang Xiaohua controlled the cloud and flew towards the light screen. When he arrived at the light screen, he reluctantly turned his head back. To his surprise, he discovered that the huge throne was facing him. Isn't that so? From the moment I entered the palace, the throne was in the center, and it was facing me. I followed the cloud and walked very far, but the throne was still facing me. After passing through the light screen, Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about the magical scene just now. The immortal Tao is really magical. How do they do it? Zhang Xiaohua muttered as he raised his head to look ahead. This seemed to be a side hall of the palace, and there were many doors that were similar to the light screens. In front of these doors, there were passageways of different colors. Zhang Xiaohua looked down and saw that there was a black and white passageway under his feet that led to a small hall that was flashing with a white light screen. Zhang Xiaohua followed the black and white passageway and entered the small hall. This small hall was very different from the main hall. It was very ordinary, with only a few ordinary decorations. It looked empty, and the floor was also made of black and white jade. Zhang Xiaohua walked on it and did not find anything strange. In front of this small hall, there was a long table with nothing on it. In the middle of the small hall, there were a few green praying mats placed randomly. In addition, in the 4 corners of the small hall, there was an identical incense burner. At this time, the incense burners were empty, and there was not even a speck of incense ash. Zhang Xiaohua walked closer and released his divine sense to scan through everything. Other than a few praying mats that were similar to the ones in his money pouch, the rest didn't have any fluctuations of heaven and earth yuan qi. Most likely, they were just ordinary items. After putting the praying mats into his belt, Zhang Xiaohua came out from another exit of the small hall. The exit of this small hall was facing a round arched light screen, just like a moon door. And in front of this moon door, there was only a black and white passageway. Maybe only people in the black and white passageway can walk through? Zhang Xiaohua thought, but he immediately came to a realization. Perhaps anyone who could walk in any other color would be able to walk through the black and white tunnel. The passageways were divided into red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple. The further one went, the higher the level, and the lower the color passageway or the palace door formed by the light screen, the higher the level. And people who walked through the lower colored passageway could not walk through the higher colored passageway or palace door. After passing through the white moon door, there was a huge open space in front of him. The open space was divided into many small individual pieces. In the small pieces, there seemed to be soil of different colors, and there were extremely different restrictions. In the middle of the open space, there was even a round pond. Is this a vegetable garden? Zhang Xiaohua walked all the way, looking left and right. To be honest, the layout of this open space was extremely similar to the vegetable garden of a certain family in the Guozhuang house. It was no wonder that Zhang Xiaohua thought so. When he walked to the pond in the middle, his divine sense saw that the water in the pond was rich in qi of heaven and earth. It was not inferior to the mountain spring in the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua then understood. Could it be that this place is used to grow herbs? Poor Zhang Xiaohua. Ever since Huanxi Manor, he had been tending to medicinal plants. Even after he came to the aroma cult, he was still planting medicinal plants. But he had never seen how the Tao of Immortals planted medicinal plants. The soil was of different colors, and the primal energies of heaven and earth were different. Furthermore, they were protected by seals. Naturally, he didn't know the ins and outs of the matter. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua could not find a single medicinal herb even after looking through the entire plot of land. Furthermore, each small piece of soil had an extremely powerful restrictive spell on it. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to take the soil away, there was no way for him to do so. But Zhang Xiaohua sighed. Without delay, he looked at the light screen on the other side of the open space and went out of the light screen. Out of the light screen there was a place like a corridor. This light screen was in an inconspicuous corner of the corridor. Next to the corridor, there was a passage that could only allow one person to pass through, and halfway down this corridor, there was another corridor that was connected to this one. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the narrow black and white passage. When he reached the intersection of the two corridors, the black and white passage came to an abrupt end. It turned out that the other corridor did not have any color. It was just a gray passage that cut off the corridor, and at the other end of the corridor, various colored passages reappeared. Where does it lead to? I don't know if I can walk through it. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the intersection of the two corridors. He did not dare to move forward. He looked left and right. The left seemed to lead to the back of the big palace. Zhang Xiaohua tried to step on the ground. The gray ground did not produce any force, and the ground was soft. Just as Zhang Xiaohua stepped on the ground, the meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body trembled. The true qi in the meridians was also rapidly circulating. Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling that her meridians had a life of their own. This life of meridians seemed to have felt that there was something on the left that attracted it. Is there a mistake? Zhang Xiaohua was frightened. What was behind this palace? It could actually attract the true qi in the meridians? Zhang Xiaohua naturally did not believe that the meridians had a life of their own. She only thought that the true qi was attracted by the thing behind the palace. Should I follow the black and white passage? Or should I take the risk and walk on this gray path? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but ponder. Needless to say, just by looking at the small hall that Zhang Xiaohua could enter just now, Zhang Xiaohua knew that the black and white passage was the lowest color in this immortal mansion. The places that one could go to were the lowest level places. The possibility of there being good things in these places was really too small. Let's go. Even if I don't go now, when Master Longevity and the others come, they will also go. I'd better walk in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua quickly made up her mind. The gray passage could not be penetrated by divine sense. It looked strange, but walking on it was different from the smooth black and white passage. It was rough, and it was no different from walking on a normal mountain path. Chapter 1175. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how long he had walked. It seemed that in this gray passage, he couldn't feel the passage of time. Perhaps it was a cup of tea, perhaps it was a meal, perhaps it was several hours. The scenery around him kept changing. With every step he took, he felt that he had arrived at a new place. After walking for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was too lazy to look around, until an ordinary stone staircase appeared in front of him. At the top of the staircase was a diamond-shaped hut similar to a Buddhist shrine. Moreover, that hut actually had an open door. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. This immortal abode was full of strange things that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't figure out. Suddenly, an ordinary thing appeared, an ordinary hut. How could he not be shocked? Holding Chasing Dream in his left hand, Zhang Xiaohua tried to put his foot on the staircase. The staircase didn't have any reaction, and the hut didn't move either. Zhang Xiaohua then put his foot on the second step. Until he reached the door of the hut, there was no reaction. Looking at the empty door, it was pitch black inside and he couldn't see anything. When Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense, sure enough, that ordinary-looking door also had a restriction that blocked Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, his divine sense didn't find anything special about this restriction. It was similar to other restrictions that he had seen in other places. Zhang Xiaohua first pierced Chasing Dream into the door. Seeing that there was no abnormality, he flashed in. Sure enough, that restriction didn't change. It didn't have any intention of stopping Zhang Xiaohua. However, when Zhang Xiaohua entered the hut, before he could see clearly what was inside, a huge force pressed down on him from all directions. It was more than 100 times stronger than what he had encountered in the black and white passage. Damn, I knew it! Zhang Xiaohua had just thought of this when his body unconsciously became sluggish. He felt as if there were countless mountains pressing down on him. His entire body couldn't move. Luckily, this was Zhang Xiaohua. If it was anyone else, wouldn't they have been crushed into meat paste? Crack, crack. That was the sound of Zhang Xiaohua's bones being pressed down by a huge force. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians seemed to be shackled and she couldn't move a single bit. Raising her head with great difficulty, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes also moved with great difficulty. Only then could she clearly see everything in this small house. This small house was completely empty. There was nothing inside except for a door in front of him that could be vaguely seen. Strange patterns appeared on the diamond-shaped walls and the pointy roof. Zhang Xiaohua had never seen these patterns before, but they were similar to the patterns around the Hao Tian mirror. However, those patterns didn't flash with any brilliance. It didn't seem to be directly related to this huge force. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She wanted to release her divine sense to see what was wrong with these patterns. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua realized that her divine sense was also tightly pressed down in her Naiwen palace. She couldn't release it at all. Weird. Zhang Xiaohua only had this word in his mind. He really didn't know how there could be such a huge force in an empty room. Could it be that the floor of this hut was the same as the jade passage outside? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua lowered her head. The floor was also gray and was similar to the passage outside the hut. She couldn't see anything strange. Zhang Xiaohua tried to lift his leg and take a step forward. However, just as he lifted his leg, an even heavier force pressed down on him, trying to stop him from lifting his leg. Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and lifted his leg up forcefully. On the crystal-clear bones in his leg, there was a faint glow that was almost invisible to the naked eye. There were a few more thin red lines. Zhang Xiaohua finally lifted his leg and took a step forward. Then with a loud pang, he landed heavily on the ground. What is this? Just as Zhang Xiaohua's foot landed on the ground, a purple thing suddenly appeared from the gray ground. Then, like a nimble fish, it twisted its body and disappeared. It's probably something good, right? Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself. Then, he lifted his leg again and took a step towards the place where the purple object disappeared. This step was as difficult as before, but Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little easier than before. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had an idea. He put Chasing Dream into his embrace with much difficulty. Then, he took a stance and started to use the Big Dipper magical fist. Today, Zhang Xiaohua was in a hurry. When he woke up early in the morning, he didn't use it consecutively. Now that he saw such a heavy force pressing down on him, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that he suddenly had the idea of using the Big Dipper magical fist. Sure enough, under the pressure of 1,000 catties, using the Big Dipper magical fist was not an ordinary kind of effort. If not for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was extremely familiar with the 108 moves, this fist technique might have been full of mistakes. Although it was extremely difficult to execute the Big Dipper God fist, the effect was obvious. The cool stream that came from his left foot had never been so slow in his life, nor had it been so thick. After finishing a set of Big Dipper God fist, Zhang Xiaohua was so tired that his forehead was covered in sweat, but the bones in his body were tight and comfortable. He opened his mouth and almost moaned. Then, Zhang Xiaohua started a second set. When the second set started, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his fists and feet seemed to be lighter. The cold flow also became faster. Could it be that it's really useful? Zhang Xiaohua thought and focused on honing his bones. What Zhang Xiaohua didn't know was that as the cold flow flowed, the redness on his bones increased. After finishing the Big Dipper magical fist, Zhang Xiaohua did it again as usual. In the end, a surprise finally came. The Big Dipper magical fist that Zhang Xiaohua had been practicing for a long time leveled up again. A new round of bone-honing cold flow rose from the soles of his feet. Ha ha ha! Zhang Xiaohua laughed from the bottom of his heart. He thought to himself, let's not talk about other things. My Big Dipper magical fist hasn't improved for a long time. To be able to level up in this inexplicable place, it's already not a waste of time. Zhang Xiaohua did it 4 more times, and the cold flow also appeared 4 more times. Until the 5th set, the cold flow didn't appear. However, by the 5th set, Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist was already strong and vigorous. It wasn't any different from when he used it outside. The strength that was as heavy as 1,000 caddies earlier was also much smaller now. Although Zhang Xiaohua's movements were still a little sluggish, it couldn't be compared to when he couldn't move an inch earlier. It's coming out again. Zhang Xiaohua had just stopped his fists and feet when the purple thing flashed past his ear. Could it be the dense purple gas? Zhang Xiaohua saw it more clearly this time. It was a wisp of purple gas, similar to the purple gas he saw when Byron was born. This is good stuff. Why would it appear here? Zhang Xiaohua thought of the situation where he used Chasing Dream to absorb the dense purple gas and then used Chasing Dream to break the array. The nameless part of his left arm didn't flow out for a long time now. He was helpless against many arrays. If he could absorb this dense purple gas, wouldn't Zhang Xiaohua have more confidence in this immortal abode's arrays? As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and took out Chasing Dream. His eyes searched left and right. That wisp of purple chi was extremely agile, appearing in different parts of the house from time to time. There was no pattern to it at all. Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream for a moment before stopping. He stood quietly in the middle of the house, his eyes darting around as if he was waiting for a rabbit to appear in a tree stump. Sure enough, not long after, that purple gas passed by Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua used Chasing Dream and used the nameless swordsmanship to stab at the purple gas. Although this dense purple gas was very agile, it was originally a dead thing. How could it know how to dodge? Zhang Xiaohua's sword pierced through. That purple gas was sucked into the small sword like water by Chasing Dream. Then, it flowed along Zhang Xiaohua's left arm and disappeared into the nameless place. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and kept Chasing Dream. Looking left and right, he didn't find any other purple gas. Only then did he walk towards the door on the other side. The door on the other side was also open. It was similar to the door Zhang Xiaohua had entered through. There was only a layer of restriction that isolated divine sense. When Zhang Xiaohua walked out of that door, he was welcomed by a wave of blood. A gray passage led to a round palace. That palace was the first one that had appeared when the immortal abode had first appeared. Only at this time, that nest-like palace was glowing even more brightly. As for Zhang Xiaohua's true energy, it had been quiet the entire time, but as soon as it emerged from the hut, it began to seethe with excitement. It was almost as if it were challenging Zhang Xiaohua to continue onward through the gray passageway, all the way to the circular palace. That's strange. What could be in that palace? Could it be the immortal who emitted such a strong aura from before? Zhang Xiaohua was very hesitant. After walking for so long, she hadn't met any immortals. If there were any, it would most likely be in this round palace. Should I go or not? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but hesitate. Right at this moment, an extremely clear and melodious cry of a bird resounded from within the round palace. After that, there was no movement within the palace, and even the red light had vanished. But the true qi in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians was still rushing, as if sensing Zhang Xiaohua's hesitation. Ai's character has always been good. Why don't I go and take a look? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. I'll just go to the door and take a look. If there's any danger, I'll run. It should be fine. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua walked towards the round palace. The gray path from the small house to the round palace was extremely long. Zhang Xiaohua felt that she had walked for a long time before reaching the front of the palace. Only when she reached the front of the palace did Zhang Xiaohua realize that this round nest-like palace was actually bigger and taller than the palace directly opposite the entrance of the immortal abode. Moreover, this palace didn't have stairs. An incomparably large red light screen towered in front of Zhang Xiaohua. It was abnormally smooth. Obviously, this was the only entrance to the palace. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1176. Not to mention that the round palace was enormous. Even the blood-red light screen in front of Zhang Xiaohua was beyond her imagination. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense couldn't reach very far. Just by looking at it with her naked eyes, she could tell that the light screen was at least a few hundred feet wide. It was even taller than Yao Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua was like an ant standing in front of the light screen. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right. The two sides of the light screen were very far away. If she went to check, she would have to waste a lot of time. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense to see if there was any restriction on the light screen. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense, she couldn't see anything in front of her. That light screen, that palace, didn't even have any signs of existence. Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. In the past, she had encountered restrictions that couldn't be seen with the naked eye but could be seen with the divine sense. This was the first time she had seen a restriction that couldn't be seen with the naked eye but couldn't be seen with the naked eye. As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua took out a light red fire talisman and hid it on the light screen. A small flame burned on the light screen, but the light screen didn't move at all. The flame slowly disappeared on its own. Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror and pointed it at the light screen. She shook it again and again, but the light screen and the clear sky mirror didn't have any reaction. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Her divine sense couldn't see the light screen, so naturally, she couldn't break the restriction on the light screen. The fire talisman hit the light screen, but it couldn't pass through. Obviously, it was blocked, which meant that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't enter at will. This blood-red light screen looked a little dizzy, and Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to try it herself. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes darted around as she pulled out the Crimson Spirit Protection and Dragon Binding Hoop. The Crimson Spirit Protection appeared above her head, protecting her entire body. With a pinch, the Dragon Binding Hoop flew out and slammed into the blood-red light screen. With a pung, it was as if it had collided with something extremely hard. The Dragon Binding Hoop bounced back. Thankfully, the light screen didn't have any resistance. Sigh, looks like I can only use my last move. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and reluctantly pulled out the Chasing Dream sword from his chest. He had just obtained the flowing qi from the nameless part of his left arm. That was something that Zhang Xiaohua needed to save his life. He was indeed reluctant to part with it. Why don't we take a look around? Who knows what's inside the bird's nest? Don't go for wool and come home shorn. Zhang Xiaohua was still hesitating with the small sword in her hand. With a wang sound, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians began to tremble again. The true qi in her meridians began to boil, and her true qi began to circulate uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaohua was extremely bewildered. As she circulated the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to regulate her true qi, she muttered to herself, What's going on? My true qi has never experienced such a situation before. Why does it seem like there's life here? It feels like this is a protest? A demonstration? As if it's showing off? Perhaps it's because I don't have a master to guide me in my cultivation, and this cultivation has gone awry? Or perhaps it's the so-called unstable foundation, and the precursor to qi deviation? Thinking about qi deviation, Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed. Her heart palpitated, and her previous hesitation was swept away. If this round palace could solve the problem of her cultivation, even if she had to take some risks and waste some of her true qi, then it would be worth it. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua's left hand slashed with Chasing Dream, and the nameless sword technique pierced out. The true qi that had not been seen for a long time flowed out from Zhang Xiaohua's left arm, and directly entered Chasing Dream. When the tip of Chasing Dream's sword touched the light screen, it was like a piece of metal, hard and difficult to pierce. But when the true qi entered the sword tip, the light screen instantly softened, like a thin film, and with a single slash, it opened up. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to delay. When the opening was wide enough for a person to pass through, he immediately jumped in, not even daring to retract the Crimson Spirit Shield above his head. But when he entered the palace, he did not suffer any attacks. Instead, everything in front of him left him flabbergasted. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua, whose mouth was wide open, shook his head as if he had just awoken from a dream, and laughed bitterly as he lifted his feet. How could Zhang Xiaohua not be shocked? The interior of the palace was rather big, so big that it exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Even though he had already seen the exterior of the palace, the interior was many times bigger than the exterior. Unlike the previous palace, this time Zhang Xiaohua was standing on the ground, and in front of him was a ground that was a mixture of gravel and bare primordial stones. A bleak wind blew past, and Zhang Xiaohua's hair fluttered. Looking at the endless wasteland, an ancient aura hit him in the face, making him feel incomparably weathered. As he breathed, there was a faint smell of blood, and in this smell, there seemed to be a kind of restlessness, a kind of dullness, and a kind of speechless suffocation. And these were not what shocked Zhang Xiaohua. What shocked Zhang Xiaohua the most was that he saw a few wild beasts in the wasteland that he had never seen before. One of them was a wild beast that looked like a cow in the Guozhuang house, but only had one horn and one leg. Another was round like a hedgehog, except that there were only 3 spikes, and each spike was extremely long, and even shone with a cold light. There was another one that flew in the air, thin and long like a thick tree branch, without wings, only a long tail. These wild beasts, not only did they look strange, their physiques were also incomparably huge. Although they were far away, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that each of these wild beasts was 10 times his size. What is this place? Zhang Xiaohua laughed bitterly as he lifted his feet and took a step forward. It seems like... Walking into the wasteland, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized that his feet were not really stepping on the ground, and it seemed that he could use his divine sense. But the divine sense that he was so proud of in the pugilistic world, at this moment, in this incomparably huge wasteland, it seemed really insignificant. Wah! A strange cry, deafening to the ear, almost shook Zhang Xiaohua to the ground. Then, a gust of wind blew past, and Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw that in the distance, the bull-like thing seemed to have seen something afraid. One of its feet stamped on the ground, and its cumbersome body jumped forward. This jump was actually very far. But at the same time that the bull-like jumped, a wild beast that was much smaller than the bull-like flew from the horizon. This wild beast also had a slender body, with a snake-like head, and 4 small wings on both sides of its body. With a flick of its thin tail, it drew a wonderful arc in the air and flew to the sky above the bull-like. That bull-like seemed to have sensed the arrival of the snake. Seeing that it could not escape, it turned around and jumped again. Its body was in the air, and its head was raised to the sky. With a loud sizzling sound, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as the mouth of a bull was formed from the horn, and it zigzagged towards the flying snake in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua watched from afar, and was already shocked. He had attracted the heavenly lightning before, but the lightning above the 9th heaven did not seem to be so thick. However, the flying snake didn't seem to care at all. It shook its tail lightly and dodged the attack with its slender body. The lightning swept past the flying snake's body. A faint black light flashed across the flying snake's body. It didn't seem to be injured at all. That bull-like seemed to have panicked. It jumped again, and its horn shot out another bolt of lightning, but this time the lightning was much weaker. That flying snake did not even care about it, and did not even bother to move its body. When the lightning struck the flying snake, only a sizzling sound was heard, and a faint black light appeared, but it was immediately extinguished. Looking at the flying snake again, the flying snake raised its head, as if it was about to shoot something. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but open his eyes wide, to see what kind of supernatural power this flying snake had. Unexpectedly, the flying snake raised its head. Its slender mouth did not emit any light. Instead, its entire body shot towards the cow like a bolt of lightning. The cow was extremely frightened. Its body kept twisting and turning. Its single leg was also jumping left and right on the spot. It was trying its best to escape the attack of the flying snake. But it was obvious that the speed of this bull-like was much slower than that of the flying snake. The flying snake's tail turned nimbly, and its slender head directly pierced into the bull-like chest. At the same time, the bull-like body of the bull-like lightning flashed, and many arcs of light flashed out, but this was not enough to stop the flying snake. The flying snake's entire body made a sizzling sound, and the bull-like immediately fell to the ground, rolling around in pain, its single leg in mid-air. In just a moment, it turned sideways, and did not move anymore. Large puddles of blood flowed out from the bull-like mouth and nose. In a moment, that flying snake flew out from the bull-like body, and shook off the blood in the air, before flying away. Not far away, that hedgehog-like wild beast, and that slender wingless wild beast in the sky, completely ignored it. Even lightning cannot hit it. That flying snake, even if it was hit, the flying snake did not seem to be afraid. This flying snake does not seem to have any special magic, just relying on its speed and its hard head. It was actually able to drill into the bull-like body. Although the bull-like body had a defense, it was unable to stop the flying snake from eating the bull-like body. What does this mean? Could it be that magic is actually not as strong as a hard body? Zhang Xiaohua saw the scene just now, and could not help but fall into deep thought. Caw, a bird's cry, and the entire wasteland shook. The hedgehog and the unknown bird were greatly shocked, and looked towards the center of the wasteland, and immediately fled. Zhang Xiaohua's inner qi was boiling. Zhang Xiaohua awoke from her deep thoughts. Why am I thinking so much? I have not even finished cultivating this immortal Tao divine ability. Who cares which one is more powerful? It's better to solve my own problem first, and see what exactly is causing my inner qi to move so wildly. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself and walked. I can actually use the flying spell again? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1177. Zhang Xiaohua cast a spell and flew in the direction of the bird's cry. Along the way, although Zhang Xiaohua felt that he was flying very high, but, compared to the huge rocks in the wasteland, he was simply too small. This made Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously think of the Sumeru world, where Wan Wuxin was. That was also a rock. When he walked closer, that rock had already turned into a huge mountain. Could it be that this place also has the same magic? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, suddenly, an incomparably old aura descended from the sky. An incomparably huge black shadow also blocked Zhang Xiaohua's head. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. His heart thumped wildly. He immediately stopped and looked up. My goodness! Isn't this the flying snake that I saw in the distance just now? Zhang Xiaohua was so scared that he hurriedly descended from the sky and stood there obediently. He took out Chasing Dream in his hand and carefully guarded. Just now, he was far away and only knew that this flying snake was huge, but he didn't have a direct impression. Now that he was under the flying snake, he really knew how big this flying snake was. That flying snake. Its slender head was as big as the peak of Yao Mountain. On top of its head, there seemed to be a crown that was about the size of Five Claw Peak. It was black and white. Those black eyes without eyelids were as big as Jianqi Lake. Its entire body. Zhang Xiaohua was already unable to estimate. It seemed that only the remnant body of the dragon vein that he saw at the bottom of Jiuhua Peak could be compared to it. The flying snake was already so huge. How big was the cow that the flying snake drilled into just now? Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to think to know. Zhang Xiaohua was very nervous. He felt that his heart was about to jump out of his body, but he could only stand there quietly. He was afraid that he would attract the attention of the flying snake and bring an unexpected disaster to himself. It was unknown if the flying snake had noticed Zhang Xiaohua, but its huge body was hovering above Zhang Xiaohua's head. The stench coming out of the flying snake's mouth and nose made it hard for Zhang Xiaohua to breathe. She held her breath and didn't dare to look at the flying snake's eyes. She only stared at the sky and observed with her peripheral vision. Zhang Xiaohua's other hand had already formed a spell. She was just waiting for an unforeseen event, and she would immediately fly back regardless of everything. However, the flying snake continued to hover above Zhang Xiaohua's head. Its mountain-like aura made it hard for Zhang Xiaohua to breathe, but the flying snake refused to leave. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua tried to look directly into the flying snake's eyes, but the flying snake turned a deaf ear to her. Could it be that this flying snake can't see me? Zhang Xiaohua was a little surprised. But after thinking about it, it was normal. Who would pay attention to a small ant for no reason? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua tried to take 2 steps forward. Once there was a sound, the flying snake would be alarmed and the stench from its mouth and nose would come towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. While scolding himself for being rash, he immediately sat cross-legged and faced the sky. Sure enough, once he calmed down, the flying snake lost its target again. It looked left and right. Many times, its gaze swept past Zhang Xiaohua's body, but it just ignored her. Fine. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and decided not to move. He just sat there and waited for the flying snake to leave. Since he was bored, Zhang Xiaohua naturally wanted to circulate the Carefree Heart Sutra in his body. But just as he released his spiritual awareness and wanted to draw qi into his body, he was immediately sensed by the flying snake. This scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that he didn't dare to make any more movements. Not knowing how long had passed, the flying snake seemed to have lost its patience. It swung its tail and flew in the air. After a few turns, it flew towards another direction. Whew! Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was relieved. Then he thought to himself, could it be that this flying snake can't see me? Is it because I'm really too small? But this question needed to be asked to the flying snake. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have a definite answer. Then, Zhang Xiaohua got up and continued to fly forward. During this period, he met a few huge bird beasts. But perhaps it was as Zhang Xiaohua guessed. He was really small and those bird beasts were huge. None of the bird beasts paid any attention to Zhang Xiaohua. How long have I been flying? Why can't I see anything? Zhang Xiaohua was bewildered. The entire immortal abode is on top of Yao Mountain, and this palace is in the immortal abode. I've been flying for so long. I don't know how far I've flown. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling depressed, a huge collapse appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. At this point, Zhang Xiaohua's qi was boiling even more, as if it was about to fly out of his body. No matter how Zhang Xiaohua tried to circulate his qi, he couldn't suppress it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss, a thunderclap came from the top of the collapse. It was even more shocking than the previous bird cry. Then, a pale white brilliance scattered down and covered Zhang Xiaohua's body. A sacred feeling rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart, and the qi in his meridians immediately stopped flowing. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Looking at the source of the white light, he saw several things spinning above the 9 heavens. The white light seemed to be coming from there. It was too high and he couldn't see clearly. When the qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body stabilized, the white light disappeared. Could it be that there's something strange in the depression in front? Zhang Xiaohua jumped up and wanted to fly into the depression. But after flying for another 10 feet or so, he was blocked by an invisible barrier. And this barrier was even more strange. Not only was it invisible to the divine sense, even the naked eye couldn't see it. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground and his divine sense easily passed through the barrier. It was as if it didn't exist. He stretched his hand forward and there didn't seem to be anything blocking him. But when his hand reached a certain point, it couldn't go any further. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream in his left hand and stabbed forward. That barrier blocked Chasing Dream and he couldn't pierce it at all. When Zhang Xiaohua switched hands with Chasing Dream and tried to use his hand again, that barrier couldn't stop Zhang Xiaohua's hand. His hand still couldn't go any further after reaching a certain point. Strange, what's going on? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and lifted his leg to kick over. That leg also went past the barrier but was blocked again after reaching a certain point. But when Zhang Xiaohua tried to move his body forward, his thin and long body couldn't go any further. He lowered his head and looked at himself. Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin and thought for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he laughed. Could it be that it's like this? Zhang Xiaohua felt enlightened. He took off the robe that he got from Venerable Fiery Dragon and stretched his hand out again. Ha ha ha, it's really like this. Zhang Xiaohua's entire arm actually went through the barrier without any obstruction. But his waist was blocked again. It should be the problem with the belt. Zhang Xiaohua took the belt and then took out the money bag. In the end, he successfully went through the barrier without any problems. Then, Zhang Xiaohua squatted down and stretched out his hand. He went past the barrier and picked up the money bag. Indeed, the hand that was holding the money bag couldn't be retracted no matter what. It seems that this barrier is able to block all Dharma artifacts. Anything that has the qi of heaven and earth will not be able to enter. Zhang Xiaohua finally understood, but this bracelet of mine, how can it enter? Zhang Xiaohua touched the bracelet on his left arm and thought to himself. There weren't any traces of humans in the wilderness. But Zhang Xiaohua still didn't feel at ease leaving his things outside. After passing through the barrier, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to use his little sword to dig a hole to bury the things. But he didn't know what was wrong with the ground. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to find a crack in a huge rock and stuff the things in. He then used a jade talisman to set up a restriction. Only then did he feel at ease and walked into the barrier. Not far from the barrier, there was a depression. It was like a huge basin that was prepared to contain something. Zhang Xiaohua flew into the basin and released his spiritual perception. He searched around to see if he could find anything. At this moment, a loud bird's cry sounded from above Zhang Xiaohua's head. That bird's cry was filled with grief and despair. Zhang Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. He raised his head and saw that an incomparably huge phoenix had appeared in the air above his head. That phoenix was more than 100 times bigger than the flying snake that Zhang Xiaohua saw just now. "Oh no, why am I here?" Zhang Xiaohua panicked. He made a hand gesture and was about to fly away. But at this moment, the phoenix cried out 3 times. Its entire body that was covered in rainbow feathers suddenly emitted 1,000 feet long rainbow light. Then, the light was annihilated. From within the phoenix's body, there was a dark red blood color. This blood color was so bright, it was like a burning flame. It was fire. Small flames ignited from every inch of the phoenix's body, drowning the phoenix's entire body in dark red flames. A tragic cry sounded again, resounding through the heavens and earth. This phoenix was actually undergoing nirvana. At the same time, in the huge basin, there was also a dark red flame that shot up into the sky. From below, it rushed towards the wailing phoenix. Zhang Xiaohua was above the basin. He had just used the power of flight and had not flown more than 10 feet. A heart-wrenching pain came from his feet. Before Zhang Xiaohua could cry out, he immediately fainted and fell asleep. Indeed, it was midnight. Zhang Xiaohua had fallen asleep. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was screaming, a strange wave came from his body. Then, countless starlight shone through the immortal abode, through the obstacles, and onto his body. However, this wave and the starlight could not stop the flames that shot up into the sky. In an instant, all of Zhang Xiaohua's clothes, as well as the hair and flesh on his body, turned into nothingness. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1178. What kind of flame was the flame used for the phoenix's nirvana? Wasn't it one of the best flames in the world? Wisps of flame appeared out of nowhere from every inch of the phoenix's flesh, incinerating every inch of the phoenix's flesh. At the same time, the flame appeared from all directions in the void, burning towards the phoenix that was about to undergo nirvana. Zhang Xiaohua was just an ordinary person. How could she resist this innate flame? Zhang Xiaohua's body was instantly incinerated into nothingness the moment it came into contact with the flame. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not an ordinary person. Although this flame was rare in the world, there were some things in Zhang Xiaohua's body that this flame could not incinerate. Zhang Xiaohua floated silently in mid-air. Her complete skeleton from head to toe glowed in the crimson flame. Her skeleton was not an ordinary grayish-white color. Instead, it was sparkling and translucent like jade. On the jade-like skeleton, close to 50% of it was covered with thin, blood-red threads. As the crimson flame burned, not only did the skeleton not melt, the thin, blood-red threads on it extended even further. Only when they covered 60% of it did they gradually slow down. Looking at the surroundings of the skeleton, there was no longer any blood on the blood vessels that were flowing with blood. Only faint golden threads continued to circulate along the previous path, gathering at the location of the heart. At the location of the heart, there was a large ball of golden threads slowly rotating. The place where the internal organs used to be was no longer the same as before. There were only strands of golden threads that followed the circulation of the blood vessels, forming a ball of golden threads. One could still vaguely see the original outline. When he looked at Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, his original meridians had been completely incinerated. Only the dragon meridians that had been sucked into his meridians and stuck to the inner walls of his meridians were still intact. They were even growing stronger in the flames. Zhang Xiaohua's vital energy was still circulating slowly because it was in the dragon vein. The starlight that had formed a cocoon used to wrap around Zhang Xiaohua's body. Now, it was wrapping around Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. Following the circulation of the vital energy, it slowly seeped into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. What was even more convenient was that under the burning flames, the starlight was also refined into pure qi of heaven and earth, which was directly absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's head, the Naiwan Palace was also a sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the golden essence of elixir was even more dazzling. With the slight rotation of the innate divine seal, the blood jade elixir refining technique was triggered again. The flames in the Sea of Fire were directly refined into an essence of elixir by the innate divine seal. In the center of the innate divine seal, the essence of elixir that had not changed for a long time began to expand slowly. Although it was very slow, it was still an improvement. Somewhere behind her head, there was a small invisible place that looked a little strange in the flames. When the flames burned this place, it was immediately absorbed by this place. Hence, a black spot in the Sea of Fire was formed. Most of the flames in the surroundings were absorbed by this small black spot. However, in this Sea of Fire, Zhang Xiaohua was already like an ant. That small black spot was even more insignificant. The delusion breaker Dharma eye on Zhang Xiaohua's left hand was also opened. The silver eye was still emotionless. Whenever the blood-red flames burned through the delusion breaker Dharma eye, it was absorbed by the Dharma eye. There were already two things in the delusion breaker Dharma eye. One was the thunder pearl, and the other was a human-shaped stone statue. Countless lightning bolts surrounded the stone statue, constantly refining it. At this moment, the flames were also sucked in, surrounding the entire stone statue and burning it continuously. The fire used by the phoenix's nirvana had the ability to shape. At this moment, the human-shaped stone statue's facial features and limbs gradually began to appear. The only thing that didn't change was the bracelet on Zhang Xiaohua's left arm. It was still black and still warm. It didn't heat up at all because it was in the Sea of Fire. Above Zhang Xiaohua's arm, at an unknown distance, the gigantic phoenix was surrounded by blood-red flames. Its entire body was gradually turning into nothingness. Only 13,200 bright spots were left to form the outline of the phoenix. Immediately after, these 13,200 bright spots were annihilated at the same time, turning into 13,200 nothingness. Then, a powerful suction force was generated, sucking in all the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. These 13,200 bright spots appeared out of thin air again. However, they weren't as bright as before. They were abnormally dim. Once these 13,200 bright spots appeared, they immediately became 13,200 origin points that absorbed the yuan qi of heaven and earth from all directions. However, when these 13,200 bright spots appeared, they had already sucked in all the yuan qi in the surroundings. Where would the yuan qi come from now? Instantly, these 13,200 bright spots dimmed a little. With a jabe sound, an indistinct and weak cry sounded. The suction force of the bright spots suddenly increased several times. Countless cracks appeared from these 13,200 bright spots, splitting the entire space apart. The surrounding scenery was like a reflection in a bronze mirror. Along with the bronze mirror, the cracks expanded infinitely, extending from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to an extremely far place. The scene was chaotic. The entire wasteland, the space where the wasteland was located, was shattered into pieces, turning into pure yuan qi, which was absorbed by the 132 million bright spots. These bright spots had absorbed so much yuan qi of heaven and earth, and gradually grew in size, turning into 132 million pieces of phoenix flesh. The original space of the wasteland had turned into nothingness, leaving only the bowl-shaped basin under Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. At the edge of the basin, there was a cylindrical light shield that shot upwards. The phoenix that was born from nirvana was within this light shield. Looking up, above the phoenix, at the end of the light shield, there were 8 different shaped Dharma artifacts that formed a profound array that enveloped the phoenix. These 8 Dharma artifacts were bell, sword, axe, pagoda, guqin, cauldron, seal, and a stone. These 8 Dharma artifacts formed a light array that emitted a faint white light that protected the entire space. This white light was the light that sprinkled down from the 9 heavens when Zhang Xiaohua's meridians moved. At this time, the entire space returned to its original state. It was a piece of nothingness, and only the 8 Dharma artifacts and the basin below remained. However, within this space, there was very little yuan qi of heaven and earth. Only the 13,200 points of phoenix flesh that flickered with blood-red flames had stopped growing. After a moment, the phoenix's silhouette let out a mournful cry. This cry was filled with panic and grief, as if it was a kind of doomsday, a kind of reincarnation. The 13,200 points of phoenix flesh increased the suction force once again. The entire space no longer had a trace of yuan qi of heaven and earth. It was just outside the space. Inside the immortal mansion, outside the immortal mansion, and at the peak of Yao Mountain, not a trace of yuan qi was sucked in. In the middle of the 132 million pieces of flesh, An almost illusory soul essence with the outline of a phoenix gradually appeared. The soul essence had a sharp beak and long phoenix eyes. Those phoenix eyes were incomparably arrogant, but now they were filled with despair. The phoenix's eyes turned slightly, and an unparalleled aura swept across the entire space. Although it was incomparably weak, it was abnormally arrogant. Then, the phoenix's eyes noticed the cocoon of light that was enveloped by starlight around Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. In this space, only the faint amount of yuan qi of heaven and earth in this cocoon of light was being refined and absorbed by the dragon vein. The phoenix's soul essence let out a long cry. It was extremely unwilling and disdainful. With a flap of its invisible wings, the phoenix's soul essence descended from the heavens. In an instant, it was above Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. The 13,200 points of phoenix flesh also fell and landed on Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. The phoenix's flesh and blood landed on the skeleton and coincidentally covered the entire skeleton. There was no longer a trace of emptiness. The cocoon-like starlight gradually merged into the dragon vein and was absorbed by the phoenix's flesh and blood that landed on the skeleton. The phoenix's flesh and blood expanded little by little. After an unknown period of time, the flesh and blood became extremely plump and gradually, a body was formed. However, because the flesh was attached to Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton, it formed a human body. Not only the flesh on the skeleton, even the internal organs and blood in the blood vessels were all Zhang Xiaohua's original appearance. Jie jie jie. 9 consecutive cries sounded. The flesh on Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton wriggled, as if it was about to change into another shape. The phoenix's soul essence was also a little anxious inside Zhang Xiaohua's skeleton. However, the flesh wriggled a few times, but in the end, it did not succeed. The skeleton that was attached to it did not move at all. The blood that was attached to the golden threads boiled a few times, but the golden threads remained the same as before. When the phoenix's soul essence saw this, it knew that its wishful thinking had gone wrong. It spread its wings again, wanting to take flight again. Unfortunately, no matter how the soul essence struggled, the 13,200 phoenix flesh that had already fused with the skeleton and golden threads could no longer move with the phoenix's soul essence. Furthermore, as the starlight increased, the flesh became even more plump and could no longer be separated from the golden threads and skeleton. Ga, the phoenix's soul essence wailed for the last time, as if it had fallen into a desperate situation. At this moment, at the black spot behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, a desolate dragon's roar sounded, echoing the phoenix's wail. The phoenix's soul essence was surprised and hesitant, but, when it looked around, it was empty space without any heaven and earth yuan qi. The phoenix's flesh was also gradually growing from the fire. It was actually that person's body. With no other choice, it spread its wings and flew towards the black spot behind her head. When it got close, the black spot suddenly produced a strange attractive force, and the phoenix's soul essence was instantly sucked into it. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qi.com to vote recommendation and monthly. Chapter 1179. When the phoenix's soul was absorbed by the black spot behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, the 13,200 pieces of flesh of the phoenix were controlled by Zhang Xiaohua's bones and golden threads. They gradually swelled and became plump. Another Zhang Xiaohua was slowly born. There was no sense of time in the chaos. Similarly, there was no sense of time in the void. After an unknown period of time, the cocoon-like starlight slowly faded away. A brand new Zhang Xiaohua was reborn once again. Looking at the skin all over her body, a faint fiery red was faintly discernible. When Zhang Xiaohua suddenly opened her eyes, 2 unusually bright flames flashed in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. This. Zhang Xiaohua woke up and seemed to recall what happened last night. She stretched out her hands and looked at her intact hands. Then she lowered her head and looked. Ouch, she exclaimed. Needless to say, her body was exposed. There was nothing on her body. Carefully covering her vital parts, Zhang Xiaohua turned her head and looked around. Where is this? Last night, didn't I reach a depression in the wilderness? Why, this seems to be the void that Senior Huan mentioned. There's nothing here. I can't see anything? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and looked up, down, left, and right again. Under my feet. It seems to be the same as before. It's like a basin. Could it be I'm still in the depression? Zhang Xiaohua recalled the feeling before she fainted last night. She thought to herself, but what about the wilderness? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Her back almost broke out in cold sweat. Could it be? The entire wilderness is an illusory formation? Yesterday, I encountered flying snakes, cows, and hedgehogs. Were they all things in the illusory formation? Looking up, the 8 magic weapons of different shapes had fallen a lot. She could see their shapes clearly. These 8 magic weapons. What are they for? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, ouch, the phoenix. Yes, these 8 magic weapons are used to suppress the phoenix. But where did the phoenix go? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Of course, even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to scratch her head, she couldn't free her hands. Forget it, forget it. Don't worry about anything else. Let's put on the robe first. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, she felt fortunate that she had placed Venerable Fiery Dragon's robe outside the light shield. Ayo, my baby! Zhang Xiaohua was just rejoicing that she had placed all her treasures in the light shield and had not been destroyed by the blood-red flames. Immediately, she thought of the void outside the light shield. The wilderness that used to be an illusion array had long disappeared. Would her treasures still be there? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately soared up and was about to fly over the light barrier. However, the moment he touched the light barrier immediately flashed with white light and blocked him inside. What? Don't let me go out? Wasn't it easy to get in just now? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He tried to get out again, but he was still trapped inside. I can't get out. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss. She didn't know if the dream-chasing sword was still outside the light shield. Even though her left arm was flowing with energy, she didn't know if she could break the light shield. Zhang Xiaohua regretted her decision and punched the light shield. With a loud bang, the light shield shook slightly. Another ray of milky white light shone down from the array formed by the 8 magic weapons in the sky. That milky white light enveloped Zhang Xiaohua tightly. It paused for a moment, then swept 8 times in a row. It seemed uncertain. After the last sweep, the milky white light suddenly dispersed into specks of fluorescent light. Then above her head, there was a thunderous sound, shaking Zhang Xiaohua, who was standing on the basin, left and right. Then there was another earthquake. The basin under Zhang Xiaohua's feet began to shake violently. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly jumped up. When she looked down, the basin slowly shrank into the shape of a teapot lid, floating under Zhang Xiaohua's feet. The demon refining pot? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Wasn't this teapot the same as the lid of the demon refining pot in by Yanqiu's hands? The lid of the demon refining pot rotated under Zhang Xiaohua's feet and immediately flew up again. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and saw that the 8 different types of immortal treasures that he had seen earlier were all floating in the air. They were no longer in the same tight formation as before. When the lid of the demon refining gourd flew forward, the 9 immortal treasures began to spin. Then in a flash, they flew in all directions and disappeared without a trace. Looking at the light shield around Zhang Xiaohua, there was no trace of it. The array was broken just like that? I didn't seem to have done anything. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her chin, looking quite innocent. Suddenly she thought, oh, I should have caught a few magic weapons. If they are of the same level as by Yanqiu's demon refining pot, how can they be bad? Maybe the demon refining pot in by Yanqiu's hands is a fake, and the one in here is the real one. However, at this time the 9 magic weapons were all gone. Even if Zhang Xiaohua wanted to find them, it would be very difficult. A belt? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohua had yet to release his divine sense when he saw a belt and a money pouch floating in the air not far from him. With a wave of her hand, the money bag and the belt appeared in her hand. The first thing Zhang Xiaohua did was to take out a long robe from the belt and put it on. This feeling of nakedness was really awkward. Just when she put away the money bag and the belt, there was another rumbling sound under Zhang Xiaohua's feet. Before Zhang Xiaohua looked down, she saw that in the place where the demon refining pot was, from the void, there was a crystal-clear stone tablet. Around the stone tablet were 7 circular grooves. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She made a hand seal and flew to the stone tablet. Just as she was about to get close, she was suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier. Why is it this kind of restriction that is invisible to the naked eye and divine sense again? Zhang Xiaohua was flustered and exasperated. She looked up and down with her divine sense and naked eye, but did not see the same array as the 9 magic weapons just now. Strange. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled and raised her hand to scratch her head. Oh, where is Ai's hair? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua realized that there was not a single strand of hair on her head. She was like a monk in the Dalan temple. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua touched her head and took out the Hao Tian mirror from the money bag. She looked at her head and was surprised. Not only was there no hair on her head, but her flat nose was also much taller and her small eyes were much longer than before. Of course, she did not have any eyebrows or eyelashes. Oh my! What happened? I don't think I used any transfiguration technique. How did I become so charming? Zhang Xiaohua patted her forehead and did not know what to do. At this time, the Hao Tian mirror in her hand suddenly trembled. Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. Just as she was about to grab the Hao Tian mirror with her left hand and put it into the money bag, the Hao Tian mirror disappeared with a flash of silver light. When it appeared again, it was 10 feet high in the sky and disappeared with a flash of silver light. Zhang Xiaohua immediately used the first level of the Hao Tian mirror to refine the Hao Tian mirror. However, she could feel that the Hao Tian mirror was in the void, but she could not retract it. Annoyed, Zhang Xiaohua flew to the top of the stone tablet and kicked the invisible barrier. Unfortunately, the barrier didn't budge. Instead, Zhang Xiaohua's foot was shaken to the point of pain. This is the Big Dipper? Zhang Xiaohua was beside the stone tablet and above the 7 grooves. She could see the positions of the 7 grooves clearly. They were exactly the same as the Big Dipper in the alchemy room of the Misty School. Could it be? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became excited, as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. These 7 cauldrons, yes, there were 49 cauldrons in total, from the Fragrant Cult, the Godly Knife Sect, and the Misty Sect. Zhang Xiaohua was just greedy, so he collected them one by one. As for what they were used for, he didn't even know. At this moment, seeing the 7 cauldrons in the shape of the Big Dipper, he couldn't help but understand. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She took out the 7 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces and placed them in the grooves one by one according to what she saw in the alchemy room of the Misty School. When the last alchemy furnace was placed in the groove, a loud roar sounded from the 7 alchemy furnaces. Then, 7 rays of rainbow light rose from the alchemy furnaces and surged into the air. They formed a rainbow ball of light in the air. The ball of light spun a few times and became a bright dot. The light dot was extremely bright. Then, the 7 alchemy furnaces in the grooves flew into the air like bullets. There was another thunderous sound, and the bright dot disappeared. What appeared in the air was a huge 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. This 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was different from the previous 7 alchemy furnaces. An ancient and distant aura came from this furnace. It was even stronger than what Zhang Xiaohua felt when she was in the wasteland. Although Zhang Xiaohua had refined the 7 alchemy furnaces by dripping her blood on them, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua could feel that these alchemy furnaces seemed to have an extremely weak connection with her mind. It was not as clear as before. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. She used the spell to control the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. The alchemy furnace whined and rumbled, but it did not fly down. At this moment, a small black dot flew over from the horizon. In a moment, it flew above the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Zhang Xiaohua looked and saw that it was the lid of the devil refining gourd that had flown away just now. That lid, then, slowly fell. With a soft clang, it covered the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. Suddenly, the connection Zhang Xiaohua had with the alchemy furnaces disappeared without a trace. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please collect me. Chapter 1180. Don't tell me. This is the devil refining gourd? Zhang Xiaohua could not be sure. After all, he had only seen the small teapot in by Yanqiu's hands and the enlarged lid, as well as the devil refining gourd that Wan Wuxin had mentioned. However, the devil refining gourd in front of him seemed to be different from by Yanqiu's teapot. As Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual connection with the cauldron disappeared, the cauldron let out a cheerful cry and turned into a black in an instant. It flew into the sky and disappeared without a trace. What a loss! Zhang Xiaohua watched as the cauldron flew away. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He was extremely regretful. He lowered his head and looked at the surroundings of the stone tablet. The 7 grooves had disappeared and it was now very flat. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He flew towards the stone tablet again. As expected, the stone tablet was no longer protected by an invisible barrier. Zhang Xiaohua easily approached the stone tablet. He placed his hand on the stone tablet. A warm feeling came from his fingers. Following that, a heartbeat came from the stone tablet. Is this stone tablet alive? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again. However, when he scanned it with his spiritual awareness, he found that the stone tablet was different from the one at Lingxiang Peak. There were no talismans on it. There were no strange patterns on it. All he could feel was an ancient aura. Refine it. Zhang Xiaohua only had one thought. To deal with this stone tablet, Zhang Xiaohua could only refine it. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua sat down cross-legged and placed his hand on top of the stone tablet. He silently circulated his true qi and used the method that Huan Wuxin had taught him to refine the stone tablet. He slowly transferred his true qi to the stone tablet. Zhang Xiaohua almost jumped out of the air when he silently circulated his vital energy. This happened again? Could it be that when I was unconscious, there were countless lightning bolts in this wasteland? Did I attract lightning when I was unconscious? Zhang Xiaohua was baffled. She thought to herself, but even if I guided the lightning into my body and absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, it's still impossible. All of a sudden, qi refining. Late stage of the 16th level. This jump is really too big. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to refine the stone tablet anymore. She sat down cross-legged with her palms facing the sky. She practiced the Carefree Heart Sutra from the first level all the way to the later stages of the 16th level. The true qi flowed smoothly in her meridians, and there wasn't a trace of obscurity. Obviously, she had successfully mastered the 16th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. Furthermore, there weren't any hidden dangers, nor were there any after effects. Zhang Xiaohua once again scratched his bald head. He was both surprised and frightened. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could jump several levels in a row. He didn't know whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. After a short moment, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought to herself, could it be that this is some sort of immortal fate as well? Second brother only had to kowtow a few times, and he could set foot on the path of immortality. Did I run into some bullshit luck too? But I didn't kowtow much. I finally understand why the immortal seniors from the Dalan Temple, the School of Fragrance, and Between the Clouds and the Water all want to come to this immortal mansion, even if they have to risk their lives to be the first. This place. There really is an opportunity. If Nanjing Yi was here and encountered an opportunity like mine, wouldn't she be able to reach the legendary Foundation establishment stage in a short time? She would be able to catch up with Fire Dragon Immortal. I'm only at the late stage of the qi refining stage because of my low level of cultivation. Compared to the others, I'm nothing. Zhang Xiaohua's heart calmed down when he thought of the people in the immortal mansion. It would be strange if there weren't any fortuitous encounters in the immortal mansion. The Dalan Temple's Master Tiangang, the School of Fragrance's Nun Shu Qing, and the School of Between the Clouds and the Water's Taoist Master Hao Yun wouldn't have to come out of seclusion and fight with the others for the immortal mansion. Suppressing the surprise of his cultivation advancement, Zhang Xiaohua sat down again. He placed his hand on the stone tablet and began to refine it. After a long time, an extremely thin layer of gold appeared on top of the tablet. Zhang Xiaohua's face paled. It seemed that the consumption of true qi was too great. At this time, a powerful consciousness came out of the tablet and directly attacked Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace. The consciousness was hidden so deeply and the attack was so fast that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to react. The consciousness attacked Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace and directly hit the essence of herbalism. Bang! The vibration in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen Palace made Zhang Xiaohua's face pale. The essence of herbalism wrapped in the golden essence of herbalism was shaken by the consciousness. It shook slightly and then stabilized. What is this? An old and weak voice faintly sounded in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's essence of herbalism slightly paused. With a flash of golden light, the dragon, tiger, and phoenix talismans formed a mysterious connection and slightly rotated. The rooster talisman, the three-legged golden crow talisman, And the rabbit talisman also emitted golden light and slightly moved. What is this? When the consciousness realized that it couldn't control Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwen palace, it wanted to escape. However, the rabbit talisman, which appeared first, immediately dispersed and 360 small talismans surrounded the consciousness. The consciousness panicked and tried to escape, but it couldn't. A weak voice came from Zhang Xiaohua's heart again. Fellow cultivator, please spare my life. I was just like you. I wanted to come to this immortal mansion, to seek the immortal fate. Unexpectedly, my body was destroyed by the phoenix suppressed here. Before the consciousness could finish its words, the three-legged golden crow spat out a faint flame, which hit the consciousness. The consciousness screamed and then went silent. The rooster talisman opened its mouth and absorbed the unowned consciousness scattered in the Naiwen palace into the essence of herbalism. With every rotation of the golden divine restriction, a trace of the consciousness was refined and absorbed by the essence of herbalism. The essence of herbalism also grew little by little. It was only at this moment that Zhang Xiaohua came to his senses and snorted coldly. Are you trying to control me? You want I to be your puppet? What a good plan. Even if I can control this innate divine restriction, I will still refine you. Those who kill will be killed by others. If you didn't have evil thoughts about how could I kill you? But, this place suppresses a phoenix? Who suppresses it? A phoenix? The phoenix I saw just now seemed to be in nirvana, rising from the ashes? Yes, it should be. I accidentally touched it. I was lucky enough to escape. The phoenix must have succeeded in nirvana and is hiding somewhere. Unfortunately, this is not anyone's person. It was burned by the three-legged golden crow too quickly. I only heard one sentence. If only I could ask more. Then, Zhang Xiaohua became more careful when she was refining the tablet. But she didn't touch the consciousness hidden in the tablet again. But, even if she didn't encounter any accidents, Zhang Xiaohua didn't refine the tablet smoothly. She didn't know if it was because Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was too low or because the tablet was too difficult to refine. Zhang Xiaohua used up all her true qi and only refined the tablet as much as a finger. She took out a vitality stone and absorbed the qi of heaven and earth while refining the tablet. But she only refined about 10% of the tablet. She couldn't refine more. After trying for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and put away the vitality stone. Then she spat a mouthful of essence blood on the tablet. She slapped her hand and shouted, "Quick!" The tablet flashed with a golden light and immediately shrank until it was the size of a palm. It flew into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Hee. My cultivation is limited. If I could refine it completely, it could become a small dot or be absorbed into my body. But now, it can only be this big and can't be absorbed into my body. I still have to put it in my purse. What a pity, what a pity. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the tablet in her hand and said thoughtfully, "So this tablet is the spiritual tablet of the immortal mansion. If I want to control this immortal mansion, I have to refine it. Once I refine the entire immortal mansion, which is as large as the entire immortal mansion on Mount Yao, I'll be able to control it completely. I'll be able to make it as big as I want it to be, and even shrink it down to the size of a speck. Even if it fuses into my body, it's normal. If I want to move it away, I can put it somewhere else, even in the void or in mid-air. Good heavens! This is really a godlike method. I never dreamed of this. But my cultivation is limited and I can only refine 10%. Although I can't completely refine the tablet, 10% is enough to control part of the immortal mansion. Although I can't change it endlessly, it's enough to carve a large Zhang character on the immortal mansion." Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh loudly. With a point of his finger, a ray of light flashed from the mansion guarding spirit steel. 10 thin strands flew into the air. Not long after, each strand was attached to an immortal artifact. Those immortal artifacts were all humming slightly. Unfortunately, in this immortal abode, they could only bow their heads and listen to orders. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and the 10 Dharma treasures disappeared in the blink of an eye. She put them all into her money bag. Even though the immortal mansion belonged to Zhang Xiaohua now, and the 10 Dharma artifacts would not run away even if they were placed in the palace, Zhang Xiaohua felt that he could only be at ease if he kept them in his money pouch and in his arms. Okay, I've put away the Dharma treasures. Now, it's time to chase away those robbers who came to my house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled as he held the mansion-guarding spirit steel in his hand. He pointed at it, and a rainbow appeared under his feet and flew into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to do anything, but his figure flew along the rainbow into the distance. At the foot of Yao Mountain, in the Immortal Mansion, Master Chongshang of the Dalan Temple, Nun Jingyi of the Incense Cult, and Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water were all shocked when they saw that the immortal seniors of the various sects had been killed together and reached another agreement. They ordered their disciples to guard the steps of the Immortal Mansion while they relied on their own abilities. Whoever climbed the steps first would enter the Immortal Mansion first. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. Chapter 1181. When it comes to rushing up the stairs, the older the wiser. As soon as Peacock counted down to 3, Master Chongshang, Nun Jingyi, and Bai Yanqiu took off at the same time. Each of them performed the levitation technique and floated towards the stairs. They were no longer stingy with the little amount of genuine qi in their meridians. Just by using the levitation technique at the start, the difference in cultivation between the three of them was immediately obvious. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu had only taken a few steps when she fell behind Master Chongshang and Nun Jingyi. At first, Master Chongshang and Nun Jingyi were running neck and neck with each other. They were about the same distance from the steps. However, when she was about 20 feet away from the stairs, Abbess Jingyi took a deep breath and silently used the incense sect's secret technique. Her figure suddenly sped up and she stepped onto the stairs before Grandmaster Chongsheng. Just as Nun Jingyi's foot landed on the stairs, a loud rumbling sound came from the stairs. Nun Jingyi's heart sank. She looked up and immediately realized what was going on. On Yao Mountain, the previously tightly shut palace gate was now making a loud noise and slowly opening. Rays of light shot out from the immortal residence. Good, this is the style of an immortal residence. Nun Jingyi thought to herself. Her feet didn't stop at all and she was about to fly up the stairs. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped on the stairs, although she could still use Zhenqi, she couldn't use levitation techniques anymore. Restriction. Nun Jingyi was stunned, but then she was overjoyed. Her incense sect's other techniques might be on par with the Dalan temples, but this light technique was a woman's specialty. She couldn't use levitation techniques here and could only use lightness techniques to climb up. How could she not leave Master Longevity behind? Without thinking, Nun Jingyi used her top-notch lightness technique. Like an old swallow, she flew up the stairs and towards the open palace gate. Seeing Nun Jingyi suddenly abandon levitation techniques, Master Longevity behind her was stunned. However, as soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he immediately understood. He used the Dalan Temple's secret technique, crossing the river on a reed, and followed closely behind Nun Jingyi. Just as Nun Jingyi expected, Master Longevity was inferior to her in terms of lightness techniques. It didn't take long for him to be left behind. Behind Master Longevity was, of course, Bai Yanqiu. At this moment, Bai Yanqiu was extremely depressed. Her levitation techniques were much slower than the two of them, but when she climbed up the stairs, her lightness techniques were slightly better than Master Longevity's. By the time she climbed halfway up the stairs, she was already behind Master Longevity. Seeing that Nun Jingyi, who was at the front, was already 80% of the way up and was gradually approaching the palace gate, she became anxious. She exerted strength in her feet and floated over Master Longevity's head. Bai Yanqiu chased after him. With Master Longevity's cultivation, how could he not know? Just as Bai Yanqiu's figure leaped up, Master Longevity's sleeves flung back. A huge force surged from his sleeves and attacked Bai Yanqiu. You! When Bai Yanqiu saw this, she couldn't help but turn pale with fright. In a panic, she clapped her hands together to meet the huge force from the sleeves. With a bang, the two forces collided. Bai Yanqiu felt like her hands were clapping on cotton. The cotton had infinite strength, but it was all internal and couldn't be stimulated. Suddenly, just as Bai Yanqiu's strength was exhausted, another force came from Master Longevity's sleeves and collided with Bai Yanqiu's palm. Bai Yanqiu staggered and fell down the stairs. Ouch! Bai Yanqiu's face was ashen. But at this moment, with a embark chant, Master Longevity rolled up his sleeves and grabbed one of Bai Yanqiu's hands. Bai Yanqiu borrowed the force and floated up, landing lightly on the stairs again. Master Longevity didn't even look at Bai Yanqiu, who was secretly rejoicing in his heart. In a low voice he said, "Bai Zhongmen, as a person,
You must know your place. Don't overstep your boundaries. I understand. Bai Yanqiu had no choice but to answer like this. Although he was secretly cursing in his heart, why didn't they just say that they would fight for the immortal mansion based on their own abilities? Why did they stop him now that they were here? With Master Longevity and Bai Yanqiu's delay, Nun Jingyi had almost reached the palace gate. Behind them, Great Master Chonggung and Master Chongxing were also much closer. Bai Yanqiu felt a little regretful. He was weak to begin with. For no reason. Why did he fight with the Dalan Temple, who was now the strongest force? Fortunately, Master Longevity was merciful and didn't beat him down the stairs. At the bottom of the stairs, the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, went up the stairs. Then the disciples of the Dalan Temple carried Master Tiangang, Master Yuan Dao, and Master Yuan Ming and followed. They were all very strong. These 3 old monks were as thin as firewood. They almost didn't feel much. Behind them were the disciples of the incense cult. Peacock carried Nun Xuqing in her arms. Chen Chen, Yu Yan, Nun Xuezhen, and the others followed behind them. Behind them, Liang Congshu and the other disciples between the clouds and the water also carried Hao Yun and the other 2 perfected masters, and followed closely behind them. Of course, the Righteous Alliance, which didn't inherit the immortal path, was at the back again. Deputy Leader Chai and the others, with ashen faces, followed behind the dozens of young people, and went up the stairs. They had just stepped onto the stairs when they heard a series of sharp screeches from within the divine abode. In mid-air, the colorful brilliance was replaced by a blood-red brilliance. This time, the brilliance was somewhat different from before. It was like a faint burning flame. The snowflakes floating in the sky suddenly turned into raindrops, dripping down bit by bit. Raindrops were supposed to sober people up, but when the raindrops fell on their faces, it actually made them crazy. Looking at the ground, there was already blood seeping into the ground. And as more blood seeped in, the originally ordinary soil gradually emitted wisps of black gas. The black gas was very thin and couldn't be seen clearly. Now that it was night time, no one could sense it. This black gas was also very strange. It only extended a few inches out of the soil and didn't spread or condense. In the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the disciples of the 3 immortal sects and the Righteous Alliance who were qualified to go up the stairs had all gone up. The disciples guarding the bottom of the stairs slackened and prepared to retreat a little. According to the orders of the sect leaders, they retreated to the stairs. At this moment, a knife light flashed from the disciple between the clouds and the water. The target of the knife was the Dalan Temple disciple. You! The Dalan Temple disciple was caught off guard and a deep cut was made under his armpit. Blood dripped down, dripping into the black gas at his feet. The black gas absorbed the blood and suddenly expanded, seeping into the disciple's blood vessels. Instantly, the Dalan Temple disciple's face froze. Without another word, he raised the cudgel in his hand and struck the disciple between the clouds and the water. Of course, the disciple between the clouds and the water was prepared and met the attack with his padao. After a few rounds, the disciple between the clouds and the water was no match for the Dalan Temple disciple. With a poochie sound, the disciple's head was smashed by the Dalan Temple's cudgel. His body fell to the ground, surrounded by a formless black gas. Not long after, all his blood was sucked dry. Monk Na! How dare you beat my junior brother to death? The other disciples between the clouds and the water could not take it anymore. With weapons in hand, they attacked the Dalan Temple monk. The Dalan Temple monk did not say a word. With a wave of his cudgel, he struck another disciple between the clouds and the water. Thus, the disciples between the clouds and the water and the Dalan Temple disciples fought each other. Not long after, the disciples of the incense cult and the Alliance of the Righteous Tao joined in. In an instant, the scene at the bottom of the steps was chaotic. Everyone was crazily killing each other, regardless of whether they were from the 3 immortal sects or other sects of the pugilistic world. Of course, in the midst of the chaos, there were also many strong disciples who took the time to step onto the steps and head straight for the immortal mansion on Yao Mountain. Jing Yi was the first to finish the steps. She turned back to look at Master Longevity and Bai Yanqiu, who had only reached 70% of the steps. Her lips curled into a cold smile. Then, she raised her head and quickly glanced at the incomparably huge palace gate. When she looked inside again, there was only emptiness. She could not see anything. Behind the palace gate, there shouldn't be anything powerful. Jing Yi hesitated for a moment, then regretted it.
She had already come this far and had finally reached the palace gate. How could she still hesitate? Even if the palace gate was a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, could she not go in? Immediately, Jing-yi drew a soft sword from her waist. Her figure leapt, and she rushed into the empty palace gate. Needless to say, after entering the palace gate, Jing-yi was just like Zhang Xiaohua. She was shocked by the incomparably huge palace in the distance. Jing-yi Shirtai was the leader of the incense sect's immortal Dao inheritance. She wasn't someone that a country bumpkin like Zhang Xiaohua could compare to. She was shocked and thought about the origin of the immortal abode. She wondered if there was anything in the immortal abode that could be of great use to the incense sect's immortal abode. When she came back to her senses, she immediately leapt up and stepped on the purple jade stone passage. A huge force suddenly appeared, and Jing-yi's figure was thrown back into the air. What? What kind of restriction is this? Nun Jing-yi was slightly taken aback. She looked left and right, then quickly moved to the left. Just like Zhang Xiaohua, Nun Jing-yi looked at the stagnant water with slight ripples. How could she not know the danger? She didn't dare to cross it carelessly and hurriedly ran to the blue jade stone passage. Who would have thought that? The force here was also extremely strong. Abbess Jing-yi suddenly understood and didn't stop. She didn't look at the few colors in the middle and directly ran to the outermost black and white jade stone passage. It had to be said that in this aspect, Zhang Xiaohua was far inferior to Jing-yi. When Jing-yi ran to the black and white passage, Master Chongshang and Bai Yanqiu also went up the stairs. However, they did not have to worry about the restriction of the palace gate. They rushed in directly. At the same time, the two of them were also shocked by the palace in the distance. This. Bai Yanqiu groaned and turned to look at Master Chongshang. Master Chongsheng also seemed to be on guard. He turned to look at Bai Yanqiu. When their gazes met, they both looked away. Together, they looked at the purple jade stone passage. Please vote monthly, recommend, bookmark, and tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1182. At that moment, Nun Jing-yi had already run to the side of the black and white jade passage. She had long disappeared. Master Chongshang came to his senses and immediately floated up. He also jumped onto the purple jade passage. Bai Yanqiu didn't dare to move ahead, but he definitely wouldn't fall behind. He followed closely behind Master Chongshang. The result was needless to say. The two of them were sent flying by the purple jade passage. Oh! Master Chongshang was slightly stunned. He looked at the purple jade passage in disbelief, as well as Nun Jing-yi, who had long disappeared. Then he looked left and right, as if he had seen something. Without saying a word, he flung his sleeves and floated up. He ran straight to the right side of the purple passage. Master! Bai Yanqiu had just opened his mouth when he realized something was wrong. He didn't say anything else. Yes, this was an immortal abode. Everyone had to rely on their own abilities to see their own opportunities. Whatever Master Chongsheng knew, he definitely wouldn't tell her. If she asked, she would be lowering her status for no reason. When Bai Yanqiu's gaze fell on the place where Master Chongsheng had flung his sleeves, his eyes lit up. Of course, on the right side of the purple jade passage, there was a small picture of a Buddhist staff imprinted on the ground. The top of the staff was pointing to the place where Master Chongsheng had left. Say. Bai Yanqiu sighed softly. He looked to the left and jumped up almost without thinking. He was right behind Master Chongsheng. When Bai Yanqiu got up, he also didn't know what to do. A small picture of a teapot also appeared on the ground. After that, other than Alliance Master Zhang San, who still tried to step onto the purple jade passage, the others all looked for the sect leader's picture and went to the black and white passages on the left and right. Alliance Master Zhang San also looked at the picture. After thinking for a while, he naturally followed the fragrance cult's footsteps. When Master Chongsheng saw the secret mark left behind by Nun Jing-yi, she had already stepped onto the black and white jade passage. Nun Jing-yi's experience was incomparable to Zhang Xiaohua's. When she stepped onto the black and white jade passage and didn't see any rebound, she knew that she had made the right choice. She was delighted. Then, she held her breath and steadily walked forward step by step. More haste, less speed. In the decades that Nun Jing-yi had been in charge of the fragrance cult, she had encountered many situations like this. Of course, Such a strange jade passage could only be safely passed through by remaining still. Since Nun Jingyi's heart had already calmed down, and since Zhang Xiaohua could pass through the following jade passages, Nun Jingyi wouldn't have any problems either. Although the force that came at them at the end was extremely strong, the person who set up the restriction probably didn't know about the so-called martial arts after the immortal puppet, much less the existence of internal force. Although the force wasn't terrifying, Nun Jingyi knew how to use her Xueqi to imitate internal force. Once she realized that she couldn't use her Xueqi, and that she couldn't use her levitation technique but her lightness technique, how could she not quickly imitate her internal force to resist the force of over 10,000 jin? When Nun Jingyi passed through the jade passageway, she also saw a black screen of light. The black screen of light made Nun Jingyi feel very uncomfortable, but Nun Jingyi already knew that red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, and black and white made up the 7 colors. Since the black and white jade passageway was located at the outermost area, it was the lowest level. And since the screen of light was black, it should be the lowest level as well. Most likely, it was also the one she could enter. Furthermore, Ran Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect had already entered before, but his corpse wasn't here. If he hadn't fallen into the water beside the jade passage, then he must have entered this black screen of light. Since Ren Xiaoyao was fine, how could Nun Jingyi have a problem? Therefore, the software in Nun Jingyi's hand trembled slightly, and she still stepped into the palace. First, she was attracted by the incomparably shocking scene of heaven and earth. Then, she fervently looked at the high and mighty throne in the middle of the palace. There's no need to ask. This throne must be the center of Immortal Mansion. If I can sit on it, I'll definitely know the secrets of Immortal Mansion like the back of my hand. As for the throne, how do I get to it? Nun Jingyi urged the black cloud under her feet to the place closest to the throne. She looked at the faint red cloud next to her and hesitated. She was in the air below her feet. If she couldn't stay on the faint red cloud, she might fall off the cloud. If she really fell from such a high place, there would be nothing left of her. Of course, Jingyi was no longer able to determine whether or not there was an illusory array in the hall. She also knew that even if there was an illusory array, Yao Mountain was right beneath the hall. However, the immortal Dao had countless methods to move a person from the illusory array to the air outside of Yao Mountain. Although she had casually jumped off Yao Mountain, it was very likely that she would fall outside of Yao Mountain. After thinking for a moment, Nun Jingyi put away her soft sword and took out a small sword with a thin transparent thread. She casually waved it, and the small sword flew toward the red cloud next to her. However, the red cloud seemed to be transparent, and Nun Jingyi's small sword didn't exert any force. It simply sliced through the air and flew back into Nun Jingyi's hand. Nun Jingyi's brows furrowed even tighter. She looked at the huge throne in the distance, which seemed to be the closest to her. She estimated the thin thread in her hand and flicked her wrist. The small sword flew over with a whoosh, but the high and lofty throne in the center was like the moon in the mirror or a flower in the water. The small sword sliced through the air above the throne and still fell. Nun Jingyi wasn't surprised by this. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly turned her head. She seemed to have sensed the footsteps of Master Longevity and the others outside the palace. Then she clenched her teeth and leaped up, about to leap onto the faint red cloud. However, as soon as she moved, the faint black cloud rose with her. Just as Nun Jingyi's figure was about to approach the faint red cloud, a weak but unparalleled force appeared and blocked her to the side. That faint black cloud didn't leave the bottom of her feet for even a moment. Nun Jingyi was stunned. Just now she had already prepared for the worst, but she had forgotten the simplest thing. This color was different. But it was completely different. She didn't have the slightest chance to practice it. Nun Jingyi was about to make another move when she saw some brilliance flickering in the distance. Master Longevity and Bai Yanqiu each stepped on a faint white cloud and slowly flew over. Alas! Seeing this, Nun Jingyi sighed in her heart. She knew her advantage of being the first to enter Immortal Mansion had disappeared, and she hadn't discovered anything. What about Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect? Nun Jingyi looked at the faint black light screen in the distance and couldn't help but hesitate. She wanted to go in and take a look, but she was afraid that Master Longevity and Bai Yanqiu would do something and discover the secret of the throne in the center. If she could stay here, she might have a chance. If she left, then she definitely wouldn't be able to get anything. Amitba, Nun Jingyi. Is this the center of Immortal Mansion? Obviously, Master Longevity was also attracted by the throne. Looking at the strange scenery under his feet and sighing about the wonders of the immortal Tao, he immediately urged the white cloud under his feet to come to the closest place to the throne. At this time, although the three of them were far away, Nanjing-yi could hear Master Longevity's words clearly. Yes, Master. This should be the center of Immortal Mansion. If we can get this throne, I'm afraid Immortal Mansion will be in our pockets. Nanjing-yi said calmly, By the way, may I ask Master, on the way here, did you see Ren Xiaoyao of the Tenryu sect? Master Longevity shook his head and replied, No, there was no trace of young benefactor Ren along the way. Nanjing-yi, could it be that there's some kind of restriction here that we can't pass? Bai Yanqiu followed behind Master Longevity and asked in shock. If it wasn't for some kind of restriction, would I wait here for you? Nanjing-yi's anger flared up in an instant. Hearing Nanjing-yi's unfriendly tone, the corners of Bai Yanqiu's eyes twitched. He turned his head to look at the central throne facing him, and ignored Nanjing-yi. Nanjing-yi, if there's anything strange here, please tell me. Since we've come here together, before we find a way to break the restriction, it's better for us to work together, Master Longevity said in a deep voice. Don't you think so, Bai Zhongmen? Yes, I've been following behind Master all this time. Master, I'm already very satisfied that you've tolerated me. If I discover anything, I'll definitely tell you. Bai Yanqiu said with a smile. Say. Nanjing-yi let out a long sigh. She looked at the throne and said with a bitter smile, I've only just arrived here. Before I could do anything, Master and Bai Zhongmen arrived. I was even a little ahead of time. But I didn't even have the slightest advantage. Master Longevity put his palms together and stood quietly. He didn't look at the throne, but at the many little ants around Yao Mountain. It wasn't clear whether he was thinking about Nanjing-yi's words or looking for a way to get close to the throne. Bai Yanqiu couldn't help but whisper, Master. If you don't do anything, I would like to try. Master Longevity seemed to have woken up from a dream. He looked up at Bai Yanqiu and said kindly, If Bai Zhongmen wants to do it, you can. I don't have any tricks up my sleeve. Otherwise, I'd also give it a try. Then, I'll be rude. Bai Yanqiu stepped forward, and the white cloud under her feet floated forward for a while. She passed by Master Longevity and raised her hand. In her palm was the treasure of her Shendao sect, the demon refining gourd. Oh, this is bad. I forgot. You can't use magic tools outside the palace, but that doesn't mean you can't use them inside the palace. Nanjing-yi was secretly regretting. When she entered the palace, she still followed her previous idea. As long as it was immortal methods, this immortal mansion would be restricted. Only martial arts methods could be used. Now that she saw Bai Yanqiu take out the demon refining gourd, she couldn't help but realize. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote. Chapter 1183. Bai Yanqiu wasn't a fool. She took out the demon refining gourd and secretly glanced at Nanjing-yi. The slight remorse on Nanjing-yi's face calmed her down. Nanjing-yi silently circulated her true qi and made a hand seal. The demon refining gourd rose into the air and flew past many barriers, gradually approaching the central throne. Seeing this, Nanjing-yi's eyes flashed fiercely, and her left hand unconsciously reached into her clothes. Master Longevity did the same, and the prayer beads in his hand also spun very quickly. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Before Bai Yanqiu could make a hand seal to open the lid of the demon refining gourd and suck the central throne into the gourd, the horizontal board hanging above the throne exploded, and an extremely thin purple lightning bolt appeared out of thin air, hitting the demon refining gourd in midair. With a sizzling sound, the demon refining gourd, which was regarded as the most precious treasure of the Shendao sect, didn't even last a second under the purple lightning bolt before it turned into nothingness. Ah! Bai Yanqiu, who was controlling the demon refining gourd in the distance, didn't even have time to feel a trace of joy before she let out a blood-curdling scream. 2 streams of blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She clutched her chest and collapsed in the depths of the white clouds. Seeing this, Nanjing-yi and Master Chongqing both let out a long sigh of relief. They felt extremely lucky in their hearts. Looking at Bai Yanqiu's appearance, not only was the sex's most precious treasure, the devil refining gourd, destroyed, even her heart and lungs had suffered extremely serious internal injuries. It was likely that she could no longer do anything in this immortal mansion. Thank goodness. Nun Jingyi was even more afraid. If she had used the immortal Dao's remarkable power as soon as she entered, wouldn't she be the one lying on the ground now? But the demon refining gourd is an ancient divine artifact. How could it be so easily destroyed by lightning? Could it be that this central throne is more important than an ancient divine artifact? This immortal mansion has an even more unknown secret? Nun Jingyi thought to herself. At this moment, several rays of light flashed at the entrance of the immortal mansion in the distance. The other disciples of the three immortal Dao sects and Alliance Master Zhang San of the righteous Dao quickly followed into the main hall. Everyone was stunned by the magnificent sight before their eyes, and they stood dumbstruck at the entrance. Abbot. After Great Master Chonggung and Great Master Chongxing came to their senses, they immediately lifted their feet. The white cloud automatically sent them to Great Master Chongsheng. Junior brothers, let's take a look first. We can't use Dharma treasures or immortal Dao divine abilities here. Do you have any way to obtain the central throne? Grandmaster Longevity looked at the two huge ancient characters above the throne and asked in a low voice. Hierarch. Peacock, Chen, Yu Yan, and Nun Xuezhen were all there. Nun Xuezhen was holding Nun Xuqing, who had woken up and had taken the secret elixir of the fragrance cult. Come over here. Abbess Jingyi's eyes lit up when she saw Peacock and the others. When Peacock came closer, Nun Jingyi said in a low voice, "You don't have to stay here. Look for an opportunity later and pass through the black light screen behind the throne. Go to the back and see what's there. This is the center of all the sects and I've already tried. I'm afraid there are many twists and turns. Even if you succeed, you'll have to pay a lot. Why don't we take advantage of him first?" Yes, Hierarch. Peacock nodded. Hierarch, have you seen that damn Ren Xiaoyao? Chen looked around and asked in a low voice. Nun Jingyi's face was filled with hatred. Who knows where that bastard went? Maybe he's already inside? He doesn't know the importance of this throne or he's afraid of bumping into us. He's probably inside to try his luck. Chen's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. At this time, Alliance Master Zhang San had also walked to the front of the throne. His eyes were filled with eagerness. He looked around and leaped toward the throne. While everyone was looking at Alliance Master Zhang San, Peacock and the other two stealthily flew towards the back of the throne. Just as Nun Jingyi and the elders had expected, Alliance Master Zhang San was also blocked by the restriction between the black and red clouds. He fell to the ground in a very bored manner. At this time, there were a few more balls of light. More disciples from various sects and the vice leaders of the Righteous Alliance rushed in. Chongsheng, have you found anything? Master Tiangang, who had already awakened, had also taken the elixir made by the Dalan Temple. He could already walk on his own. Master, I haven't. Master Chongsheng looked ashamed. Master, how's your injury? It's fine. Although Master Tiangong's words sounded fine, his eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Nun Xuqing in the distance. However, when Master Tiangang looked at Nun Xuqing, he noticed that Peacock and the other two had already left. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned to Kongchan and the others beside him and said a few words. Master Chongsheng saw this and also noticed that something was wrong. He looked at Nun Jingyi meaningfully. Nun Jingyi seemed to be taking a stroll in the park. She stood beside Alliance Master Zhang San and listened to the Righteous Alliance's affairs with great interest. What? Vice Alliance Master Chai fell into the water? Alliance Master Zhang San's face darkened again. Yes, Vice Alliance Master Chai only had one arm. When he was passing through the Jade Stone Avenue, he was suppressed by the huge force. He couldn't control his body properly and fell into the water. Vice Alliance Master Yen said with lingering fear. That water was really strange. When Vice Alliance Master Chai fell, it was as if he melted and disappeared without a trace. Alliance Master Zhang San, I hope Alliance Master Zhang San will punish me. I didn't take good care of Vice Alliance Master Chai. Sai, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. I was almost defeated at that time as well.
How can I blame you? Alliance Master Zhang San waved his hand and asked in a low voice. What about the other sects? Vice Alliance Master Yen stole a glance at Nanjing Yi. Other than the Righteous Alliance, Incense Cult was walking on the left. Alliance Master Zhang San was asking about Incense Cult's casualties. Reporting to Alliance Master Zhang San. Many of our disciples, because their skills are limited, they couldn't pass through the Jadestone Avenue. Especially Vice Alliance Master Me. He went up the stairs with me, but when he passed through the Jadestone Avenue, he also encountered difficulties. He was guarding outside and couldn't enter. Vice Alliance Master Yen said in a low voice. However, the other sects aren't much stronger than us. At the beginning, many of their disciples passed through, but later, they were all blocked outside the Jadestone Avenue. In fact, many of their disciples fell into the water. After hearing this, Alliance Master Zhang San's face relaxed a bit. He raised his head and looked at the central throne. He said in a low voice, just wait and see. How can we get the central throne? Or, if we can pass, that would be good too. Yes, I will give the order now. Vice Alliance Master Yen nodded with a smile. Compared to the Righteous Alliance, between the clouds and the water, the situation wasn't much better. Hao Yun and the other two perfected masters also woke up. Each of them was supported by a disciple between the clouds and the water. In the end, just as they entered the main hall, they saw Bai Yanqiu lying on the ground with blood flowing out of the corner of his mouth. Liang Congshu and the others helped Bai Yanqiu up and fed him a secret pill. Only then did Bai Yanqiu's face gradually become rosy. Seeing that 4 of his sex people were seriously injured, Bai Yanqiu couldn't help but feel sad. He also saw that there were many people in the Dalan temple. They were gesticulating and discussing, wanting to get the central throne. Knowing that the possibility of him between the clouds and the water obtaining this throne was very small, he turned his gaze to other places. When she saw that Kong Chan and the others were about to disappear, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. She immediately gave a look to Liang Congshu and the others and used her mouth to point to the back of the throne. Liang Congshu and the others also turned their heads and finally saw Kong Chan and the others' backs. They nodded slightly to Bai Yanqiu, lifted their feet, and quietly flew to the back of the throne. The leaders and elders of the 3 immortal sects all stayed in the main hall. The outstanding disciples of the sects all quietly left. Only the Righteous Alliance, relying on their advantage in martial arts, stayed in the main hall. They didn't notice that someone had secretly left. Peacock, Chen and Swift held hands as they snuck out of the main hall. They passed through the black light curtain and came to a corridor. The corridor was extremely short, only about 10 feet long. At the end of the corridor was a light curtain that glowed milky white. On the floor of the corridor, there were 6 different colored passageways that led to the light curtain. Let's go, Peacock glanced and said. It seems that the levels in Divine Mansion are separated by color. Our cultivation is low, so we can only go through the black and white passages. With that, he took the lead. Chen, who followed behind, was a little disapproving. He secretly stretched out his foot and kicked the space between the 2 passages. There was a bang as if he had hit an iron plate. Ouch! Chen cried out in pain and jumped up holding his foot. Who told you to mess with the prohibition of Divine Mansion for no reason? Didn't you see that Bai Zhongmen between the clouds and the water was injured by the prohibition of Divine Mansion? Peacock stared at her angrily. Let me try. Chen had no choice but to stare fiercely at the prohibition that she couldn't see. After walking through the short corridor and passing through the milky white light curtain, the 3 of them raised their heads and were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. They were standing on top of a sea of clouds. The sea of clouds was surrounded by endless celestial clouds. Within the celestial clouds, they could faintly see a few palaces and towers. Some of them were exposed on the roof, while some were exposed on the side. The shape of each palace was different, and each palace was magnificent and magnificent. In front of them, there were dozens of different colored praying mats, floating in the sea of clouds. Senior sister. Should we go back and inform the sect leader? Yu Yan woke up from the shock and asked Peacock first. Peacock pondered for a moment and shook her head. Many disciples in the hall are attracted by the central throne. Our leader sent us here to search for the treasures of the celestial path. If we turn back now, we will definitely disturb the others. If we attract their attention, won't we lose our chance? Yes, we will listen to Senior Sister Peacock. Yu Yan nodded.
Let's go, I want to see. The remnants of the Tenryu sect. In which pavilion? Chen shouted and stepped onto a black and white praying mat. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1184. Just as Chen stepped onto the black and white cattail hassock, there were a few shrill cries from far away. The cries were filled with despair, and it blew away the clouds in the sea of clouds, revealing the faces of all the palaces in the sea of clouds. There were as many as 9 of them. Each palace had a different color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, black, and white. The cattail hassock under Chen's feet was also affected by the cries. After a few swings, Chen almost fell off. Fortunately, Peacock was quick enough to pull Chen off the cattail hassock. When Chen's feet touched the ground, his vest was already soaked. After that, Chen and the others did not dare to act rashly. After waiting for a moment and hearing no more movements, Peacock smiled and said, "Let's go. If we don't go now, there will be people behind us." After that, she stepped onto the cattail hassock that Chen was standing on just now. The black and white cattail hassock immediately glided into the sea of clouds. Chen and Swift did not dare to delay. They each chose a black and white cattail hassock and followed Peacock. The cattail hassock glided very quickly and very steadily. There seemed to be some kind of restriction. The 3 of them didn't feel any breeze on their faces. After only half a cup of tea's time, the 3 of them arrived in front of a white palace. How is this a palace? Chen jumped down from the cattail hassock and looked at his feet and then at the open palace door. He could not help but groan. This floor, the palace door and the entire palace. It's all piled up with white jade. There's no gap at all. Is this what flawless refers to? Peacock was also very surprised. There were many palaces on the incense cult's Lingxiang Peak, but compared to this palace, it paled in comparison. Let's go in and have a look. Peacock nodded slightly, holding the soft sword in her hand. She raised her head and entered the palace. The palace was huge and there were no illusions. It was not much different from a normal palace except that there was something similar to a Buddhist shrine at the head of the palace. There were curtains, incense burners, and a jade table. The only thing missing was the head of the table, the object that was supposed to be enshrined under the curtains. Look, Sister Peacock. Over there. Is that a jade scroll? Swift's eyes were sharp. When Chen saw the table, she had already noticed several shelves placed casually at the foot of the hall on the left. Chen was also attracted by Swift's words. When he turned to look, he clapped his hands and smiled. Great, we've finally gained something. That's not all. Look over there. Peacock was as calm as ever. She pointed at the other end of the hall opposite the jade scroll. There were no shelves there, only long and narrow supports. On each of the supports, one could vaguely see a strange-looking weapon. Artifact. Swift blurted out. Probably. Peacock nodded. She looked to her left and right and ordered, "My 2 junior sisters, it's only right that we take the lead. We must act now. Do not return empty-handed." "Yes, I will listen to senior sister's arrangements." "Then, let's start from this jade scroll and see if we can get anything good," Peacock said as she walked to the front of the shelf. The shelf looked like an ordinary shelf, but it was milky white in color. There were many jade scrolls on the shelf. However, when Peacock reached out to pick up a jade scroll, her hand was pushed to the side by a soft barrier. She could not touch it at all. This. Peacock frowned and raised the soft sword in her right hand without hesitation. She channeled her true energy and a 3-feet-long sword light appeared. Peacock squinted her eyes and raised the sword. Swoosh! It was aimed at the jade scroll. With a crisp clang, the restriction on the jade slip emitted a milky white brilliance and blocked the sword light. Peacock and the other 2 did not have any divine sense, so they could not tell if there were any flaws in the barrier. When they saw that the sword light did not work, they looked at each other. "My 2 junior sisters, I will go first. When I run out of true energy, you can continue." Peacock gritted her teeth and said, "Don't. Senior sister. The true energy in our bodies is not easy to come by. Let's try it first. Don't exhaust it. Aren't there other things nearby? If we exhaust our true energy here, the other things will be lost." Chen did not agree with Peacock's suggestion. Alright, let's do as Chen Chen says. Peacock said and slashed a few more times. The barrier on the jade scroll did not budge at all. Peacock then retreated. Chen Chen and Swift went up to give it a try, but they could not break it. Let's go over there and take a look. Maybe the barrier there is weaker? Chen Chen suggested. Peacock thought for a moment and nodded. She then walked over to the area where the strange instruments were placed. She picked up a long and thin wooden instrument and slashed at it with a soft sword again. It was to no avail. Forget it, forget it. Chen Chen was impatient. He kept the soft sword and said, Senior sister, I will go to the main hall. It's better to call for the Grand Leader or the Grand Elder. How can we break a barrier like this? Please don't. Peacock grabbed Chen Chen and scolded, if we can't break it, even the monks from the Dalan Temple may not be able to break it. The other martial artists will not be able to break it either. But if you go to the Grand Leader, you will attract the attention of Master Tiangang and the others. Let's not talk about their unscrupulous methods. Who knows if they will take these jade scrolls? Even if we attract their attention and they come here, won't we lose the initiative? Then, what should we do? Chen Chen frowned. Let's go. The three of us will split up and search through everything in this hall. Let's see if there's anything we can get our hands on. After Peacock gave her orders, she took the lead and left. Chen Chen and Swift also went in different directions. However, when the three of them met at the other end of the main hall, they were all empty-handed. They did not get anything. There's nothing? Peacock frowned. That. Senior sister, there are a few cattail hassocks in the corner, they look. Nothing special. Chen Chen heard this and said hesitantly, Go get them quickly. Peacock shouted. Everything that can be taken from here, we must take it. Who knows, there might be something good. We don't have divine sense, we can't tell. Getting them is the most important thing. Chen Chen responded and quickly turned around. Not long after, he came back with 4 emerald green cattail hassocks in his hands. Let's go and take a look at the back of the main hall. Peacock looked at the door not far away. Although the door was wide open, they could not see what was outside. The three of them walked quickly out of the main hall. When they looked up, they were stunned. Chen Chen said hesitantly, Senior sister, did we go the wrong way? This. Behind the main halls. Why is there such a huge lake? What the three of them saw was an enormous lake. At this moment, there were no ripples on the surface of the lake. A gentle breeze blew past, and the surface of the lake rippled. However, there was no sunlight or moonlight. There were no folds of light. There were also no mountains to be seen. There were no reflections of the mountains. Otherwise, it would have been a beautiful lake. However, not far from the main hall by the lakeside, there were a few small pavilions hidden in the greenery. Let's go, maybe in those pavilions, we'll find something. Chen Chen shouted. Peacock thought for a moment and turned to Yuyen. Sister Yuyen, I'll have to trouble you. Please wait at the front. If there's anyone who's not skilled enough to barge in, just stab him to death with your sword. If you can't stop them. Before she could finish, she shook her head. Forget it, forget it. If it's just a normal person, the leader might not care. If it's the great master Chonggung and the others, the leader will definitely see them. You're useless here. Then, she pointed at the small boats on the lake and smiled. I thought that the divine mansion was filled with immortals. I didn't think that. Even immortals have the mood to enjoy their leisure time. Ha ha. The three of them laughed as if they had forgotten that they were in the divine mansion. They used their qinggong to jump down from the main hall and rush to the small boat by the lake. Who knew? When they got on the boat, the three of them realized that the boat did not have any paddles. It was just a wooden plank. How are we going to steer the boat? Peacock and the others looked at each other. When they were in the main hall, there were black clouds under their feet. As long as they lifted their feet, the clouds would fly by themselves. Could it be that this boat was the same? But when they walked back and forth a few steps, the boat did not move at all. Essential energy. Peacock seemed to understand and whispered. Maybe. It's like internal energy. Let's try using essential energy? Sure enough, when the three of them sent essential energy into the boat, it swayed slightly and really moved. The direction was not anywhere else but the pavilion by the lake. Hee hee, all right. Other than the three sects, Don't even think about the Righteous Alliance and the other martial arts sects. Chen Chen did not forget to gloat. That's right. If we didn't get the inheritance at Lingxiang Peak and have some essential energy in our meridians, I'm afraid that even if we got on the boat, we wouldn't be able to come here. Yu Yan nodded. Haha, I don't think so. If there were paddles or something like that, maybe we could steer the boat. Peacock looked at the lake and smiled. Who would come to Immortal Abode for paddles? Chen Chen snorted. It's better to bring more weapons. Ha ha ha, that's right, the other two laughed. While the three of them were talking, the boat quickly approached the shore. There were many large trees planted on the shore. The leaves were lush and green, but Peacock and the rest had never seen these trees before. They could smell a strange fragrance, but they could not see where it came from. After walking for 100 feet, they saw a rather large pond in a spacious area. There were some things that looked like lotus leaves in the pond. There were about a dozen budding lotus flowers standing upright. Beside the pond, there were about a dozen pavilions of different styles. They were clearly separated on both sides of the pond. Peacock and the rest glanced at the things in the pond and focused on the pavilion at the front. This was a small 3-story building. Its style was similar to the pavilions at Lingxiang Peak, but the decorations were very ancient. Many of them were things that Peacock and the rest had never seen before. Please vote, please vote, please keep, please tip. Chapter 1185. The door to the house was left ajar. From the outside, they could not see what was inside and did not know if there was anyone inside. Although Peacock knew that it was unlikely that there would be anyone inside, she still cautiously called out a few times before pushing the door open. "Oh right, Senior." Chen Chen suddenly spoke. "Ah!" Peacock was caught off guard and jumped in fright. She quickly retracted her hand and asked, "What's the matter?" "Oh, Senior. I want to ask. How long have we been in Immortal Abode? What time is it now?" Chen Chen saw that he had startled Peacock and asked apologetically. "Yoop." Peacock let out a long sigh and said impatiently, "We came in after midnight. It's almost Cho hour now, Wyo. Why are you suddenly asking about the time?" "Oh, I just remembered. When we entered Immortal Abode, it was pitch black outside. When we arrived at Immortal Abode, it was bright. I really don't know where this light comes from. There's no sun in the sky." Chen Chen still had the leisure to think about this at this time. This was interesting. Peacock and Swift heard this and came to a realization. They looked up at the gray sky. Although there was no sun, it was still bright and they could not see where the light came from. If we live in Immortal Abode, there's no difference between day and night. How are we going to sleep? Chen Chen said with groundless worry. "Senior, you're thinking too much." Swift smiled and said, "We usually meditate at night. If it's daytime, won't we be cultivating for a long time? We can't wait to rejoice. Why would we worry about sleeping?" "Ah, Junior. You don't sleep." Chen Chen was stunned. "Why, Senior? You have to sleep at night?" Swift was even more stunned. Peacock heard this and said impatiently, "Chen Chen sleeps for 4 hours every day." "You're brilliant, Senior." Swift smiled and gave her a thumbs up. It was not sure if they were talking about sleeping at the entrance of the house. When the three of them entered the house, they realized. In this house, all the furnishings, things, showed that this was just a place to stay. Peacock led the way and looked at the entire 3rd floor of the house. She rolled her eyes at Chen Chen more than once. Chen Chen was also innocent. He only curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. As for what was said, only Chen Chen himself could understand it. The three of them searched the entire building like robbers, but they didn't find anything useful. The three of them didn't dare to delay. They immediately went downstairs and went straight to the small building next to them. Although the style of the small building next to them was different, the furnishings inside were also ordinary. "Chen Chen, Yu Yan, let's split up. We'll each look for a different place," Peacock said anxiously as she peered through the window of the small building and looked at the tall palace in the distance. "Yes, Senior Sister." Chen Chen and the other two replied and were about to leave. "By the way, anything that can be taken, other than the tables and chairs, take them all." Peacock did not forget to remind him, especially the jade hairpins, cinnabar hairpins, Don't worry, we have the purple phoenix hairpin in the fragrance cult. If I don't even know this, how can I survive in the fragrance cult? Chen Chen patted his chest and promised. When Peacock heard the words survive, she was speechless. She waved her hand and said, Go on, who knows? The disciples of the Dalan Temple and between the clouds and the water might be here soon. The three of them split up. After nearly 2 hours, the three of them had searched all the small buildings. The disciples of the Dalan Temple and between the clouds and the water did not come. The three of them gathered by the pond. Peacock smiled and said, How was it? Did you find anything? Hee hee. Senior sister. Watch me. Chen Chen smiled as well. He held a large brocade handkerchief in his hand, wrapped in a bunch of bulging items, showing them off in front of Peacock as if he was presenting a treasure. Peacock said exasperatedly, Open it and see. Sure enough, Chen Chen's haul was bountiful. In the brocade handkerchief on the ground, there was a jade scroll, 2 jade hairpins, 3 beaded flowers, and several other accessories. Peacock herself could not tell what they were used for. What are these? Peacock pointed at a few of the items and asked, puzzled. A rattledrum, a tobacco pipe, and this. I think it's a small jade bottle. Chen Chen pointed out excitedly. What are you holding a tobacco pipe for? Peacock could tell at a glance that this tobacco pipe, although it was different from the ones used in the secular world, but it was obviously an ordinary item. Senior sister, didn't you say? I had to take everything I could. I had to find this big brocade handkerchief to take all these items. Chen Chen said, feeling wronged. All right, that's good. Peacock smiled and said, Whether they're good or not, we'll know when we bring them back and let the leader and the Grand Elder have a look. After that, Swift also took out the items. Swift did not have much, just 2 jade scrolls, a few golden hairpins, a jade ruby, and 7 or 8 small beads. After looking through Swift's items, Chen Chen asked anxiously, Senior sister, what about you? Did you find anything good? Hee hee, look. Peacock also took out the items she had put away. There were also a few jade scrolls, a plate-like item, a jade flute, a string of beads, and 2 small mirrors. Nothing much, Chen Chen said curiously. Look at Senior sister. You seem to have found some treasure these. They look ordinary too. Hee hee, these are all things we don't know the use of. Peacock smiled and said, I found this on a table in a small building. Which one? Where? Chen Chen widened his eyes and looked at Peacock. Peacock smiled and kept the items. She reached out with her right hand and pulled out a soft sword from her waist. Soft sword? Swift was also stunned. There was jealousy in her eyes and said, Senior sister. You're really lucky to have found such a good item. Hee hee, it was a coincidence. Peacock did not hide her pride and smiled. There was a straight rope on the table. I thought it was strange. I only knew it was a sheathed soft sword when I picked it up. If I was careless, wouldn't I have missed it? Oh, Senior sister. Chen Chen heard and ran away. He shouted as he ran. Wait a minute, I saw a rope too. There really is one. Peacock and Swift were stunned. Not long after, they saw Chen Chen waving a soft sword in his hand and running over with a smile on his face. There must be a mistake. There really is one? This time, Peacock and Swift were completely petrified. Hee hee, this soft sword was casually thrown on the dressing table. I thought it was a rope. Chen Chen said embarrassedly. Peacock and Swift looked at each other and said in unison, There's no one here, let's search again. Chen Chen was of course willing, so the 3 of them searched together again. Sure enough, after half an hour, when the 3 of them met by the pond, they had more than 10 items in their hands. Oh, someone's coming. Chen Chen's eyes were sharp and saw several figures leaping down from the top of the palace. He could not see their faces clearly from afar, but they did not look like monks from the Dalan Temple. And over there's a small boat coming. They look like monks from the Dalan Temple. Peacock pointed. Not far away, on the other side of the lake, there were also 2 small boats coming to the shore. Let's go, Peacock urged. There are many monks in the Dalan Temple. I'm afraid we're no match for them. If they have evil intentions, it'll be troublesome. Chen Chen waved the soft sword in his hand and said, I'll let them have a taste of my power.
Peacock had already taken 2 steps forward. She turned back and scolded. Let's go, I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. However, when she turned around, she saw the lotus leaves in the pond from the corner of her eyes. The edges of the lotus leaves were inlaid with faint golden threads, and the edges of the budding lotus flowers were also faintly flashing with golden threads. She sniffed carefully. That fragrance. Wasn't it emitting from the lotus flowers in the pond?
Peacock immediately came to her senses and turned to look at the small boat that was getting closer and closer. She also saw the figure that had just reached the side of the small boat.
She clenched her teeth and pulled out her flexible sword. She whispered, "My 2 juniors, we have all misjudged. Quick, pluck all the lotus flowers in the pond."
Ah!
When Chen Chen and Swift heard this, they too turned back and did not dare to dawdle. They immediately used their qinggong and leaped to the surface of the pond. There was indeed something strange about the lotus flowers. When Peacock and the other 2 tried to pluck them together, the soft sword in Swift's hand could not cut off the stem of the lotus. Only the soft sword that Peacock and Chen Chen obtained from the small building could pluck the lotus flowers. Swift tried a few times and returned to the shore, looking at the 2 with envy. There were more than 10 lotus flowers in the pond. Peacock and Swift spent a lot of effort to pluck them all. Chen Chen did not forget to pluck a few large lotus leaves to hold the lotus flowers. When Peacock got to the shore, she looked up and saw that the monks of the Dalan Temple and the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water had already arrived at the shore. There were also many disciples gathered around the palace. They could not see clearly from afar, but there were many dressed in palace attire. They must be the disciples of the Dalan Temple.
Let's go.
Peacock did not hesitate. She dashed into the depths of the forest. Chen Chen and the others also knew the importance of this and did not say anything. They followed Peacock and disappeared into the forest after a few ups and downs. Peacock and the other 2 were dressed in palace attire. They had already been spotted by Kong Chan of the Dalan Temple and Liang Tsongshu of Between the Clouds and the Water. They urged the small boat under their feet, wanting to get to the shore quickly to see what kind of opportunity there was. When they got to the shore, Peacock and the other 2 were nowhere to be seen. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the dozens of small buildings. The 2 groups had a tacit understanding. One group walked side by side and searched the small buildings one by one. When they entered the small buildings, Peacock and the other 2 quickly used their qinggong to reach the shore and hurriedly boarded a small boat. The little vital energy in their meridians was stimulated and the small boat was like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the palace. Please cast a monthly vote. Please cast a recommendation vote. Please collect. Please tip. Thank you. Chapter 1186. At this time, there were many people gathered below the palace, wanting to cross the lake by boat.
However, none of them had the vital energy of immortality and could not move the boat.
Just as Peacock had said, no one had brought a paddle with them, so they could only look at the lake and sigh. Just as the crowd was envious of the monks from the Dalan Temple and the disciples from Between the Clouds and the Water, they saw another boat coming back. They were all shocked. When the boat came closer, several disciples dressed in palace attire cheered as if they were welcoming the victorious return of the victors. These female disciples held weapons and stood guard by the shore. One of them quickly ran back to the palace. When Peacock and the other 2 reached the shore, more than 10 female disciples came to receive them. As soon as Peacock and the others left the shore, the disciples from the Dalan Temple and Between the Clouds and the Water who were searching the building noticed them. However, the boat had already entered the lake and they could not catch up. Although they knew that Peacock and the others had been here before, they still suppressed their thoughts and searched for them slowly. Peacock and the others on the boat kept looking back, fearing that the monks from the Dalan Temple would really come after them. When the boat reached the shore, they finally felt relieved. Senior Sister Peacock.
A few of the aroma cult's inner disciples called out to her affectionately as they cleared some space on the shore.
Where's the leader? Are you here as well? Peacock asked anxiously when she heard this. No, the leader is still in the front hall. Master Longevity and I of Between the Clouds and the Water are all here too. A disciple replied. Another disciple whispered. After Senior Peacock left, the monks from the Dalan Temple also left. The disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't know at first, but later on, they also left quietly. Only the Righteous Alliance didn't know about it. Later on, when more and more people came to the front hall, people noticed the light curtain at the back. However, everyone knew that the center of divine abode was the throne in the middle, so,
Very few people came here. Later on, the leader asked the Grand Elder to bring us to the back hall. The restriction of the back hall has been broken? Chen Chen was shocked. It's not that easy. A disciple smiled bitterly and said, the Grand Elder has tried everything, but she still can't break it. Her meridians are also lacking true qi. There are many spells that she can't use. Maybe it's not about the magic formula. Just now, the great master Chonggung of the Dalan Temple, between the clouds and the water, also came. It seems that the great master Chonggung didn't participate in the battle just now. He also can't break it. A disciple continued. Come, let's go up first. Peacock Eyes glanced at the small package in Chen Chen's hand and whispered, yes. All the disciples had already seen the small package. They surrounded the three senior sisters and used their qinggong to rush towards the palace. At this time, the palace was crowded with people. Not to mention the Xiongism and the Righteous Alliance, even the disciples of the Dalan Temple and between the clouds and the water had come. There were even disciples from other sections. They must have fought their way up from the bottom of Yaoshan Mountain. The Xiongism's palace attire was very conspicuous. In a corner of the palace, a few female disciples with long swords surrounded a shelf. When they saw Peacock and the others approaching, they opened up a gap for Peacock, Chen Chen and Swift to enter. Greetings to the Grand Elder. Peacock bowed respectfully. Peacock. Wait a moment. At this moment, Senior Nun Xueqi was frowning. She released her divine sense and carefully studied a restriction on the shelf. After a while, Senior Nun Xueqi seemed to have gained something. She took out the plain cloud white flag and waved it at the restriction. 4 to 5 small lotus flowers floated over. However, when the lotus flowers touched the restriction, they flashed a few times and then disappeared. Cough, cough. Senior Nun Xueqi wanted to wave the flag again, but another strand of blood flowed out of her mouth. Sigh. Nun Xueqi let out a long sigh and put away the plain cloud white flag. She turned to look at Peacock and whispered, Peacock, I heard that the three of you went to the other side. What did you find? Grand Elder, look. Chen Chen picked up the small package in his hand and was about to open it. Don't open it yet. Xueqi Nun used her divine sense to scan it and her face lit up with joy. She said, this handkerchief is a good treasure. It can block out divine sense. Just this handkerchief alone is worth it. Ah? Chen Chen was stunned and mumbled this. I picked it up from the ground. Hee, little Chen Chen's luck is not bad. Xueqi Nun said lovingly, take this package first. We'll talk about it after the owner of the immortal mansion is settled. Yes. Grand Elder. Seeing that he had obtained something good, Chen Chen was overjoyed and replied with great pleasure. Reporting to Grand Elder, I and Junior Chen Chen each got a soft sword. Peacock smiled and presented the soft sword. Xueqi Nun took it and looked at it for a while. She nodded and said, this is an immortal weapon, not an ordinary weapon. I don't know how to use it. We'll study it in detail when we get here. Xueqi Nun sniffed and closed her eyes. In a moment, her face lit up with joy and she whispered, where did this fragrance come from? Is it the lotus leaf in your hand? Yes. Grand Elder is wise. There are several lotus flowers in the lotus leaf. Swift nodded and said. Xueqi Nun carefully opened the lotus leaf and looked at the lotus flowers inside. She was shocked and mumbled this. Could it be the 9 Heavens Black Lotus? 9 Heavens Black Lotus? What's that? Peacock and the others were stunned and asked curiously. Shup, lower your voice. Xueqi Nun was seriously injured and had to be careful. She whispered, Chen Chen, open your handkerchief and put these lotus leaves and lotus flowers inside. This. Will it work? Looking at the lotus leaves that were much bigger than the handkerchief, Chen Chen was confused. Try it. Xueqi Nun smiled. Chen Chen said as he unfolded the handkerchief. Peacock was also puzzled as she placed the lotus leaf that was wrapped in the handkerchief into the corner of the handkerchief. An incredible scene unfolded. The lotus leaf that was much larger than the handkerchief was instantly placed inside the handkerchief. Ah! Everyone who saw this was shocked. Put it in quickly, Xueqi Nun urged. Hao Feng and Chonggung are already looking over here. Chen Chen and Swift quickly put the rest of the lotus leaves in. Hao Feng Zhenren also walked over. Xueqi Nun, may I ask? What is this fragrance? Why does it smell so comfortable, as if it has some benefits for eyes injuries? When Xueqi nun heard this, she also raised her head and sniffed a few times. She shook her head slightly and said, I don't smell any fragrance. You should go to the Dalan temple and ask. Hao Fengzhenren still did not believe her. He looked again and again before leaving. After Hao Fengzhenren left, Chen Chen could not help but ask in a low voice, Grand Elder. This handkerchief. What is it? How can it store so many things? Haha, I don't know what it is exactly. I only know that in the ancient records of the sect, there was a record of something called a storage bag. A very small bag has a space the size of this hall, and it can store a lot of things. When I was young, I even went out to search for it according to the records in the ancient records. Did you find it? Chen Chen could not help but ask. How could it be that easy? The ancient records only recorded that a certain immortal in that place had this item. Whether it is there or where it is unknown. I didn't even find that place, let alone such a miraculous treasure. Xueqi nun smiled bitterly. Some of the handkerchiefs refined by the immortal Tao have the auxiliary effect of storing things, so I let you try it. Auxiliary? When Chen Chen heard this, his eyes lit up again. He almost said loudly then, what else can it do? Ha! Seeing Chen Chen's inquiry, Xueqi nun laughed. Maybe it can be used for defense, maybe it can be used for attack and so on. It all depends on your own fate. Then she looked around and said, you all guard this shelf and don't let anyone get close. Also, find a place to encircle the magic weapons over there. In a while, the Dalan temple and between the clouds and the water will do the same. The 3 sects of the immortal Tao will each occupy a shelf and leave the rest to others. It's not too overbearing. Yes, we understand. A few disciples of the incense cult quickly went over and found a shelf without the Dalan temple and the disciples of between the clouds and the water. They chased away the disciples of the various sects who were surrounding it and trying various methods. The disciples looked indignant but did not dare to say anything. They could only go to other shelves. Dalan temple, Xueyun club, and even the alliance of the righteous Tao saw this and immediately came to their senses. They quickly organized their disciples, and each sect took over 1 disciple. Fortunately, there were many shelves in the hall, and there were quite a few left for others. More importantly, no one was able to break through the restrictions, so the others did not have much of an opinion. Peacock and the others followed Xueqi nun back to the front hall. At this time, there were already many people in the hall. However, although there were many people, the hall did not seem crowded at all. It was as if, no matter how many people were in the hall, even if all the people from the Jianghu at the foot of Yao Mountain came up, the hall would still be able to accommodate them. Jingyi nun was already some distance away from the throne in the middle. She did not get very close. With a cold face and squinted eyes, she looked at the many people in front of her. Each of them had their own methods and went up one by one to try. However, it had been more than 4 hours and the throne in the middle was still as transparent as ever. It was impossible to touch. Psych! The methods of martial arts did not work and the methods of immortality cannot be used. How can I sit on the throne? Jingyi nun scratched her head. Leader. Xueqi nun came to Jingyi nun's side and smiled. Still no progress? Jingyi nun shook her head. No. However, looking at Grand Supreme's happy face, what did you gain from it? How could I have such an immortal fate? It's your disciples who gained a lot of benefits. Is that so? Jingyi nun's furrowed brows relaxed a little. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1187. Chen Chen was the most restless. He held the small package in his hand and showed it off in front of Nanjing Yi as if he was presenting a treasure. She knew that this was a mortal mansion and everyone was looking for a way to control it. So she was not overjoyed and only spoke in a low voice. After Chen Chen finished speaking, Nanjing Yi was slightly moved. She lowered her head and pondered for a moment. Then she lifted the handkerchief and smiled. If it really is the 9 heavens black lotus, there's no need to refine it into an elixir. The Grand Supreme's injuries will be healed if he takes it directly. Not to mention that you've also obtained 2 soft swords, and many miscellaneous things. The 3 of you have contributed the most to this trip to Immortal Mansion. Chen Chen smiled sweetly. But then Nun Jingyi sighed. It's a pity. Our cultivation is too low. We've only touched the threshold of immortality, or even seen the threshold. There are many treasures hidden in Immortal Mansion. If we can't take the central throne and control the entire Immortal Mansion, I'm afraid we'll return empty-handed after entering a mountain of treasures. Seeing that Chen Chen was somewhat puzzled, Nun Jingyi looked at the throne that was still in full swing in front of her and explained to Chen Chen. Chen Chen, don't think that you've already obtained a lot of good things. Even this brocade handkerchief is rarely seen in the world, but the place you're going is only the place where the lowliest disciples in Immortal Mansion, or the place where the lowliest handymen can go. The pavilion you're going to, I'm afraid, is just the place where those handymen live. Ah? Not only Chen Chen, but Peacock and Swift were also stunned, their faces showing disbelief. Sect leader. It's impossible. In that pavilion, there are many jade slips and magic tools. Even the Grand Supreme and the Great Master Chonggung can't break them. Do the servants of Immortal Mansion have such cultivation? When Chen Chen heard that the treasures he had obtained were from the servants of Immortal Mansion, he was very anxious. Alas, the ancient path of immortality. How can we speculate? Nun Jingyi sighed again. She pointed at the 7-colored cloud under her feet and said, Look at the 7 colors in the hall. The black and white colors are at the edge, the furthest from the throne in the center. Even if you have something to say, if you don't say it loudly, the person on the throne might not be able to hear it. Look again. Outside the door, there's a 7-colored jade passageway. The black and white passageways are at the side, and the entrance to the hall is also at the side. If they're not servants, they're also the lowest-ranked people. Peacock and the others felt dejected. Also, according to what you said earlier, there is a lake, a lotus pond, and a dozen or so small pavilions in the White Pavilion. If they aren't servants, how could they live so close to each other? Furthermore, one side is for men and the other side is for women. Isn't this where the servants live? But Chen Chen was a little speechless. After thinking for a while, he said, If he is a handyman, why are there jade slips and magic tools in the main hall of the White Pavilion? Handymen in Immortal Mansion also need to have cultivation. Can ordinary people be handymen in Immortal Mansion? Nun Jingyi smiled. Peacock nodded slightly. That was right. The black and white jade passageway could even be used by martial arts masters. If it wasn't for the handymen, who could it be? Chen Chen pouted and was a little unhappy. He tried to find a topic and said, Then, Sir Hierarch at the Dahlin Temple, did you find a place for the handymen to live? Haha, no. How could they be as lucky as you? Nun Jingyi smiled and said, When the monks of the Dahlin Temple left the temple, they found a large hall. However, there was nothing inside, so they had to go out and find another place. In the end, they found a room that looked like a Buddhist shrine. It blocked the middle of the passageway and they couldn't go in. Their so-called guardian disciples went in one by one, but they were all driven back by the endless pressure inside. Then she looked at Master Chong Sheng in the distance and said in a low voice, Later, our sect also sent the inner disciples out of this hall. They went back to the entrance of Immortal Mansion and went out from the Dahlin Temple. Haha, they also wanted to go through that room, but they were blocked by the monks of the Dahlin Temple. But, according to what you said, the monks of the Dahlin Temple also went to the White Pavilion. I think they also have a passageway there. At this point, Nun Jingyi looked at the top of the hall and said, I'm afraid it's going to be dawn soon. This Immortal Mansion. The central control is still not under control. Maybe the 3 sects of Immortal Tao have to think of other ways. Then, she looked at the many people in the hall and frowned. I don't know if the fighting at the foot of Yaoshan has stopped. Looking at the situation, even if we let the people at the foot of the mountain up, there won't be many who can enter the hall. Sir Leader, a disciple said in a low voice, I just passed by the entrance of Immortal Mansion and went out to take a look. At the foot of Yaoshan, there were heavy casualties and many of our outer disciples were injured. The key point is, the disciples of the 4 sects were in a mess. When I looked out, the disciples of the 4 sects were killing each other. Ha! Why is that? Nun Jingyi was surprised. Sir Leader, since the monks of the Dahlin Temple can go to the White Pavilion, I want to go to the Buddhist shrine. If I can go there, maybe there's a cave behind it. Peacock said in a low voice. You go and wait. Maybe there's an opportunity. Nun Jing-yi nodded. Chen, give the brocade handkerchief to us. After this is over, we'll reward you according to your merits. Yes, I understand. Chen gave the item wrapped in the brocade handkerchief to Nun Jing-yi. The three of them were about to leave. At this time, outside of Yaoshan, the sky was bright. The killing of the inner disciples of the incense cult had stopped and the faint black gas on the ground had disappeared. There were only countless bleeding corpses lying there quietly. On the stairs, there were still many disciples climbing up to Immortal Mansion. Occasionally, there were a few who came down. The disciples of the three immortal Dao sects and the righteous Dao alliance who were in charge of defense were all exhausted at this time. They casually held their weapons and stopped to rest. However, when they thought of how they had lost their minds and killed each other, they all felt a lingering fear and distanced themselves from each other. At this time, there was a rumbling sound of thunder. Above Immortal Mansion, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The seven-colored brilliance gradually gathered and in a flash, it formed a huge figure. This person was bald and wore a long robe. His nose was straight and his eyes were thin and long. He looked very young, about 15 or 16 years old. A monk from the Dalan Temple? The disciples of the incense cult, between the clouds and the water, and the righteous alliance were all stunned. At this time, the person spoke and his voice was like thunder in the sky. In the main hall of Immortal Mansion, everyone saw a different scene. Just as Peacock, Chen, and Swift were about to go out, in the main hall, a leader of an unknown sect threw out a rope-like object. He wanted to wrap it around the throne in the middle. However, just as the rope was about to wrap around the throne suddenly bloomed with a strong seven-colored light. Ah! The leader was overjoyed and laughed. This throne is mine. Before he could finish rejoicing, a human figure similar to the one outside of Yaoshan appeared on the throne. Ren Xiaoyao? Nun Jing-yi was the first to recognize him. Her voice was full of hatred. Master Chongqing, Master Tiangang, and Bai Yanqiu and Bai Zhongmen who were guarding the main hall all cried out in unison. Peacock and Chen were also attracted by the strange scene on the throne. They almost groaned. Ren Xiaoyao? Xiaoyao? However, Chen suddenly realized. No, when did this guy's nose become tall and straight? His eyes became slender too? This can't be Ren Xiaoyao. But Peacock and Chen were so familiar with Ren Xiaoyao that they were very familiar with him. Therefore, they were very sure that this person was Ren Xiaoyao. Although this Ren Xiaoyao did not have any hair or eyebrows. In the main hall, on the throne in the middle, Zhang Xiaohua slowly sat down. He looked down at everyone and smiled. Hello everyone, good morning. At the same time, his voice was also above Immortal Mansion. It was like a thunderclap, speaking to the people below Yaoshan. Yub. Who are you? The leader who thought he had the throne asked angrily. Who am I? Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and smiled. It's this guy. There's no doubt about it. Chen gritted his teeth and groaned. This nose. Did he touch it with his hand? I am Ren Xiaoyao from Beidou School. I think everyone has already seen that I am sitting on the throne in Lingxiao Palace. What does this mean? There's no need for I to teach everyone. This Immortal Mansion. It's now Beidou School's. You're talking nonsense. What right do you have to say that this is Lingxiao Palace? What right do you have to say that this Immortal Mansion belongs to Beidou School? Immortal Mansion is a gift from the heavens. Only the virtuous can occupy it. What right do you have? How dare you live here? The leader seemed to be reminiscing about the brilliance of the throne. Only Nun Jing-yi from the Cult of Incense, Master Chongshang from the Dalan Temple, Bai Yanqiu from between the clouds and the water, and the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, remained silent with gloomy faces. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and pointed up. Take a look, what are the two words on the throne? You don't even know the name of Immortal Mansion. I really don't know who taught you. If you can't, I know a gentleman who knows how to enlighten you. The fee is reasonable. I can introduce him to you. The leader was so angry that he almost jumped up. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua stopped smiling and said coldly, Immortal Mansion is naturally a gift from the heavens. My Beidou School follows the heavens and wants to use Yaoshan Immortal Mansion to establish a school. Of course, I am the most virtuous person. According to what you said, I have no virtue. Are you virtuous? Should I hand over the Yaoshan immortal abode to you? You sitting on it is the most natural thing in the world. Forget it, forget it. What's the point of talking to people like you? You can go now. Don't appear near my Yaoshan immortal mansion. Otherwise I won't be stingy with my methods. After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua waved her sleeve. A ray of light flashed and carried the leader out of the main hall. It directly sent him out of Yaoshan immortal mansion. Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Chapter 1188. Ah! Everyone in the hall was shocked. Although they had seen Zhang Xiaohua appear on the throne, they still had some expectations in their hearts. They wanted to use the power of the entire Jianghu to confront Zhang Xiaohua. The three sects of the Immortal Path had several seniors with profound cultivation. They had seen with their own eyes that they might be able to take down Zhang Xiaohua. In addition, there were tens of thousands of martial artists. Even an immortal wouldn't be able to stop them. But when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's godlike methods, their hearts sank. Seeing that everyone was trembling, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. Everyone, don't be afraid. I have always been reasonable. This guy really made me angry, so I treated him like this. And I have appeared here and announced something to the martial arts world. How can I act rashly? Everyone calmed down, but they didn't understand what Zhang Xiaohua was going to say. Zhang Xiaohua continued, I have a strange background. I don't belong to any of the sects in the Jianghu. I used to be a guardian disciple in the incense cult, but I didn't learn any of their moves. During the incense cult martial arts convention, I was expelled from the incense cult by Nun Jingyi herself. Ah, it's him, Ren Xiaoyao. He defeated the disciple between the clouds and the water with a copper rod during the martial arts convention. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua say it herself, the people who had a vague impression of him came to a realization. They couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Many people even looked at Nun Jingyi, whose face was a little pale. I also wanted to learn from the incense cult and hold a martial arts convention. But since we have this immortal's mansion and the entire Jianghu is at Yaoshan, I ask everyone to be witnesses. From today onwards, Beidou School is officially established in Yaoshan. In the future, Beidou School's disciples will roam the Jianghu. Please take care of them. At this moment, all the people present at the ceremony would clap their hands to express their congratulations. However, at this moment, everyone had not yet recovered from the role of snatching the immortal abode. How could they clap their hands? The entire hall was completely silent. Hee, looks like no one wishes for my sect to be established? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said then, I can only celebrate by myself. As he spoke, he waved his sleeves again. Above the great hall, Yao Shan's seat shone with a seven-colored brilliance, like fireworks during a festival. It was abnormally bright. Ba, young benefactor ran. Seeing that everyone was silent, Master Longevity stepped out of the crowd and pressed his palms together. Young benefactor Ren. Are you a cultivator of the immortal Tao? Haha, Grandmaster Longevity, if I wasn't a person of the immortal Tao, how could I have obtained the immortal mansion? Zhang Xiaohua laughed. Young benefactor Ren. You have kept us in the dark. Master Longevity smiled bitterly. He turned to look at Master Tiangang and said, Young benefactor, you said that you were establishing the Beidou school and not the Tenryu sect? Young benefactor, I know about your relationship with Monk Gu of the incense cult and the Tenryu sect. Zhang Xiaohua knew what Master Longevity was worried about. She nodded and said, The sect I established is indeed the Beidou school. It has nothing to do with the Tenryu sect. As for the relationship between I and the Tenryu sect, that is I's private matter. I don't need to explain it to you clearly. Indeed, there is no need. Master Longevity muttered and nodded slightly. Bai Yanqiu looked at Zhang Xiaohua. He gritted his teeth and covered his chest with his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Zhang Xiaohua frown and say in a low voice, Everyone, please wait a moment. Then her figure disappeared from the throne. Wow! When the crowd saw that Zhang Xiaohua had left, they immediately became noisy and whispered to each other. Peacock and the others did not go out. They returned to Nun Jingyi's side. Leader. This Ren Xiaoyao. What's going on? Nun Xueqi asked in a low voice. Her face was full of shock.
Sigh, this is a long story. Let's talk about it later. If you want to know, you can ask Chen Chen. She knows best. Nun Jingyi sighed and said. Not to mention the other sects, even the inner disciples of the incense cult lowered their heads in disgust. Zhang Xiaohua broke into the incense cult with a sword. It was one of the interesting stories of the incense cult for many years. Only then did the incense cult undergo a great change, followed by the martial arts convention and then Yaoshan. Many people did not know about the whereabouts of Dream and Zhang Xiaohua. Now that they saw that the affectionate young man had obtained Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and was going to establish a sect, who could hold back their excitement? Leader. Peacock whispered very sensitively. Great Elder Jing Gang. Nun Jingyi nodded slightly, then shook her head slightly. The two different actions seemed contradictory, but Peacock understood Nun Jingyi's difficulties. She sighed and nodded slightly. 3 people stood in the corner of the hall. One of them was Valley Master Nye of the Rejuvenation Valley. The other 2 were Si Yakong of the Weapon Forging Sect and Zhen Xian of the Weapon Refining Sect. All 3 of them were injured. The other 3 people of the Jade Foundation Alliance were not present. The Jade Foundation Alliance was a very famous alliance in the martial arts world. However, they were not known for their martial arts. The 6 sects of the Jade Foundation Alliance should not have come to the fight for Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. However, they had seen Zhang Xiaohua slay the people of the Longting Villa and knew the power of immortality. Since Yaoshan had the opportunity to set foot on the path of immortality, how could they resist? The leaders of the 6 sects had come and brought many disciples with them. They wanted to get their hands on the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. However, the fight for Holy Realm Dweller's mansion was truly tragic. Before they could set foot on the steps of the Holy Realm Dwellers was Siqing of the Viburnum Horse Farm, Ma Fuhu of the Subdue Tiger Horse Farm and Ing Zhizhu of the Garrison Horse Farm died under a flurry of swords. As for Valley Master Nye, if not for the Crimson Flame Pill refined by Zhang Xiaohua which increased his cultivation by several years, he would have died on the spot. Even so, the 3 of them supported each other. Although they were severely injured, they found a gap among the Righteous Alliance disciples and stepped onto the steps. However, by the time they reached the top of the hall, there were already many people inside. They knew that their martial arts were not good enough, so they did not dare to step forward. They hid in a corner, hoping to take advantage of the situation. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared, the 3 of them had an interesting expression on their faces. Valley Master Nye was pleasantly surprised, relieved, regretful, and disappointed. Si Yakong was filled with pure regret. He almost wanted to slap his own face. Zhen Xian's eyes were filled with surprise. He was even more surprised than everyone else. After all, he knew this Ren Xiaoyao. Moreover, they had drunk together before. Second brother. We're rich, we're rich. Zhen Xian could not suppress his joy. He nudged Valley Master Nye with his elbow and said in a low voice, "This Ren Xiaoyao has a history with your Rejuvenation Valley. You, Sai, 4th brother. You don't know. When Rejuvenation Valley was attacked, didn't Ren Xiaoyao come? At that time, I thought it was Ren Xiaoyao who brought the disaster. I was extremely disrespectful to Ren Xiaoyao and offended him." Valley Master Nye said with extreme regret. "Bah, how is that called offending? I was the one who had eyes but could not see." Si Yakong gritted his teeth and said, I took back the things I gave him. I completely offended him." Hee, Zhen Xian said in a low voice, "Big brother, second brother, it's not that serious, is it? How can someone from the immortal Tao lower himself to our level? Moreover, second brother, didn't our niece reject the immortal Tao expert and join this Beidou school? Isn't that right?" Valley Master Nye's eyes were filled with joy. "I forgot. Little Yu is an in-name disciple of Beidou school. He established a sect in this immortal abode and set up the Beidou school in this immortal abode. Doesn't that mean little Yu is a disciple of this immortal abode? Congratulations, second brother." Zhen Xian smiled. "From now on, our Jade Foundation Alliance will depend on little Yu." "Sigh, isn't that so? If we had known this would happen, why would we have gotten involved in this mess? Third brother, 5th brother, and 6th brother wouldn't have had to." Si Yakong felt a wave of sorrow. Speaking of the 3 brothers who had lost their lives, Valley Master Nye and Zhen Xian were also very sad. They could not help but sigh together. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. That was exactly how it was. Just then,
An unusually tall figure fell from mid-air in the Great Hall, landing right in front of Master Tiangang.
Kongju? Master Chongsheng was stunned. Abbot? Kongju was also surprised to see Master Chongsheng. He stood up, rubbing his head.
He looked left and right in confusion, then said loudly,
Why am I back? Naturally, I dragged you back.
A voice came from the throne again.
Ren Xiaoyao? Why are you sitting there?
Kongju clearly did not know what had happened in the Great Hall.
He asked in surprise.
Kongju, this Yaoshan immortal abode now belongs to my Beidou school. It's fine if you want to look for things inside, but you don't have to tear down my Beidou school building. Zhang Xiaohua had a good impression of this monk and said with a smile. Kongju rubbed his bald head and said embarrassedly, There's nothing in your building. I thought I'd find something good if I tore it down. It was only then that Kongju came to his senses. He said in disbelief, What?
This immortal abode is already yours?
Yes. Zhang Xiaohua ignored Kongju and turned to the crowd. The Yaoshan immortal abode's restriction is an ancient one. It's not something you can break. You should send your disciples to call back those who are searching for treasures inside. Then, she looked at Nun Jingyi, Peacock, and Chen Chen. She said, Before I came here, you've already found things.
That's your own fate.
I won't pursue it. If anyone tries to take things from Beidou School's immortal abode again, don't blame me. I won't hold back.
Leader, Peacock said in a low voice.
Without waiting for her to finish, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and ordered, Send 2 groups of disciples in 2 different directions. Call back all the disciples of the Fragrance Order.
Peacock nodded and turned to instruct a few disciples. A dozen of them hurried off. Also, send someone out and ask them to stop.
Nun Jingyi thought of something. Seeing the actions of the Fragrance Order, the Dalan Temple also sent out enough people to leave the main hall. Only the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water and the Righteous Alliance were hesitant. After a while, several disciples left. Young benefactor ran. Master Tiangang of the Dalan Temple took a step forward and said in a low voice, When I saw young benefactor Ren, I was the first to be led to Yaoshan Immortal Abode. But all the places that we can go to, the disciples of the 3 sects have already gone to. I wonder, where is young benefactor Ren? How did he gain control of the central throne? Master, by right, I owe you a debt of gratitude for your guidance.
I should answer your question.
However, this involves the secrets of the Beidou school. I hope you can understand. Zhang Xiaohua was not stupid.
How could she tell anyone about this?
Ba. It's fine if you don't say it. I'm just curious. Master Tiangang laughed. Everyone, the reason why Beidou School is established here and has invited all of you heroes to be our witnesses is to establish good relations with all the sects in Jianghu. My Beidou School does not intend to be enemies with any sect, especially the Fragrance Order and the Dalan Temple. I have some connections with them. I hope that in the future, everyone will treat my Beidou School's disciples well. If my Beidou School is able to do so, we will also cooperate and develop together. Hearing this, Nun Jingyi took 2 steps forward and smiled. If that's the case, I, Fragrance Order, congratulate Beidou School on its establishment today. I hope that Headmaster Ren's Beidou School will last for thousands of years.
Thank you, Nun Jingyi.
Zhang Xiaohua stood up and cupped her hands. My Dalan Temple also congratulates Beidou School on its establishment. I hope that Beidou School and my Dalan Temple will work together in the future and develop together.
Thank you, Elder Nun.
Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands again. Although Bai Yanqiu wasn't very happy, he still cupped his hands and congratulated Beidou School on its establishment. After that, the Righteous Alliance and all the other sects in Jianghu cupped their hands and congratulated them. Zhang Xiaohua didn't even bother cupping her hands for some of the sects that came later. She only smiled and nodded. Jade Foundation Alliance congratulates Headmaster Ren on his establishment of Big Dipper. Valley Master Nye and the other 2 said in unison and bowed.
Jade Foundation Alliance?
Zhang Xiaohua saw Valley Master Nye and nodded slightly. She cupped her hands and thanked him.
Thank you, Valley Master Nye.
Wow! Many people came to a realization. Wasn't Rejuvenation Valley's 3rd miss from the legendary Beidou School? Everyone looked at Valley Master Nye with fervent and jealous gazes. After everyone finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Everyone, my Beidou school has always been about winning people over with virtue. We don't bully others. However, if some people don't listen to I and challenge I's bottom line, then I will have nothing to say." As she spoke, she flung her sleeves and stood up. She said loudly, "Disciples of all sects, this immortal abode is already the private property of my Beidou school. Immediately stop all actions of breaking the restrictions. You have the same amount of time as an incense stick to burn and return to the main hall in front. If you don't listen, you'll have to bear the consequences." Although Zhang Xiaohua was speaking in the main hall, her huge figure had already appeared above the lake of the White Pavilion, inside the White Pavilion's palace, in the corridor, and in front of the small Buddhist shrine. Seeing some hesitation on Bai Yanqiu's face, Taoist Master Hao Yun stepped forward and said a few words in a low voice. Bai Yanqiu had no choice but to wave his hand. Several disciples immediately flew out, as if to pass on the order. Only Alliance Master Zhang San's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and turned his head to give the order. Several disciples also quickly left. However, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, more than 10 disciples from the Aroma sect and Dalan Temple returned. More than 10 disciples from between the clouds and the water returned. As for the Alliance of Righteous Tao, only a few disciples returned. Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please bookmark, please tip. Chapter 1189. Seeing that the time limit was about to be up, Alliance Master Zhang Sen stepped forward and cupped his hands. Sect leader Ren, the disciples of the Righteous Alliance are not from the Celestial sect. Many of them went and they were scattered all over the place. Also, we can't inform them in such a short time. Please be lenient, sect leader Ren. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Alliance Master Zhang San coldly and nodded slightly. Alliance Master Zhang San is right. Since Alliance Master Zhang San asked and today is the auspicious day of the Beidou school's opening, we should be lenient. All right, I will give the Righteous Alliance another 15 minutes. With that, she waved her hand and a burning 15 minutes appeared in the main hall. Ah! Seeing this, Chen Chen was extremely surprised and asked in a low voice, "Grand Elder, this Ren Xiaoyao, is he really an immortal? How did the incense appear just like that? And it was lit?" Xueqi Nun smiled bitterly. "Silly child this. How would I know? However, based on my guess perhaps, Ren Xiaoyao borrowed the power of the immortal mansion to leave the main hall. I'm afraid that he might not succeed." "Oh, I see." Chen Chen nodded. "No wonder. This guy's martial arts are a mess, but now he's so good. It turns out that he obtained the power of the immortal mansion." 15 minutes passed quickly, but only a few people from the Righteous Alliance had returned. Zhang Xiaohua's slender eyes narrowed even more. Just as she was about to speak, Alliance Master Zhang San smiled apologetically and said, "Sect leader Ren. I sigh please." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and smiled. "No need to say more. Do you still need some time to be lenient?" "I don't dare. It's just that there are hundreds of disciples in the Righteous Alliance, including Deputy Alliance Master Yen. I have no intention of challenging sect leader Ren's bottom line. But, you have to ask I to raise my hand." Zhang Xiaohua continued. Hee, that's right. Please forgive me, sect leader Ren." Alliance Master Zhang San said in embarrassment. Zhang Xiaohua coldly stared at him. With a wave of her hand, a circular light screen that was as tall as a person appeared in the hall. The light screen flickered a few times before it became clear. Inside the light screen was a place beside the shrine where two people were talking. Both of them were disciples of the Righteous Tao Alliance. One of them was the one who went out to send the message earlier. The person who sent the message lowered his voice and said to the other disciple, "Xueqi, go and inform the other disciples. Tell them to ignore any strange scenes. Those are all fake. Someone is hiding somewhere in the immortal mansion, pretending to be mysterious." But that person called himself Ren Xiaoyao. He said that this immortal mansion already belonged to their Beidou school. Disciple. Xueqi hesitated. Nonsense. Ren Xiaoyao said that this immortal mansion belongs to Beidou school. Does it really belong to Beidou school? Alliance Master Zhang asked me to tell you that he has been in the front hall all this time. He didn't see anyone get the central throne. Ren Xiaoyao's sudden appearance must be because he secretly did something somewhere in the immortal mansion. Alliance Master Zhang has seen Ren Xiaoyao before. He's just a martial artist, and his martial arts aren't very high. Since he can get control of the immortal mansion, you can naturally do the same. As long as you catch this guy and kill him, this immortal mansion, wouldn't it belong to our righteous Dao Alliance? Besides, the old immortals of the incense cult, the Dalan Temple, and between the clouds and the water didn't have the ability to get this immortal mansion. How can Ren Xiaoyao get it? Can't you tell such a small thing apart? Also, Alliance Master Zhang will buy time for you in the main hall. Try to catch Ren Xiaoyao within this period of time. Otherwise, when we leave the immortal mansion, how will we get the chance? Today, he's the founder of some Beidou school. Killing someone is unlucky. Don't worry, Alliance Master Zhang will definitely guarantee your safety. Su Kuan seemed to be persuaded by that person. He nodded slightly and left with his lightness skill. The person who sent the message was in the main hall. When he saw this scene, he was so shocked that his face turned ashen. How was it? Alliance Master Zhang. Did you enjoy watching this? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the light screen disappeared. She raised her head and asked with a smile. Sect leader Ren, if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. We're in the immortal mansion of Beidou School. What can I say? Alliance Master Zhang San said without changing his expression. Well said, well said. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and laughed. At this moment, the incense stick had burned to its end. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand, and the incense stick disappeared. Since that's the case, then, all of you can stay here. Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Killing people as a sacrifice to the flag is also a good thing. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands, and a few rays of light flew out from her hands and disappeared in an instant. These are hundreds of lives. How can you be so cruel and merciless? Alliance Master Zhang San said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Just now, you solemnly vowed to get along with the various sections. Now you're so cruel. How can you win the trust of the various sects in the Jianghu? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang San as if she was looking at an idiot. Then, she turned and walked away. She sneered and said, in order to win the trust of all of you, I have to give up my principles? You're so naive. Do you think that you can use the so-called trust of all the sects in the Jianghu to force I to submit? I already knew about your plan. In the time it takes to burn a stick of incense and a half, I checked all the hundreds of disciples of the Righteous Alliance. Which one of them didn't have the blood of innocent people on their hands? Even all of you who came to Yaoshan killed many people in the nearby villages. How can I be afraid of dirtying my hands by killing these people? And you? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. You actually ordered your subordinates to destroy the piece of Beidou school in front of I. If I don't kill you, how can I? Sect leader Ren. A voice sounded. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw that it was the elder Chang Shang of the Dalan Temple. Zhang Xiaohua was a little unhappy and asked, Master, what do you want to say? Cough cough, sect leader Ren. I want to plead for leniency on behalf of Alliance leader Zhang. Master Chang Shang was a little embarrassed, but it seemed that he had to plead for leniency, so he had no choice but to appear. Zhang Xiaohua's interest was piqued. She asked curiously, as far as I know, the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance. Amitba. Sect leader Ren. This has nothing to do with the relationship between the two sections. Master Chang Shang smiled. Today is the opening day of your sect. There was blood just now, so it's really not good to kill again. Moreover, Alliance leader Zhang has been in this hall all this time and didn't leave the hall. Naturally, he didn't violate sect leader Ren's kill order, so. Sect leader Ren. After hearing this, I also want to ask sect leader Ren for a favor. Nun Jingyi also took a step forward and said with a smile, for the sake of Mount Yao Immortal Mansion, who knows how many Jianghu disciples have died at the foot of Mount Yao. Now the Jianghu's vitality has been greatly damaged, and the Righteous Alliance is one of the 4 great sections. If Alliance leader Zhang loses his life, the Righteous Alliance will be like a plate of loose sand, and in the Jianghu, won't there be more waves? Sect leader Ren, since you've already obtained the Immortal Mansion, why don't you show mercy? For the sake of the entire Jianghu, the Jianghu can no longer afford to be harmed. Moreover, for the sake of the Beidou school's disciples when they travel the Jianghu in the future. Sect leader Ren. Please reconsider. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She didn't understand why Master Chongshang and Nun Jingyi were pleading for leniency on behalf of Alliance leader Zhang San. If other people were pleading for leniency, she wouldn't necessarily care. However, these two sects were related to her. Although she wasn't afraid, the disciples of the Beidou school would travel the Jianghu in the future. Nun Jingyi's words weren't unreasonable. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but mutter to herself. When Alliance leader Zhang San saw Master Chongshang and Nun Jingyi come forward to plead for leniency, his expression changed slightly. He gritted his teeth, cupped his hands and said, "Sect leader Ren, I was not strict with my subordinates and caused you trouble. I hereby apologize to sect leader Ren." Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, he flipped his right hand and slapped the head of the person next to him. That person's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Then, a few streaks of blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth and eyes. His body collapsed into the black clouds. In the main hall, everyone cried out in surprise. However, they immediately gave Alliance leader Zhang San a thumbs up in their hearts. He knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was able to find a way out for himself in time. He used the life of a disciple of the righteous Tao Alliance to find a way out for himself. He even killed the person who sent the message. Even if the Beidou school wanted to bring up old scores, they had no excuse. Alliance leader Zhang San was indeed a famous person in the Jianghu. Sect leader Ren, this disciple actually misinterpreted my intentions and gave orders on my behalf. He offended the Beidou school and I have personally punished him. I hope sect leader Ren can forgive the righteous Tao Alliance's offense. After killing the disciple who sent the message, Alliance leader Zhang San lost his courage and cupped his hands. What a good Alliance leader Zhang San. As expected of the Alliance leader of the #1 martial arts sect. This method is really beautiful. Second brother, you still have to learn more. Zhang Xiaohua was also stunned in her heart. Her face was still cold, but she said, "Yes, no problem, no problem. Since the incense cult and the Dalan temple are pleading for leniency, and it really wasn't Alliance leader Zhang San's doing, what else can I say?" As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand again. Several rays of light flashed, and the corpse next to Alliance leader Zhang San also disappeared in a flash. While Alliance leader Zhang San was shocked, he heard Zhang Xiaohua say, "I have already sent the corpses of the others to the bottom of Yao Mountain." What is this? As she spoke, Zhang Xiaohua's expression suddenly changed. She stood up with a look of surprise. Of course, when Zhang Xiaohua received the spiritual tablet of Immortal Mansion and sent the corpses of hundreds of righteous Tao Alliance disciples to the bottom of Yao Mountain, the faint black gas that was invisible to the naked eye emerged from the ground and wrapped around the corpses, sucking the blood from the corpses into the ground. When Zhang Xiaohua noticed this strange phenomenon, she immediately released her divine sense. On top of Yao Mountain, Zhang Xiaohua's godlike image seemed to be angry. Her divine sense covered the sky and covered the earth, however. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense came into contact with the faint black gas, the black gas immediately became alert and suddenly retreated into the ground. Before Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense could extend underground, the entire ground trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. A black gas flashed from the ground and quickly retreated into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was not enough. She could only shrink her eyes slightly and slowly sit back on the central throne. Please vote, please vote. Chapter 1190. That faint black aura. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't know about it. But Zhang Xiaohua just happened to know. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stand up and sit down again in just a moment, everyone was puzzled. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought, Master Chongshang glanced at Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi understood and said with a smile, "Sect Master Ren. I wonder, what's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nun Jingyi and nodded slightly. She said, "Nun Jingyi, you and the others have been fighting for a long time under Yaoshan, right?" Nun Jingyi was a bit embarrassed, but she still nodded. "Yes, Yaoshan Immortal Abode is so annoying that even Sect Master Ren wants to take action. How can we be exempt? There are many people in Jianghu. I'm afraid the blood has been flowing since last night." Amitba. Master Chongshang sighed with emotion again. He put his palms together and said, My Dalan temple was originally a pure land, but I had no choice but to do this. Good. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's interest was piqued. He first looked at Master Chong Shang, then turned to ask Abbess Jing Yi. At the foot of Yao Mountain, there were many casualties. I'm afraid there were more than 10,000 people. Have you checked the corpses of the dead? Checked. Nun Jingyi was stunned. She shook her head slightly and said, the situation under Yaoshan is quite chaotic. How can we be in the mood to check other people's corpses? Sect Master Ren, if there's anything wrong, please tell us directly. Hee, you'll know when you go down. I don't need to say more. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. After thinking for a while she asked, Master Tiangang, I have something to ask. Please tell me the truth. Master Tiangang put his palms together and chanted, Amitba, monks don't lie. Sect Master Ren, please ask. I wonder, does your temple have a magic weapon like a black flag? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and asked, Black flag? Master Tiangang was stunned. Without even thinking, he smiled and said, My Dalan temple's artifacts are mainly made of Buddha's light. Black is the bane of Buddha's light. First of all, this color is wrong. Moreover, my Dalan temple's artifacts are made of beads and sticks. I've never heard of a flag before. Yes. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. In your opinion, this black flag, Tenryu sect? Grandmaster Tiangang said resolutely. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned again. He stared straight at Master Tiangang, as if he was trying to guess the truth of Master Tiangong's words. Just now, when his spiritual awareness came into contact with the faint black gas, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Wasn't it the black flag that suppressed the lotus throne under the Dalan temple's Buddha space? However, the flag escaped quickly and Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual awareness didn't see it, so he couldn't confirm it in his heart. Previously, he thought that the Dalan temple had done something under Yaoshan Mountain, but, looking at the expressions of Master Tiangang, Master Chongsheng, and the rest, it didn't seem to be fake. However, if the Tenryu sect had done something, Zhang Xiaohua somewhat believed it. After all, until now, there weren't many disciples of the Tenryu sect. Could it be that they weren't interested in Yaoshan immortal abode? However, when he thought of the black flag that he had seen at the Dalan temple, Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was a little far-fetched. How could something from the Tenryu sect appear at the Dalan temple? Yes, I guess it's something similar to that flag. After all, Zhang Xiaohua hadn't seen the black thing with his own eyes. He could only rely on his spiritual awareness to feel the black gas for a moment. He couldn't take it seriously. Sect leader Ren, after saying so much, what exactly happened? Nun Jingyi asked again. Haha, didn't I say it already? When you go down the mountain, you'll naturally know. I just want to remind everyone that the mantis catches the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Perhaps, the Tenryu sect has already set a trap under Yaoshan Mountain. Tenryu sect? Set a trap? Nun Jingyi was shocked. The three sects had set a trap to kill Sakura, but they didn't expect to fall into Sakura's trap and lose two seniors from the Dalan temple and the incense cult. Fortunately, Master Tiangang appeared at the end and killed several heavenly kings from the Tenryu sect and seriously injured Sakura. They thought that they had gained the upper hand, but now, after listening to Zhang Xiaohua's words, the Tenryu sect actually had a trap. This was really, what's there to be proud of? Chen Chen stood in the distance and muttered in a low voice. Will it kill you to say it directly? Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's face, which was slightly different from before, Chen Chen could not describe his feelings. Even Peacock was slightly stunned as she listened, as if what was happening in front of her was just a show. All right, everyone, the dust has settled in Yaoshan Immortal Abode and my Beidou school has been opened under your witness. Now that everything here is done, please return along the way you came. Zhang Xiaohua stood up with a smile and cupped her hands. I will see you off. We don't dare to trouble you, sect leader Ren. Everyone returned the gesture. Also, Yao Mountain is now the territory of the Big Dipper sect. If there's nothing else, I ask that the sects of the pugilistic world not stay here for a while, lest you cause a misunderstanding with my disciples. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, also, the corpses at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. I'll have to trouble all the sect leaders to take them away. If there are corpses like these within 100 miles of Yaoshan Mountain, don't blame me. Hee. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had appeared on the throne alone and did not see anyone else, many of the sects still had evil intentions and wanted to wait at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain for a new opportunity. When they heard this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Of course, it was just a shock in their hearts. As for whether they would stay or leave, only God knew. Alliance leader Zhang San of the Righteous Tao Alliance cupped his hands and left first. Master Chang Shang of the Dalan Temple and Nun Jing-yi of the Incense Cult looked at each other, nodded slightly, and left at the same time. After Between the Clouds and the Water left, the other sects began to salute Zhang Xiaohua and gradually left. Valley Master Nye and the other two were in the corner. When they saw that most of the people had left, they also saluted and were about to leave. Zhang Xiaohua's voice rang in Valley Master Nye's ears. Valley Master Nye, little Yu is now at the Misty School. If you're not in a hurry, go to the Misty School and meet her. It's also a good thing to contact the Misty School in the name of Rejuvenation Valley. Oh? Valley Master Nye was stunned. He really could not think of why his daughter would go to the Misty School. However, since it was Zhang Xiaohua who said it, of course it was true. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. I'll go there now." Second brother. What are you doing? Si Yakong was stunned and elbowed Valley Master Nye a few times. Are you having hysteria? Sect Master Ren didn't say anything. What did you agree to? Didn't say anything? Valley Master Nye was stunned and raised his head to look at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua only nodded slightly. Valley Master Nye rolled his eyes and did not say anything. He pulled Si Yakong out and walked to the black and white jade passageway before asking in a low voice, "Big brother, are you sure? Sect Master Ren didn't say anything just now?" "Of course, you can ask fourth brother if you don't believe me." Si Yakong glared at him. Indeed, when the sect masters left, Sect Master Ren didn't say anything. He was standing there the whole time. Zhan Xian nodded and said, "But I heard Sect Master Ren ask me to go to the Misty School. He said little Yu was there." Valley Master Nye looked around carefully and said in a low voice, "Huh?" Si Yakong and Zhen Xian were first shocked and then pleasantly surprised. They said, This is the method of the immortal Tao. Let's not talk about anything else. Since Sect Master Ren asked us to go, we have to go." Si Yakong thought even further. "Sect Master Ren asked you to go in the name of Rejuvenation Valley and let you establish contact with the Misty School. We'll go in the name of the Jade Foundation Alliance to support the Misty School. No matter what, the Misty School is a large sect. If our Jade Foundation Alliance can establish contact with the Misty School, we'll be able to benefit from it too. But what about the incense cult?" Valley Master Nye was a little hesitant. "Second brother, what are you hesitating for? The Misty School is also supported by the incense cult. If you go to the Misty School, won't you be supporting the incense cult? Although the incense cult has said that they won't care about Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years, if you go to the Misty School, won't you be letting the entire pugilistic world know that Rejuvenation Valley is still connected to the incense cult?" Zhan Xian said anxiously. The three from the Jade Foundation Alliance didn't know the inside story of the Misty School and the incense cult. Although there were some rumors, it had nothing to do with them. Who would think too much about it? After hearing Zhan Xian's words, Valley Master Nye nodded subconsciously. "Let's go, second brother. Who told you to have such a good daughter? I'm so envious of you." Si Yakong repeated Elder Zhang's words as well. After everyone in the main hall left, Zhang Xiaohua stood up and looked at the empty main hall and the colorful clouds. She smiled and said, The feeling of being a sect master is really not bad." Then, she stretched out her hand and the small mansion-guarding spirit steel appeared in her hand. Looking at the golden steel, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, "It's a pity. I can only refine 10% of it. I can't control many of the restrictions in this immortal abode. Even these colorful clouds can't be disturbed. There's really nothing I can do." Sigh, not to mention those purple and blue pavilions at the back of the hall. "It's a pity that as the owner of this immortal abode, I can only go in and out of the white pavilions where the servants live. But this is good too. As my cultivation increases, I'll obtain different things. Progressing step by step is the right way." Zhang Xiaohua could only comfort herself like this. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua held the mansion-guarding spirit steel in her hand and spread out her divine sense.
She looked at all the places she could control and nodded slightly. Killing the chicken to scare the monkey is really useful. If not for the Righteous Alliance not knowing what's good for them and forcing them to stay inside, giving I an excuse to kill them, it wouldn't have been so easy to get these disciples out of the immortal abode. Hee, everyone has left. Then, I will also close the door and decline all guests. With that, Zhang Xiaohua threw the mansion-guarding spirit steel into the air and hit it with a seal. Several rainbow-colored lights flashed out and went to different places. Afterward, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and put the mansion-guarding spirit steel into his pocket. He took out a magic treasure and threw it down the hall. The magic treasure immediately turned into a meteor and disappeared in the air. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the mansion-guarding spirit steel. The immortal abode is really an immortal abode. The way the owner enters and exits is actually different from others. How strange, Zhang Xiaohua said. She made a spell and her figure disappeared from the throne. Chapter 1191. When Zhang Xiaohua's figure appeared again, she was already in a remote place at the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua looked back at Yaoshan Mountain in the distance with a smile on her lips. She made another gesture and her figure suddenly floated away, gradually disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Nun Jingyi of the Incense Cult and Master Longevity of the Dalan Temple exited the Ling Shao Palace. They looked at each other, sighed, and walked along the stairs to the foot of Yaoshan Mountain. Go, pick one of the corpses in front and have a look. Nun Jingyi ordered and looked at Nun Xuqing. Nun Xuqing also looked unhappy. She looked back at the shining Holy Realm Dweller's mansion on Yaoshan Mountain and whispered, Immortal fate, this Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. It fell into the hands of a kid who's still wet behind the ears. It's a pity that my junior sister Xu Jie's life was sowed. She died in vain. By the way, Chen, tell me the ins and outs of this Ren Xiaoyao in detail.
Yes, Your Highness. Chen seemed to have not recovered from the surprise of seeing Zhang Xiaohua in Holy Realm Dweller's mansion, and was obviously a little absent-minded.
Let me tell you. Seeing this, Peacock bowed and said, Ren Xiaoyao was the first time I saw him in Rejuvenation Valley. At this time, there was another burst of thunder on Yaoshan Mountain. Everyone looked up and saw that the stairs extending from Holy Realm Dweller's mansion on Yaoshan Mountain gradually disappeared step by step. When the stairs had completely disappeared, the huge palace gate on Yaoshan Mountain slowly closed.
Then, the endless light on Holy Realm Dweller's mansion gradually disappeared and the entire Holy Realm Dweller's mansion gradually turned into an ordinary palace.
Sigh, it's really an abnormal momentum, it's really an immortal method, it's really under Ren Xiaoyao's control. Nun Xuqing said as expected 3 times in a row, her tone full of regret and indignation. Leader.
An inner disciple hurried over, his face full of panic.
Don't be hasty. Tell me slowly. Seeing this, Abbess Jingyi knew that something was wrong.
However, her face remained calm as she spoke in a low voice.
The disciple calmed down, but his face was still full of surprise. He bowed and said, Sect leader, I just picked up the corpse of a female disciple from an unknown sect.
I found that this female disciple's body was dry, and there was no blood on her body.
What's going on? Not only Nun Jingyi, but Peacock, Chen, and Xuqing Nun also exclaimed, Are you sure? That's right. Your disciple has confirmed it. Your disciple saw a few more male corpses. Although I didn't take off their clothes to examine them, but just by looking at their faces, they were also like dried corpses.
Let's go.
Nun Jingyi could no longer keep her composure and quickly walked forward. The disciple also led the way. At this time, the entire foot of Yaoshan was covered with corpses. Some were bent over, some were lying on their backs, and some were half lying. Not far from where Nun Jingyi was standing, a thin female corpse was lying on her back. Beside her, several inner disciples of the incense cult surrounded the female corpse in a circle. When Nun Jingyi entered the circle, she saw that the woman was dressed in the typical martial arts attire. At this time, her blouse had been cut open, revealing an unusually voluptuous upper body. Her upper body, which was originally full of seduction and even flirtatious, was now abnormally pale and abnormally shriveled. It was like dried bacon without a trace of moisture. What should have been a smooth and sparkling chest was now tightly compressed. Countless fine wrinkles covered it,
like two slightly larger walnuts. On the woman's chest, there was a small slender wound. At this time, it was also dried up and shrunk. There was not a drop of blood left. Nun Jing-yi squatted down and used her hand to touch the woman's skin. Then, she bent down and sniffed the woman's wound. A look of understanding appeared on her face. Then, she raised her head and looked around. Her face was filled with confusion. Chen also looked curiously, and there was a trace of fear on her face. Nun Xueqi looked and scanned with her divine sense. Then she sighed and almost shouted, Amitabha. After a while, Nun Jing-yi was puzzled and asked, Grand Elder, what do you think? What else can I think? All the blood in this child's body has been sucked dry and there is no vitality. I have lived for so long, but I have never seen such a thing. Nun Xueqi sighed. Clean up the people, and send the disciples of Wuming Hall to the nearby town. Find a way to hire some villagers and carriages to take away the dead people of the incense cult and the corpses around the incense cult's residence. Find a beautiful place to bury them. Nun Jing-yi ordered. Yes, I know. I have already arranged for the disciples of Wuming Hall. Nun Xueqian, who had been silent all this time, said in a low voice. Yes. Nun Jing-yi nodded and said to Nun Xueqi, Grand Elder, is this the abnormality that Ren Xiaoyao mentioned? Then she looked up at the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion and said, His divine sense. Oh, it should be the power of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. Yes, it is. If not for the help of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion, how could his divine sense reach here? However, the power of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion is really powerful. Our Mo Xian Palace is far inferior to it. Nun Xueqi nodded. Leader, Master Chongshang of the Dalan Temple invites you. An inner disciple walked quickly. Yes, I know. Nun Jing-yi nodded and turned to look at Nun Xueqi. She said, Grand Elder, Master Chongshang must ask about the dried corpses. Are you going too? No, I fell out with the Dalan Temple because of the Holy Realm Dweller's mansion. I am afraid that I will lose face if I see them again. You are the leader, so you can go. I want to hear the story of Ren Xiaoyao. Seeing that Nun Xueqi was not going, Nun Jing-yi took Peacock and went straight to the Dalan Temple's residence. As for Chen, he was dragged by the crowd to play the role of the storyteller in front of Nun Xueqi. When Nun Jing-yi arrived at the Dalan Temple's residence, Bai Yanqiu of Between the Clouds and the Water and the leader of the Righteous Alliance, Zhang San, had already arrived. There were also several leaders of large sections. Seeing Nun Jing-yi come, Master Chongshang went straight to the point. Nun Jing-yi, have you checked the corpses? Yes, we did, but... As she spoke, Nun Jing-yi looked around at everyone and said in a low voice, But I've never seen such a strange thing. Neither have my sect's Grand Elder. Alas! Master Chongshang sighed and shook his head. Master Tiangang and the others have never seen such a strange thing either. Do you still need to say it? Bai Yanqiu said curiously. Ren Xiaoyao of Beidou School has said clearly that this must be a trap set by the Tenryu sect. The Tenryu sect is a demonic sect. Who knows what kind of evil weapon they are refining? Hearing this, Master Chongshang and Nun Jing-yi frowned slightly. Of course, this was the first thing they thought of, but the Tenryu sect was established at the same time as the three sections. Although the path of immortals and demons was different, they had shared weal and woe for tens of thousands of years. Everyone knew what kind of tricks each other had, but the incense cult and the Dalan Temple had never heard that the Tenryu sect had such a bloody method. In fact, the most important thing was, Sakura of the Tenryu sect had set up a trap and was seriously injured by Master Tiangang in the middle of this trap. Could it be, the one who was injured wasn't Sakura? Both Nun Jing-yi and Master Chongshang were stunned. They looked at each other and unconsciously understood. But Sakura's cultivation couldn't be impersonated. Then who was the one who impersonated Sakura? The Tenryu sect's Sakura alone was enough to give the three sects a headache. If they secretly cultivated a disciple who was comparable to Sakura, then, even if the other 7 heavenly kings were all killed, the Tenryu sect's vitality wouldn't be damaged too much. Alliance Master Zhang San's. Do you have something to say? As soon as Nun Jingyi arrived, she saw Alliance Master Zhang San, who was usually very active, frowning. His expression was uncertain. She couldn't help but feel surprised and asked, I don't have anything to say. Alliance Master Zhang San was a little nervous and directly said, I. Then, He came to his senses and squeezed out a smile. I don't have anything to say. You three sects don't even have a clue about this kind of thing, let alone us martial sections. Don't you think so? The sect leaders of several large martial arts sects next to him echoed his words in horror. Then, your expression. Nanjing Yi didn't let him go and continued asking. If your sect's elders were all killed, and your elite disciples were also killed, I'm afraid Nun's expression right now would be worse than mine. Alliance Master Zhang San said coldly, my righteous alliance has suffered a great calamity. It's a moment of life and death. Am I wrong to be a little sad? Don't tell me Nun thinks this blood has something to do with me? Blood, what? Nanjing Yi was stunned and asked curiously. Alliance Master Zhang San seems to know something. What do I know? Alliance Master Zhang San was furious. If Nun is suspicious, I'll leave now. Come find me when you find evidence. Goodbye. Wait. Master Chang Sheng immediately stopped him. Alliance Master Zhang San, please calm down. This old monk knows that your righteous alliance has suffered such a great change. Alliance Master must be uncomfortable. And Nanjing Yi is also thinking about the survival of the entire Jianghu. Alliance Master doesn't need to mind if I ask a few more questions. Alliance Master Zhang San, please don't be offended. Didn't my fragrant cult advance and retreat together with the Righteous Alliance in the main hall? It's just a few questions. Don't take it to heart. Nanjing Yi said with a smile. Alliance Master Zhang San snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He also stopped walking. The Righteous Alliance was in a miserable state. Of the 9 Alliance Masters, 1 Alliance Master and 8 Vice Alliance Masters, only Vice Alliance Master Yu, who was guarding the Righteous Peak, and Vice Alliance Master Mi, who was basically crippled, were still alive. The other 6 Vice Alliance Masters were all dead. The hundreds of disciples who had been brought to the Yaoshan Immortal Abode and had the chance to become Vice Alliance Masters were all killed by Zhang Xiaohua. Other than thinking about other things, Alliance Master Zhang San was also thinking about how to take away the thousands of disciples from the Misty School. If he knew that these thousands of disciples had become Zhang Xiaohu's private army, who knew how much blood he would vomit? And these thousands of disciples, to a large extent, they still had to rely on the fragrant cult. Therefore, although he had a stern expression just now, once there was a way out, he immediately took it. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. Chapter 1192. Bai Zhangmen. Your Shindao sect. Oh, between the clouds and the water. Have you ever seen such a strange thing? Master Chongqing turned around and asked. Bai Yanqiu shook his head blankly and replied. The 3 perfected masters of my sect have also carefully examined it. It seems that there is no such precedent in the records of the sect. But I remember that in the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, Ren Xiaoyao mentioned whether or not your sect had a black flag, and then he mentioned the Tenryu sect. I think that this thing might have something to do with the Tenryu sect. Ah, Amitba. Excellent. Master Chongqing put his palms together and said in a low voice, the black flag that Benefactor Ren mentioned does not exist in the Dalan Temple. There is no record of it in the ancient records of the sect. I sent Master Tiangang to guard the Sutra Depository, and he has seen all the ancient records. If he doesn't know, then it doesn't exist. Moreover, I have already sent hundreds of disciples to examine all the corpses within 10 miles of Yaoshan. There was no exception. All the corpses were completely drained of blood. If this is really the doing of the Tenryu sect, this Tenryu sect has a great plan. I'm afraid we can't deal with it alone. Exactly. I wonder where the blood of these tens of thousands of people has flowed to? In the past, whenever there was a massacre in Jianghu, there would be a bloody smell in the air that lingered for a long time. But now, there is no bloody smell in Yaoshan at all. It is abnormally fresh. It is really strange. This matter still needs to be planned. Does anyone have any ideas? Master Chongqing sighed. They couldn't possibly attack the Tenryu sect now, so everyone looked at each other and didn't have any definite ideas. Let's do it this way. Now that the Tenryu sect is the only sect that isn't here in Jianghu, this strange thing is most likely the doing of the Tenryu sect. Let's go back and think of a countermeasure. Tomorrow, we will make a plan. What do you think? Bai Yanqiu said in a low voice. Great kindness, Master Chong Sheng agreed. Our sects will stay here for a few more days for the sake of our survival. I'm sure Headmaster Ren of Beidou School won't blame us.
Probably not.
Nun Jingyi smiled. After the martial arts sects left, Alliance Master Zhongsen called out to Abbess Jingyi and said, Abbess, this humble one has something to ask of you, for some face. Startled, Abbess Jingyi glanced at Master Longevity beside her and smiled.
Alliance Leader Zhong.
What's the matter? Abbess, can I have a word with you? Alliance Master Zhong San's face was slightly red.
Ba, I'll go take a look elsewhere. Help yourselves.
Master Chong Sheng chanted Buddha's name and left.
Seeing this, Bai Yanqiu also took his leave.
Between the clouds and the water. Seeing the two of them leave, Alliance Master Zhong San thickened his face and told Nun Jingyi his thoughts. In the end, he added, after this matter, these thousands of disciples of the Righteous Tao Alliance will be of great importance. If Nun returns these disciples, the Righteous Tao Alliance and the incense cult will form an alliance and not invade each other in the future.
What do you think, Nun?
At first, Nun Jingyi thought it was something serious, but when she heard the end, a bitter smile appeared on her face.
What? Nun isn't willing?
Seeing Nun Jingyi like this, Alliance Master Zhong San sneered. Nun, don't forget that the Dalan Temple, the incense cult, and the Righteous Tao Alliance have an agreement. Without the Righteous Tao Alliance's secret plane map, AI, Alliance Leader Zhong San, your words are a bit coercive. Nun Jingyi said unhappily. If it weren't for the agreement between our three sects, if it weren't for the secret plane map, how could the Dalan Temple and the incense cult stand up for you at Yaoshan Immortal Mansion? Moreover, I also know that after Yaoshan Immortal Mansion fell into the hands of Beidou School, that secret plane is the most important thing to both you and me. Without the sheepskin from your Righteous Tao Alliance, the incense cult and the Dalan Temple wouldn't have been able to enter the secret plane.
Since none knows.
Alliance Master Zhong San was a bit bewildered. AI, Alliance Leader Zhong San may not know, but the Misty School situation you're thinking of right now is exactly what I've planned and hoped for. However, that's only what you're thinking. It's not the truth.
Right now the truth should be like this.
Nun Jingyi didn't hide anything and told Alliance Master Zhong San everything she knew.
Huh? How could that be?
Alliance Master Zhong San was stunned. Then, you didn't send the Immortal Tao expert?
How could that be?
If we sent the Immortal Tao expert, we'd rather have the inner disciples help the Misty School.
Why bother hiding it?
Nun Jingyi shook her head. The most important thing is that we've trapped O Yen in Shixin Peak for many years. No matter what we did, we couldn't find the location of the sheepskin belonging to the Misty School. If we couldn't find the sheepskin belonging to the Misty School, wouldn't our three sects be unable to do as we wish? Therefore, if we let the Misty School out, not only would it benefit the Misty School, but it would also benefit the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Tao Alliance. Letting the sheepskin out and cooperating with our three sects was one of the conditions the Misty School had for leaving Shixin Peak. None, in other words, if the Misty School doesn't release the Righteous Tao disciple, we have no other way. After listening to Nun Jingyi's analysis, Alliance Leader Zhong San knew that the Misty School also had a weakness that could be used against him as a barrier. Moreover, the Misty School also had an unknown Immortal Tao expert. He couldn't help but feel extremely disappointed. He muttered, but the Immortal Tao is so difficult to set foot on. How could Zhang Xiaohu have the cultivation of the Immortal Tao? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. Alliance Leader Zhang San, this is also why we're surprised. If that Zhang Xiaohu isn't a chess piece that we can control, do you think we're crazy? Why would we put this heavy burden on him?
What should we do?
For the first time, Alliance Leader Zhang San felt somewhat panicked. Nun Jingyi glanced at him, thought for a moment, and said, it's only a little more than a month until the 15th of the first lunar month. Alliance Leader Zhang San doesn't need to worry. When our four sects meet up, Alliance Leader Zhang San can negotiate with the Misty School and give the benefits of the secret plane to the Misty School. Who knows? Maybe the Misty School will send your thousands of disciples back.
That's the only way.
Alliance Leader Zhang San said gloomily. The matter of the jungle. Did you send someone to notify the Misty School? Alliance Leader Zhang San doesn't need to worry. We've already notified Zhang Xiaohu before Yaoshan. It's just that the Misty School's defenses are very tight. We don't know if the news has been delivered yet. The secret plane is the key to setting foot on the immortal Tao. It's also, the key to the revival of the great immortal Tao sections. How could the Misty School not care? None, don't worry. As long as Zhang Xiaohu gets the news, he'll definitely come in time. Alliance leader Zhang Sen snorted and said bitterly, oh right. Between the clouds and the water, Bai Yanqiu seems to be very smart. Don't let her know about this. Don't worry. Between the clouds and the water doesn't have the sheepskin scroll, and they're a sect that appeared after the incident of the secret plane. How could they know about the secret plane? Between the clouds and the water was born in the Shen Dao sect. They should also be a great sect with the immortal Dao. How could they not know about the secret plane? Alliance leader, you don't know. This secret plane has long been lost in history. If the sheepskin scroll hadn't appeared, the incense sect and the Dalan temple wouldn't have remembered it. Between the clouds and the water has been destroyed for a long time and is working hard to restore it. How could they know about this? Nun Jingyi said disdainfully. Then, I'm relieved. Alliance leader Zhang San nodded. However, he suddenly thought of something and said hurriedly, this secret plane is very close to Yaoshan, and Beidou School in Yaoshan is newly built. I'm afraid it'll attract Ren Xiaoyao's attention. Well, Alliance leader's worries are very reasonable. However, I've also thought about it. The Immortal Mansion is a great immortal opportunity. Beidou School has already obtained this immortal opportunity. If they covet the secret plane, I'm afraid they'll be punished by heaven. Moreover, Beidou School is newly built. Within 10 days, Ren Xiaoyao won't have time to think about other things. None, you're right. However, we still have to be careful. Don't let others know. Alliance leader Zhang San warned again. I know. Nun Jingyi sneered. I came back empty-handed from the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Naturally, I'm determined to get the secret plane. My eagerness is no less than Alliance leader Zhang San's. That's good, that's good. Alliance leader Zhang San smiled and cupped his hands in farewell. Nun Jingyi and Grandmaster Chang Shang discussed for a long time. They were certain that the mastermind behind all this was the Tenryu sect. They couldn't help but sigh and return to their own homes. Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew in the air. She seemed to be like a fish in water or a dragon in the sea. She couldn't help but praise, I don't know what I encountered in this Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Not only did I not die from the raging fire, but my cultivation in the path of immortality has also leaped 1,000 miles. Just the Carefree Heart Sutra alone has reached the 16th layer. I can be considered a late-stage qi refining cultivator. With 2 more layers, the Carefree Heart Sutra will be completed. Also, the core in my Mud Pill Palace has increased several times. The range and quality of my divine sense have also increased by leaps and bounds. My God's guidance has also reached the 2nd layer. Not only that, but my God's guidance doesn't seem to have reached the end. I feel like it's improving every moment. Also, my flying technique seems to be twice as fast as yesterday. Could it be that, when I was in the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, that phoenix absorbed a lot of qi of heaven and earth? Oh right, where's the phoenix? Why did the basin suddenly burst into flames when the phoenix appeared? Is the phoenix not afraid of fire? Did the phoenix save me? Where did the phoenix run off to? Zhang Xiaohua had a series of questions, but he didn't have a definite answer. All he knew was that he wasn't burned to death, the phoenix was gone, and he had obtained 9 magic treasures like the Hao Tian mirror, as well as the immortal guarding spiritual steel of the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion. Most importantly, he had unintentionally obtained the Yaoshan Immortal Mansion, and he had announced the establishment of the Big Dipper sect in front of all the sects in the martial arts world. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but do somersaults in the air. It was as if she had done something extremely interesting. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua could already see Pingyang City. She could also see the small courtyard in the Huanxi Mountain Villa outside of Pingyang City. At this moment, Zhang Byron was playing with Little Black and Little Yellow in the courtyard. Suddenly, Zhang Byron frowned and looked up at the sky. Little Yellow and Little Black immediately trembled and crawled on the ground. They didn't dare to move at all. Please cast a monthly vote, please cast a recommendation vote, please collect, please tip, thank you. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.